Chapter 1052. Inside the Seven Elements Converge formation in the Qingze mainland, Yao he had already set up a complicated illusory formation. Once someone chased after them, they would enter the illusory formation and be lured out. At this moment, a figure gradually appeared in the seventh light pillar. Lu Chun had already returned from the seventh continent, but this time, as soon as he appeared, he rushed out without saying a word. "Fox, there are many people behind us, and they are all experts." Lu Chun rushed out of the light pillar in a flash. Yao he had been waiting here for a long time. Previously, there were people who chased after Wu Ming, but it was after Wu Ming left for a while. But this time it seemed a little different. Lu Chun was not affected by the illusory formation and hurriedly hid in the dark with Yao he. As soon as the two of them hid, dozens of figures appeared in the light pillar. One of the gray-haired men frowned as soon as he entered the illusory formation. He snorted, "Celestial Fox illusory formation? Humph! How dare you show off your meager skills in front of me? Get ready to break the formation." In the dark, Yao he stared at the group of people. They were all dressed in purple robes, and their gazes were restrained. They were calm and steady. They could see through the illusory formation as soon as they came out, which showed that they were very strong. Purple Sky Palace. Yao he's eyes widened. "Nameless, how did you provoke the Purple Sky Palace?" Lu Chun whispered, "The last transmission point is in the Purple Sky mainland, and the Star Core has been controlled by them. I sneaked in to cultivate, but I was discovered by them in the end." Yao he frowned and said, "No wonder you only went for 10 days this time. That man can see through my illusory formation at a glance, so he is very strong." Lu Chun sighed. "I don't have time to play with them now, but now, if they can really break the formation, you should find a place to hide first. Purple Sky Palace. When I have time, I will play with you." The gray-haired man was about to use his power, but he suddenly stopped. He frowned and took out a sound-transmitting talisman. This sound-transmitting talisman was different from the one Lu Chun used. It was a golden talisman paper with crimson runes drawn on it. From the quality, it seemed to be of a higher level than the one Lu Chun used. "What's that?" Lu Chun asked. "Galactic sound-transmitting talisman. Its range is much greater than ordinary sound-transmitting talismans," Yao he replied. After that person heard the message, his brows furrowed even tighter. "The army of the dead is on the move." He looked at the illusion in front of him and fell into deep thought. "Heavenly Master, the army of the dead is more important," someone behind him said. The gray-haired man clenched his fists tightly. "Damn it, brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Let's go back." After saying that, the people of the Purple Sky Palace turned around and returned to the light pillar, teleporting away again. Lu Chun and Yao he looked at each other. This group of people left just like that. They said that the army of the dead is here. Could it be that the war has already begun? Yao, he was a little nervous. Lu Chen's expression was equally solemn. "The battle has already begun. I have to go. What do you plan to do? Since the army of the dead is on the move, the battlefield will be on the various continents. How can you stop it alone?" Yao he asked anxiously. Lu Chen shook his head. "I originally wanted to stop them before they started the war, but now it seems that it's too late. Then there's only one way. What are you going to do?" Yao he stared at Lu Chen. She had a premonition that what Nameless was going to do would be beyond everyone's expectations. "I'm going to the underworld," Lu Chen said firmly. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling moved Yao he. All the suspicions, doubts, and even some resentment toward Lu Chen disappeared at this moment. The war was like an unstoppable torrent. For Li Wei, He was going to break into the underworld alone. He was going against the flow alone. Nameless, do you know how dangerous this is? Now that the war has begun, I'm afraid that everyone can't even take care of themselves. No one will help you, and what you're going to face is most likely the strongest force in the underworld. Yao, he didn't know why she said these words. She also wanted to save her sister, so she shouldn't stop Lu Chun. However, at this moment, she couldn't bear to do so. Lu Chun took a deep breath. I know, but I have to save her. You've really decided? Yes. Lu Chun stood up. Yao He, let's leave this place first. Once we return to the World Edge Pavilion, you can return to Shengyuan Continent. Wait! Yao, he suddenly stopped Lu Chun. There should be a treasure here. I'm guessing that the 7 elements in one should be left behind from ancient times. Since you've passed through all the light pillars, it's equivalent to breaking this formation. The treasure should be coming out. After saying that, Yao He removed the illusion formation, and the 7 elements in one returned to its original appearance. In the center of the 7 pillars of light, a black wooden stick was floating. The stick was about 2 meters long, slightly shorter than the silver gallbladder. The wooden stick seemed to be somewhat damaged, as if it had been taken out from a fire halfway through. Beside the wooden stick, a purple crystal floated and slowly rotated around the wooden stick. Ah, this is the treasure. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. This was probably the crudest treasure he had ever seen. If he saw it at any other time, he would probably throw it into a bonfire to start a fire. The illusionary god crystal from the palace of the illusory god. Yao He raised her hand, and the purple crystal fell into her hand. What's this? Lu Chun was curious. Yao He checked the crystal's information, then pushed out the information panel. Illusionary god crystal, supreme grade, able to create illusions independently and increase the effect of all illusionary skills. Duration. It really is a treasure from the palace of the illusory god. Yao He said, considering Lu Chen's ignorance. Yao He added, oh, the palace of the illusory god is the ancestor of all illusions. Among the 9 professions, it created a new school of illusions. It can be combined with all professions, or it can form a school of its own. So powerful. Lu Chun nodded. This treasure was very suitable for the Heavenly Fox clan. After the crystal was taken away, the wooden stick trembled slightly, and then suddenly flew into Lu Chen's hand. The limitless divine demon sword flew into Lu Chen's hand by itself, and the silver gallbladder flew into Lu Chen's hand under Chang Ming's signal. But why could this firewood stick fly over by itself? This broken firewood stick shouldn't have a spirit, right? Lu Chun was puzzled. Check the item's information. Lu Chun pushed the Chaos Magic Staff's information to the 2 of them. Chaos Magic Staff. Divine weapon, spirit, weak and damaged, in a deep sleep, nourish with one's own spirit to repair the spirit. Current effect, no effect. Lu Chun was stunned. The limitless divine demon sword was not recognized by the system. The silver gallbladder was a semi-divine weapon, and this ugly firewood stick was the first real divine weapon he had obtained. It seemed that after being trapped for a long time, the spirit had not fully recovered, so there were no other effects. My God, a divine weapon! Yao He's eyes widened, looking at the staff in Lu Chen's hand in horror. Nameless, I didn't expect there to be a divine weapon sealed here. Chapter 1053. It seems that it has recognized you as its master. It just so happens that you know elemental magic. As long as you train it carefully in the future, it will be of great help to you. Yao He said as she handed the illusion crystal to Lu Chun. Here, why are you giving it to me? Lu Chun looked at Yao He strangely. 2 treasures, 1 for each of us. You broke this array. I don't want it, Yao He said. Lu Chen looked at Yao He as if she was a monster. Someone actually doesn't want the treasure? Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Take it. If it weren't for your heavenly fox asking for directions, I wouldn't have been able to enter the mirror. Besides, the illusion crystal is useless to me. I don't know any magic. Yao He looked at Lu Chen with a smile. It's really strange that there's something you don't know. Then give it to my sister. It's much more useful for her than for me. Lu Chen looked at Yao He. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? At that time, not only will I run away, but I'll also be cheated of the treasure. Yao He smiled. You're not that kind of person. Huh. Lu Chen was quite surprised. In order to monitor him, this woman chased him from the Tianya Pavilion to the South Pole. Now she suddenly understood. Well, since it's for Li Wei, I'll take it. Lu Chen took the illusion crystal and put it in his backpack. Let's go, Lu Chen said. Yao He returned to her original form and was stuffed into Lu Chen's chest. At that moment, the surroundings began to shake violently. It seemed that the 7 elements to 1 was about to collapse. Lu Chen hurriedly spread his wings and flew straight to the exit. When returning from the South Pole, Lu Chen didn't have a boat to take. However, Yao He summoned a flying bays, and Lu Chen still hitched a ride. Inadvertently, Yao He saw Lu Chen's badge. On it was written, 1-star field Theo the Great. From a 7-star field Grand Cultivator to a 1-star field Great Earth Cultivator, it would take an ordinary person many years. But this fellow did it in less than 4 months. The word wild was even more eye-catching now. He actually brought it to Theo the Great. It seemed like he was going to be wild all the way. Speaking of which, this guy was now much taller than before. He was 185 meters tall. His appearance and temperament had also changed greatly from before. Although he wasn't considered ugly in the past, as long as he didn't activate celestial demon symbiosis, he was just a passerby. Now that this guy was quietly looking into the distance, there was a faint, immortal aura about him. This guy's foundation is not bad. Yao He muttered, disciple? Lu Chen looked at Yao He strangely. Those little brats should be able to hold on for a while. Sigh, I don't have the time to go back to the academy, and I don't have the money to buy a galaxy voice transmitting charm. I don't know if my voice transmitting charm can contact a sea of clouds. It would have been better if she didn't open her mouth. Once she opened her mouth, Yao He felt that the trace of immortal energy emitted by that guy just now might have been an illusion. Why don't you hide your level? Yao He asked. Why do I have to hide it? Lu Chen heard it clearly this time. Hiding my strength, of course. If I can't see someone's level, I will always be more cautious. Lu Chen shook his head. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. Anyway, my 1-star Emperor Xiao should be considered to have hidden his strength. Yao He was speechless. His words made people have the urge to beat him up, but it seemed to be right. Just how strong was his combat ability now? Is your weak physique better? Yao He asked again. There is still a little, but the impact is not too big. I don't have the time to find a new star core now. I will see if I can cure it in the future. What was the attribute of your initial weak physique? Yao, he was very curious about this matter. 11 times the consumption of physical strength and spiritual power. It can't be recovered. Lu Chen said casually. 11 times consumption? Yao, he almost couldn't sit still. Not only was it 11 times the consumption, but it couldn't be recovered. No wonder he always looked sick before. Every time he finished a fight, he would fall asleep. When you lost your arm, your physical attributes were greatly reduced. But you were still able to kill Xu and Dao, and the other two in one strike in such a state. Yao, he widened her eyes. And in the underworld, You killed tens of thousands of army of the dead alone. How? How did you do it? Lu Chen looked at Yao He. Why did this woman suddenly have so many questions? Why was she so interested in his past? I just consumed a lot of energy. My explosive power is basically unaffected. I don't like to fight protracted battles, so I can still kill those I could before when I was weak. It's just that my broken arm was a little troublesome. Fortunately, it has been reattached. Yao He tried to keep herself calm, so as not to create a strong contrast with Nameless' indifferent face. However, her heart wasn't calm at all. Nameless said it lightly, but as an expert, how could Yao He not know the difference between them? In short, Nameless' previous battles had basically zero margin for error. Once he made a mistake, he would be dead for sure. Nameless' words were like, walking on a wire while carrying a mountain is no different from walking on flat ground. If you can walk on flat ground, you can walk on the wire. How could it be the same? Previously, no one had been able to stop Nameless even under all kinds of terrifying restrictions. Now that he had the great void arm of the Celestial and Demon, his weakened state did not affect his battle prowess at all. Then, how strong was Nameless when he was in his peak state? While Yao He was letting her imagination run wild, Nameless heaved a sigh. Ah, I wonder how Little Beast, Little Furball, and Originator are doing. I hope they're fine. Who's Little Beast? It was the first time Yao He had heard that name. They are. Lu Chen glanced at Yao He. The other party had handed over the illusory crystal to him, indicating that they were trustworthy people. They're my battle pets. I got separated from them, Lu Chen said sadly. However, Yao He wasn't paying attention to the separation at all. She almost exclaimed, You have battle pets. Yes. Lu Chen shook his head, as if he were comforting himself. The three of them are very strong, especially Originator. I didn't know that it would become so strong. I would have been killed if it weren't for it. So to speak, as long as the three brats stay together and work together, I should be fine. Yao He's head was in a mess. Nameless seemed to be saying that his battle pets were even stronger than him. That guy was already a freak, and he had three unbelievably strong battle pets. Then what kind of horrifying creature was he when he was in his peak state? Both of them were in a hurry to rescue Li Wei. The flying white hound was also fast. It returned to the World's Edge Pavilion from the South Pole in 2 days. Chuan He greeted them as soon as they arrived at the World's Edge Pavilion. Brother Nameless, Miss Yao He, you're finally back. Chuan He seemed anxious. The army of the dead has invaded all continents. Chapter 1054. Lu Chen and Chuan. He followed Chuan He into the World Edge Pavilion. Chuan He explained the current situation of the Azure Fun continent. The army of the dead had suddenly barged in from an entrance that they had not discovered, catching the army of cultivators off guard. For the past few days, Celestial Fortress had been organizing the cultivators' defense. The souls of the dead in the Eternal Soul Palace are extremely terrifying. Not only can they become the army of the dead to fight, but they also have terrifying abilities. Chuan He's face was full of worry. As long as our people are not careful, those with weak wills will have their bodies taken over. We originally thought that we would only enter the netherworld after dying in battle, but now the situation is worse than we imagined. In addition, the ones attacking our Azure Fun continent are the Ghost Soldier District's army of the dead. They are stronger than the army of the dead. Even in the Yang world, our combat strength has not been weakened, but their combat strength has far exceeded our expectations. Their commander is a 6-star Ghost King, and his strength is incomparably tyrannical. Currently, Celestial Fortress is defending with all its might. The fortress master has already given the order to surround the army of the dead in the Thousand-Leaf Hills. They must not be allowed to break out. Lu Chun hurriedly asked, Brother Chuan He, do you know the current situation of the Shenyuan continent? Chuan He sighed. When the various headquarters met, we had already thought about it. The various headquarters had to maintain contact at all times. However, the war suddenly broke out, and the various continents were unable to take care of themselves. So, I'm sorry, I'm not very clear about the situation there. However, I don't think it's too optimistic. Lu Chun took a deep breath. He was also very worried about the demonic academy. However, he had more important things to do. Going deep into the netherworld was no longer just to save Li Wei. Brother Chuan He, please bring Yaoha to the teleportation array and send her back to Shenyuan continent. Lu Chun suddenly said, Nameless brother, what about you? Do you want to stay? Chuan He looked at Lu Chun in surprise. If he could stay, it would definitely be of great help to the Azure Fen continent. Lu Chun shook his head. I want to go somewhere else. Chuan He was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he still nodded. After all, none of the continents had even taken care of their own matters. So how could they help others? Nameless, I will go with you. Yao He suddenly said. Lu Chun looked at Yao He and smiled. He habitually patted Yao He's head. This habit was formed when Yao He turned into a little fox and hid in front of his chest. Lu Chun also did this inadvertently. However, Yao He did not resist. Go back to the academy. Feng Lai Holy Court needs you. After you go back, if you have the chance, help me tell a sea of clouds about my current situation. Tell them to hold on. Nameless. Yao He knew that Nameless was right. Even if she went to the underworld, she would only be a burden to Lu Chun. You have to be careful. You must save my sister and then come back alive. Lu Chun smiled at Yao He. I will. Go back quickly. Chuan He asked someone to bring Yao He to the teleportation array, and then looked at Lu Chun. His gaze inadvertently fell on Lu Chun's chest badge, and he was shocked. 1-star Field Theo the Great. Nameless brother, you are Theo the Great? Lu Chun did not explain much, and casually said, I rose 2 levels during this time. 2 levels? Chuan He's mind was a little confused. From Grand Cultivator to Earth Cultivator to Emperor Cultivator, and now Theo the Great, this was called 2 levels? So in Nameless, a big realm was called 1 level? At this time, Lu Chun spoke again. Brother Chuan He, please take me to the entrance of the underworld. The entrance of the underworld. What are you going there for? After Chuan He instinctively asked this question, his whole body suddenly trembled. He seemed to have thought of the answer himself. What was he going to do at the entrance of the underworld? Of course, it was to go to the underworld. This guy wanted to go to the underworld. However, this idea was simply too crazy. Nameless brother, you can't be thinking of... Lu Chun nodded. I want to save people. Also, I might be able to stop this war. The army of the dead is strong and endless. After the cultivators die, they will become their fighting force. If this continues, we might be able to hold on in the beginning, but the longer it drags on, the less chance we have of winning. This is a war that cannot be won in the first place. Chuan He was stunned in place. Nameless said what many people were thinking. They had almost no chance of winning against the army of the dead. In fact, Celestial Fortress still had a piece of news that had not been announced. The first batch of Eternal Soul Palace was not the strongest. Later on, the souls that came out from Eternal Soul Palace were stronger. Some of them were even 6th Celestial Layer legends. The longer the war dragged on, the more the cultivator's strength would be reduced, and the army of the dead would become stronger. How could they win such a war? Perhaps John Doe's method was the only chance they had. Nameless, you have to think clearly. We can't transfer any troops to help you now. Once you enter the underworld, you will be fighting alone. You will have to face unimaginable opponents. Lu Qin took a deep breath, and a resolute cold light flashed in his eyes. Even if it's the abyss of hell, I have to go. Chuanha, take me there. You don't have to worry about anything else. The entrance to the underworld, near the World Edge Pavilion, is now surrounded by layers of formations. If I want to go in, I will have to ask the fortress master. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Chuanha. That afternoon, on the continent adjacent to the World Edge Pavilion's island, millions of cultivators were guarding the entrance to the underworld. The entrance to the Thousand Leaf Hills had been broken, and most of the Qingza continent's troops were gathered there, fighting the army of the dead. However, no one dared to be careless at the entrance to the World Edge Pavilion. Even if there was no movement, the million-strong army was still waiting, not daring to be careless. If anything happened to the entrance, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man in a white robe was leading Nameless into the forbidden area under the gaze of the million-strong army. The higher-ups had just given the order that Nameless was about to enter the underworld. The army was to let her go. The person leading Lu Qin to the entrance to the underworld was the Celestial Fortress's fortress master, Fengshen Wushuang, who was known as the unparalleled god of war. Under everyone's gaze, Fengshen Wushuang activated a defensive formation and personally led Lu Qin to the tunnel. Nameless, the formation in the tunnel was set up by the Celestial Fortress's top formation master. It only protects against spiritual bodies. You can enter and exit freely. Fengshen said. Lu Qin cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior Wushuang." Fengshen Wushuang nodded. Nameless, the army of the dead has been planning to invade the Yang world for a long time. They will definitely be vigilant. The people we sent before couldn't enter the underworld at all in the later stages. They have already set up a large number of guards at the entrance. You must remember this. Lu Qin nodded. I'll remember. I'll take my leave then. Seeing Lu Qin turn around, Fengshen Wushuang suddenly had an indescribable feeling. Everyone in the sixth heaven was resisting the army of the dead, but Lu Qin chose this path alone. The torrent was turbulent, and the general trend was irresistible. However, the path that Lu Qin chose was going against the flow. Suddenly, Fengshen Wushuang called out to Lu Qin, "Nameless!" Is there anything else, Senior? Lu Qin turned around in surprise. Fengshen Wushuang said meaningfully, "If you can come back alive, come to the Celestial Fortress. This old man will treat you to a drink." Lu Qin's lips curled up slightly, and he said faintly, "Then, Senior Wushuang, remember to prepare the best wine." Chapter 10:55. Godspill Continent. The Netherspring Academy had a total of 3,000 disciples. 2,000 of them had been transferred to the main battlefield, Dinghai Basin. The remaining 1,000 had also received orders to head to the known entrance of the Godspill Continent, 100 Herb Valley. It was said that the elite guards of 100 Herb Valley had been transferred to Dinghai Basin in order to prevent any strange movements from 100 Herb Valley. Some of the weaker academies had been dispatched to guard the entrance. The instructors summoned their mounts. Everyone rode on their mounts and rushed to the 100 Herb Valley. The little beast, the little furball, and little originator were among them. After arriving at 100 Herb Valley, the guards immediately arranged for the Netherspring Academy to guard the rear. Due to the special nature of the underworld, the strategy of the various continents was basically the same. They would let the stronger ones go first. After all, if they were too weak, they would instead become part of the army of the dead. Although this strategy was a last resort, it was also because of this strategy that the various continents were able to resist the onslaught of the army of the dead for the time being. At this time, the Nether Spring Academy's strength had been thoroughly exposed. From their position, they were probably at the bottom of the God Spill Continent's academies. The academies on the flanks of the Nether Spring Academy had some complaints when they saw that the Nether Spring Academy had come to fill in their positions. Why is it the Nether Spring Academy? How unlucky! They are on our flank. Once the army of the dead comes out, they will be the first to be broken. We will also be in trouble. Hey, the main battlefield is doing their best to ensure the safety of the participating teams. Once they are injured, they will be replaced. That's why the demand for manpower is particularly high. It is said that the army of the dead is taking special care of our God Spill continent. It is the king of Hell's army of the dead that came to attack. They are very strong. The biggest problem now is that the legendary 4 Ghost Kings haven't come out, let alone the Ghost Kings. The leaders are all ghost generals. Even Guay Show hasn't come out. Hey, having a Nether Spring Academy next to us is really bad luck. If the army of the dead really comes out of 100 Herb Valley, we will be in trouble. This kind of mood quickly spread among the surrounding academies. Hey, Nether Spring, why are you filling in our positions? Do you want to kill us? Someone pointed at the disciples of the Nether Spring Academy and cursed, "It won't be long before you trash become the army of the dead. Hurry up and scram. Let's switch to a more powerful academy. This secluded springs is only a bit better than an ordinary academy, but how many ordinary academies in the God Spill continent have the thick skin to stay here? How come Secluded Springs hasn't gone bankrupt yet? Go and tell the dean that Secluded Springs will definitely become a loophole. When the time comes, not only will they die, but they will also implicate us." The disciples of the Nether Spring Academy lowered their heads, not daring to argue with the outer court disciples. The student next door saw that Little Beast was young and shouted at Little Beast, "Hey, Trash, hurry up." Halfway through his sentence, he realized that Little Beast had turned around. Then he saw Little Beast's badge, 2-star King Realm. What did you say?" Little Beastie frowned at that person. "Who are you calling trash?" 2-star, Human King. "How is that possible?" Cough, cough, cough. "Senior, I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you. The one behind is talking to you." Little Beast coldly snorted. Then it walked over and slapped out, sending that person flying away. "Although I can't be considered someone from the Nether Spring Academy. If you call them trash in front of me, then are you saying that I am trash as well?" There was a sudden uproar in the array formation. Someone had actually attacked, and it was someone from the Nether Spring Academy. However, as everyone saw Little Beast's badge, they all swallowed back the words they were about to say. 2-star King Realm. How could Secluded Springs have such a terrifying disciple? Moreover, he was only 14 to 15 years old. Even the disciples from the Nether Spring Academy widened their eyes. This beast god that didn't fit in with the crowd had actually beaten up an outer court disciple for the sake of Secluded Springs. As for the outer court disciples, no one dared to speak out loud. The outer court disciple who had been beaten saw stars. He forcefully shook his head and regained consciousness. "I'm sorry, Senior. I was blind. Little Beast didn't care about this." To him, killing people was a common occurrence. At this time, several mentors, Demon Finger, and the others hurriedly pulled Little Beast back. "Beast God, please calm down. It's not worth it to fight over such a person. The enemy is right in front of us. It's not a good time to fight." Little Beast glanced at Demon Finger. For better or worse, this fellow had given him 2 sets of clothes, so he could give him some face. But Little Beast was also a bit impatient. Didn't you say we were going to war? What are we doing here? Demon Finger hurriedly explained to Little Beast the current situation of the divine Spill continent. So, although we haven't discovered the army of the dead yet, we must guard against the underworld gate at 100 Herb Valley. Otherwise, if we are attacked from both sides, the divine Spill continent will be in danger. Little Beast frowned. He had come here to find his father. The divine Spill continent had nothing to do with him. He didn't expect that the continents were still defending themselves. How could he find boss like this? That's right. Does the underworld have a transmission gate that leads to each continent? Little Beast suddenly thought of this. Yes, there are many exits to the underworld. What we fear the most is that there are some that haven't been discovered yet. If several more appear, that would be bad. Sigh, we can only guard the 100 Herb Valley's exit for now. Little Beast wasn't concerned about the divine Spill continent being attacked from both sides. What he was concerned about was the underworld having an exit that led to each continent. With his father's strength, he should be able to show his prowess in the war soon. It was better for him to go to the other continents than to wait here like an idiot. Thinking of this, Little Beast waved to Little Furball and Little Source. Hey, let's go. We're going to the underworld. Ah, the surrounding people's eyes widened. They couldn't believe their ears. This fellow wanted to go to the underworld. Beast God, don't take things too hard. The underworld is too dangerous. If we go now, we won't be able to return. Don't be impulsive. Demon Finger anxiously said, I already said before that when I want to leave, I will leave at any time. Little Beast's face hardened again. Demon Finger also knew Beast God's character. Once he decided on something, he absolutely couldn't stop him. Demon Finger let out a long sigh and said, Since you've decided, I won't stop you, but you must be careful. The divine Spill continent does indeed recruit Deathsworn. There are some who take the initiative to attack. If you must go, then go and sign up. Little Beast nodded and turned around to leave. Beast God, Demon Finger called out to Little Beast. Be careful. Also, your temperament is too pure. If you can survive, you must restrain yourself. The Little Beast was slightly taken aback. If Demon Finger had recruited him previously for Mo Quan, then this warning should be for him. Little Beast shook his head and gave Demon Finger a rare chuckle. I know. Demon Finger, thank you for your hospitality during this time. If anyone dares to bully your secluded spring in the future, they can look for my father. But I must go now. Your father? Yes, his name is Solipsistic, Little Beast said, and then went to the inner circle of the Great Array. It seemed he was going to sign up for a Deathsworn. Solipsistic is Beast God's father. Demon Finger repeated this strange name. Chapter 1056. Ignoring other people's surprised gazes, Little Beast swaggered into the secret passage with Harry and Little Originator. Finally, there were no more annoying gazes in the secret passage. The three of them quickened their pace. Dad, we're coming. After some distance, a black hole appeared in front of them, which must be the gate of the underworld. The three of them rushed indirectly, as many people had speculated. On the other side of the gate of the underworld, the army of the dead had also set up a tight defense. Although the strength of the cultivators would be greatly reduced after entering the underworld, it was obviously irrational to enter the underworld and fight the army of the dead. However, the army of the dead had still sent 200,000 army of the dead to guard this place, which showed how meticulous they were. However, at this moment, three figures rushed out of the black hole in front of them. A gigantic rat was the first to charge out like a streak of white light. Behind him, a white tiger leaped and pounced into the Netherworld army camp. The last person to come out was a human with a large number of divine beast phantoms behind him. His eyes were filled with joy. Ha 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 ha, so many spirits. I won't hold back. After Harry and Little Beast devoured the 2-star human king and the 5th-level demonic beasts, Little Originator was even more terrifying. It absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy from the explosion of the 4 supreme demonic beasts. Although it returned most of the spiritual energy, its strength was greatly increased. Then, the 3 of them slaughtered half of the Demon Fall Forest, and their strength increased by several levels. For example, Beast Deity was no longer a little boy. He had grown into a young man, which showed how much his strength had increased. Now, they were much stronger than before, and they were not afraid of the army of the dead at all. The army of the dead in charge of guarding this place was a little confused. The person in charge was a 3-star ghost general, who was even more confused at this moment. The stupid cultivators had sent more than one team of men of sacrifice, so he was quite experienced. But what was going on with these 3 things? Not only were there only 1 human and 2 beasts, but they were also very excited, as if they had seen something that excited them. The world of Yang has started to send some crazy people to mess things up. Kill this beast tamer for me. However, at this moment, a scream came from the army. Ah, something is wrong with this rat. My arm. My arm. The furry ball pressed its claws on the dead soul's chest, wanting to bite off his arm and then bite off his head. Everyone could clearly hear the crisp sounds coming from that guy's mouth. This scene caused the hearts of all the departed spirit soldiers to tremble. Logically speaking, unless there was some special method, they would become nightmare spirits after death and report to the nightmare spirit quadrant. As long as their spirit envoys were not destroyed, it was equivalent to them being in the underworld. They would not die at all. To put it simply, to the people of the Yang world, they were ghosts. Even if their bodies were gone, they wouldn't die. However, that large rat directly ate that person alive. Moreover, he was eating with such relish. Even the netherworld's physical body and soul were eaten. Nothing could escape from that mouth of his. This guy is a soul-devouring beast. No, it's not a soul-devouring beast. Soul-devouring beasts don't eat flesh. What the hell is it? On the other side, a large group of Spectre army soldiers threw a barrage of skills at the White Tiger, but the White Tiger was unharmed. It's immune to spiritual power and has a shockingly high elemental defense. Hurry up and use close-range attacks. Many people noticed this problem and quickly switched to close-range physical attacks. Originally, the Lesser Originator was immune to elemental attacks and heavenly wrath attacks. However, that was in the past. Now, although the Lesser Originator was not immune to elemental attacks, its elemental defense was so high that it could almost ignore these attacks. As for heavenly wrath attacks, none of the Spectre army soldiers could use them yet. Nobody knew if it was because of the restriction of the underworld. A large group of Spectre army soldiers charged at the Lesser Originator and switched to close-range physical attacks. However, no matter how many people attacked the White Tiger, it still didn't move an inch. This guy is immune to physical attacks. A Spectre army soldier was desperate. Spiritual attack, immunity to physical attacks, and super elemental defense. How could they fight against it? At this moment, the Lesser Originator, who had been attacked fiercely, suddenly roared angrily. Like an aurora, it instantly pounced on a 2-star Theo the Great and slapped him with its claws. Half of that guy's body was torn apart by the tiger's claws, and he was sent flying backward. Now, the Lesser Originator could not only absorb spiritual attacks, but also physical attacks. Furball turned its head abruptly and saw a bloody thing flying toward it. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and ate it. Seeing this, the Spectre army soldiers almost broke down. Hey, the beast god is here. Why is no one helping me? The teenager behind the Spectre army soldiers was unhappy. Furball and the lesser originator had stolen all the limelight, but he was left out. Just thinking about it made him angry. The lesser originator roared angrily and stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground in the whole area collapsed. Then, flames of 4 colors lit up on the ground: black, blue, red, and purple. These flames are the flames of the 4 mythical beasts. The Spectre army was most afraid of flames. Now, there were 4 types of flames. The teenager jumped up instantly. At the same time, 2 pairs of huge wings faintly appeared on his back. He was like a sharp sword in the air, stabbing toward the place where the army of the dead was the most concentrated. Wrath of the Beast God. The Beast God's punch had a large area of effect, splitting consecutive strikes, dizziness, burning of spiritual power, and a large area of effect. With one punch, the light of many defensive shields flickered. Then, the Spectre army soldiers were sent flying. Beast God's celestial realm. Beast God's corpse incineration. Suddenly, the whole area was hit by a fierce ice attack. At the same time, the raging fire burned the area like an alchemy furnace. The Beast God had attacked the 1,000 Spectre army of the dead with ice and fire. A 9-star Theo the Great dodged nimbly in the fire and moved behind the Beast God. Don't be arrogant. Earth demon invasion. Then he punched the Beast God's back with both fists. With a bang, the guy's fists hit the target. However, what he hit was not the Beast God, but a transparent defensive shield. Vaguely, 2 virtual images of the black tortoise appeared on the shield, which looked like the tortoise shell behind the black tortoise. Why are there 2 layers of the black tortoise shell? The Beast God looked back with cold eyes. A 9-star Theo the Great dares to sneak attack me? Double tiger attack. With a roar, the Beast God's figure flashed and split the body of the 9-star Theo the Great into 2. What did you say about the soul-devouring beast? The Beast God sneered. Although I'm not a soul-devouring beast, any demonic beast has to kneel before me. Then the Beast God reached his palm into the man's head with great precision and took out a crystal from his head. In front of everyone, he ate it. The army of the dead trembled when they saw this scene. He ate it again. Just now, there was a huge rat that ate the souls of the dead. And now there was another one. He ate the elixir directly. No matter how many stars Theo the Great had, he was powerless in front of the Beast God. The Ghost General was completely stunned. Who were these 3 guys? 2 giant beasts had amazing defense. One of them ate the souls of the dead. How was that an attack? Its attack was not based on the numerical value. It was clearly eating. The other one was immune to attacks and became stronger as it fought. Double attacks were too terrifying. This was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that the human youth had multiple types of mythical beast god flames. His movements were as fast as lightning as he ate the crystal cores. In this army of 200,000, it was as if he was invincible. These 3 guys, why are they not affected by the underworld at all? The 3-star Ghost King had difficulty breathing. This is clearly the nemesis of the undead race. Chapter 1057. The 200,000-strong army of the dead was instantly broken up by Little Critter, and the other 2. Their strength was unfathomable. Anyone below the Ghost King level was as vulnerable as a chicken or a dog in front of them. Although the army of the dead was very powerful when they were alive, and didn't know Little Critter and Little Critter, they should know Furball. After all, many people knew the legend of the God-Eater rat. However, after they died, their memories were severely damaged. Therefore, no one knew what these three guys were. They only knew that they were like the nemesis of the ghost world. They killed like crazy. No, to be precise, they killed like crazy. Seeing that his troops were defeated in an instant, the three-star Ghost King finally made his move. We can't lose our position. Black Soul Ghost Seal. Suddenly, the white tiger saw the Ghost King make his move. It quickly abandoned the army of the dead and rushed toward him. An illusory ghost claw hit Little Critter. Little Critter was not injured. Instead, its speed increased sharply. This guy can ignore spiritual attacks and even absorb spiritual attacks. The Ghost King looked at the white tiger in horror. In just a moment, the white tiger's speed had increased by 3 times. On the other side, Little Critter had also locked on the strongest person in the army. It shouted in a low voice, 100 Beast Divine Technique, Black Tortoise Inverse Dark Armor. Howl. Furball growled, as if it was dissatisfied that Little Critter and Little Critter were fighting over the boss. I'm killing monsters here, but you guys are stealing the boss behind my back? Furball couldn't stand it. Furball turned into a white light and rushed toward the 3-star Ghost King. At that time, the Ghost King's mind went blank when he saw the 3 lunatics rushing toward him. I just used one move. Why did these 3 attack me at the same time? How could they fight like this? How could they fight like this? Why didn't they care about the army of the dead? Well, it didn't matter. The army of the dead was not a threat to them. However, it seemed that he was in trouble. One was immune to attacks, one ate ghosts, and one was full of divine beast skills. The worst thing was that when these 3 guys rushed toward him, they had enhanced each other's status. All 3 of them had looming shields and bloodline bond. At the same time, their hands glowed with colorful lights, and their attacks were enhanced with a lot of elements. Damn it! The 3-star Ghost King Realm Ghost General tried to dodge. The little beast spread its arms. You want to run? Yin-Yang Trapping God Formation. Myriad Stars Annihilation. This move was shockingly the upgraded version of Extreme Nether Fluorescent Stars Annihilation. A beam of light shot out from the ground and into the sky. The little furball stopped in shock and looked resentfully at the little critter who was concentrating on casting the spell. Roar, 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 roar. Who told you to use this move? He was gone. There was no more food. The surrounding army of the dead looked at the beam of light in horror. Could it be that their leader was killed in one move? Fortunately, at this moment, a figure rushed into the light pillar without hesitation. At this moment, the Ghost General was facing the 10,000 Stars Annihilation head-on. Even though he was a 3-star Ghost King, he was still having a hard time facing the 10,000 Stars Annihilation. Damn it! Why does this skill feel so familiar? Star Annihilation. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on under such terrifying spiritual energy. I have to find a way to escape. Just then, he saw a white figure walking toward him. The Ghost General widened his eyes. The underworld was no exception, and the 6 levels of heaven were all physical battles. Therefore, even his teammates couldn't enter this area of attack. However, inside the Myriad Stars Annihilation, the white tiger seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. It couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of the suboriginator, but it was immune to spiritual attacks. The suboriginator rushed into the range of the Myriad Stars Annihilation and slapped the Ghost General, who was struggling to resist the attack, out. The Ghost General had been burned by the beast fire of the real dragon and the real wind. At the same time, his body was seriously injured. Spitting out blood, he flew out of the Myriad Stars Annihilation. Seeing the suboriginator rescued the Ghost General, the little furball was relieved. Finally, its food was back. Then, it jumped at the Ghost General. Little Furball, don't fight with him. He's mine." The little beast didn't want to be outdone and rushed at the ghost general. A white figure flashed out of the beam of light. It was the suboriginator. The ghost general was shocked beyond words. Were these three fellows trying to toy with him, a dignified 3-star ghost king, to death? Sky-breaking sword. With a flash of white light, Lu Chun was standing behind the ghost general. The hundreds of thousands of army of the dead had been killed in the sea of fire, while the 3-star ghost king was directly pierced through by Lu Chen's sword. Who are you?" The ghost general widened his eyes. "Why are you not affected by the underworld? Why do your flames come from the underworld?" Lu Chen's left arm returned to its normal state from the emptiness of gods and demons. He put away the infinite sword of demons and snorted. "Stop pretending. I didn't use the earth fire to kill you. I know you won't die. Go back and tell the king of hell." Lu Chen turned around and said calmly, "The solipsistic is here to kill him." After saying that, the ghost general finally fell to the ground. Lu Chen snorted. At this moment, in the distant sky, a pillar of light shot up to the sky, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky of the underworld. Lu Chen looked in that direction in surprise and blinked. "No way, what's going on over there?" The distance was too far. Lu Chen couldn't tell what was going on over there. Did the army of the dead activate some great formation? Or did someone else break into the underworld and fight the army of the dead? Lu Chen wanted to confirm it, but he didn't have time now. He had to save people first. Thinking of this, Lu Chen retracted his gaze and walked towards the city of the dead souls. More than an hour after Lu Chen left, a few figures suddenly appeared from the portal behind him. They saw a charred battlefield with corpses all over the ground. The 7 or 8 people were shocked. Nameless did it. "Quick, look for Nameless corpses." They looked around but didn't find Nameless corpses. Instead, they found the corpse of the 3-star ghost king, realm ghost general. In that case, John Doe must have passed this place. Great, Nameless is really strong. Quickly go back and report that Nameless has cleared the entrance. They quickly returned to the green, Fen mainland. At this time, in front of the secret passage, the people of the celestial fortress who were guarding this place, as well as the managers of the holy court, gathered. Nameless has cleared the army of the dead at the entrance. Currently, the army of the dead hasn't rearranged their defenses. The dozens of leaders looked at each other. John Doe really did it. Everyone, now we have 2 choices. First, we can be more conservative and continue to defend against the Netherworld Army's surprise attack. Second, we can move the defense line to the Netherworld. The second choice is very dangerous. The Underworld has too much influence on us. If we choose this option, everyone must be prepared to sacrifice their lives. But I also want to say that Nameless is now in the Underworld. This is our best chance to move forward. On one hand, we can get information about the enemy. On the other hand, we can restrain the main battlefield. Everyone knows that the longer the main battlefield drags on, the less chance we have of winning. Everyone looked serious. This was a matter of life and death for hundreds of thousands of people. More importantly, this decision could affect the direction of the war. After a long while, He Xing said, "I think we should go in. If we can't defeat the enemy in the first place, it means that we've already lost most of the battle. This may be our only chance to turn the tables." Yes, I support this too. We'll transfer more people. As long as we guard this place, even if the people who enter are sacrificed, the army of the dead won't break through the defense line immediately. Besides, Nameless is in front. I think it's feasible. After a quick vote, most people chose the second option. Okay, then we'll transfer more people and enter the underworld. He Xing said firmly. Chapter 1058. At the Demonic Academy, Chu Tian and the others stood in front of the cliff of reflection, shaking their heads. What's going on? We trained so hard for so long, but the army of the dead came out of the immortal corpse mound. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but complain. Why do we feel like fools guarding here? You can just drop me into the immortal corpse mound. Chu Tian was even more depressed. He took out his treasure, the heavenly rhythm divine sword array, and studied it with the top sword spirit of the academy for half a year, but now they were just staring at each other. It would be fine if they won the battle at the immortal corpse mound, but Uncle A Sea of Clouds said that all the continents couldn't even take care of themselves. If we can't win the battle against the army of the dead quickly, we'll be weaker, and they'll be stronger. We'll definitely lose. Yifan said with a frown. These geniuses knew this better than anyone else. Although they were anxious, they knew that they had to do their duty. Plus, the exit of the secret passage happened to be at the Demonic Academy, so they couldn't leave their posts. However, at this moment, A Sea of Clouds, Tian, and the other instructors hurried to the students. Everyone, pay attention. Zhong Xingu has issued a mission to send 500,000 people into the underworld. I've already signed up. This group of listless people suddenly stood up as if they had been injected with chicken blood. What? Enter the underworld? A Sea of Clouds nodded. Yes, everyone already knows that the Dean has entered the underworld alone. He has already cleared the army of the dead near the entrance to the underworld. The Qingza mainland is preparing to send people into the underworld and push the defense line to the front line. Chu Tian immediately said, That's how it should be. A Sea of Clouds continued. The Qingza mainland is not far from the entrance to the underworld of our Shengza mainland. They've contacted Zhongxian Ge. We'll attack from the front, and they'll attack from the back with the army of the dead. Both sides will attack from the front and back. Everyone was excited when they heard this news. That's a good idea. If we annihilate the army of the dead here, the Demonic Academy won't be threatened. In the future, we can even help the other continents open the entrances and expand our advantage. That's right. We can't stay passive all the time. Now that we have this opportunity, we must seize it. He might be able to catch up to the headmaster. Him venturing into the netherworld by himself is really worrying. A Sea of Clouds looked at the crowd and said, Many of you have been to the underworld before and know that our strength will be greatly reduced in the underworld. Therefore, for this attack, I'll make it clear that we may die. Everyone's expression turned grave. It was no longer the time to joke around in the face of a great battle. That's why I'm going by the principle of voluntariness this time. We have a maximum of 1,000 slots, and I won't force anyone to sign up. We'll let everyone go. Who wants to go? Look for Long Xiang, Saiji, and Instructor Lanji to register. The deadline will be 2 hours later. After that, A Sea of Clouds left in a hurry. It seemed that he still had many things to do. Then, as soon as he turned around, a large group of people got up and rushed towards Longxiang and the others. A Sea of Clouds looked back with mixed feelings. Sure enough, the disciples of the Demonic Academy didn't disappoint him. However, at the same time, it was impossible for him not to worry about his disciples when they went to the underworld for a battle. Old Sea, there are no unbroken eggs when the nest is overturned. When the army of the dead invades, no one can stay out of it. Sacrifices are inevitable. Tian patted A Sea of Clouds' shoulder. A Sea of Clouds' eyes reddened. They're all good children, but I have to send them to the battlefield. With a little more time, who knows how many of these children will become strong? If they fall, I really can't bear it. Tian also sighed. The front line is tight. It's said that the pressure there is already very great. Once the army of the dead breaks through the immortal corpse mound, Shungsa mainland will become a dead land under the iron hooves of the army of the dead. Moreover, no one's path of growth will be smooth sailing. This is a tribulation that each of us must overcome. A sea of clouds naturally understood these principles, but it was harder to let go because he couldn't change it. Perhaps he knew that he was being too emotional. A sea of clouds shook his head self-deprecatingly. If Nameless was here and saw the performance of these little brats, he would feel gratified. His disciples are as brave as him. Let's go. The assault force meeting is about to start. Let's hurry over. Within the sixth heaven, the scale of the battle at the front line of each continent could be said to be devastating. The people in charge of the major academies were all present to command the battle. Zhongxiangu had already led the elites of the major academies to fight fiercely with the army of the dead for several days. In the temporary headquarters of Zhongxiangu, several Sengoku seized the time to rest while waiting for Zhongxianji's left celestial envoy. Not long after, a demon man entered the military camp. Celestial envoy Feng Hua. The Sengoku hurriedly stood up. The man nodded and quickly walked into the camp. How are our casualties? A Sengoku said. In the 4 days of fighting with the army of the dead, the 4 major defense lines have repelled the army of the dead 14 times. On our side, more than 567,000 people have died, and 113,000 people have been possessed. 560,000. Hearing this number, everyone's expression darkened. No matter how many times they repelled the army of the dead, they could not completely defeat the army of the dead. And they did not lose a single person, which was a huge loss. In addition, 28 million people have different degrees of injuries and are currently recovering. For 37 million people are waiting for their souls to unite and recover. Feng Hua frowned. Have you found the army of the dead's young energy supply unit? Celestial envoy. A few small teams went to investigate, but they have not returned. Everyone was silent again. If there was something that the army of cultivators insisted on, or rather, the army of the dead's biggest weakness was their yang energy supply. If they could destroy the other party's yang energy supply, then they could quickly reverse the situation. However, the various continents had not found a way to supply the army of the dead's yang energy, let alone destroy their yang energy supply. If this continues, we will definitely be defeated within a month. Feng Hua said fiercely. Right. How is the alliance with Qingzha continent going? Celestial envoy, prepare to attack today. The celestial envoy sat down tiredly and looked at the war zone map in front of him. This projection map was like an illusion map and could directly check the situation of the battlefield. At this time, the 4 major battlefields on the map were still fiercely fighting. Their battle had never stopped, although the army of the dead had only attacked for 4 days. This intensity was beyond many people's imagination. Feng Hua let out a long breath and looked ahead blankly. Nameless, how far can you go? Perhaps you are our hope of victory. At this time, someone rushed in from outside the tent. Celestial envoy, there are 3 Ghost King powerhouses in front, and they are above 5-star. The celestial envoy nodded and collected his thoughts. He frowned and said angrily, "Damn it, how many high-star Ghost King powerhouses do they have? Our 5-star human king powerhouses have just experienced a fierce battle. Celestial envoy, that Ghost King is wantonly slaughtering." The person who came in looked very anxious. Feng Hua could only nod and say, "It seems that they are not attacking with all their strength and have been trying to force the celestial envoy to take action. Okay, I got it. This time, I'm afraid the celestial envoy will really take action." Chapter 1059. The sixth heaven had entered a state where every citizen was a soldier. At this time, Lu Chen knew nothing about the situation outside. He was activating the underworld compass and heading towards the city of the dead souls. Not long after, he arrived at the dead souls plain. The familiar battlefield still had traces of fire and cracks on the ground. Here, Lu Chen killed tens of thousands of the army of the dead, killed the spirit envoy Yiksha, and captured the nameless dead souls, expert alive. Standing in front of the bare ground, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. He slowly pulled out the silver gallbladder and looked into the distance. On the high slopes in the distance, there were already people moving. He was already surrounded. The unpredictable enemy seemed to have known that he would come and ambushed here. From afar, if one did not look carefully, one would think that it was a grassland. He did not expect that the army of the dead would still have such a large number of troops at the back. When they attacked countless continents at the same time, they stood there from afar, staring coldly at Lu Chen. The wind blew. The blood-red sky was covered by clouds. A scarlet lightning flashed, illuminating the darkness in front. One strike, countless figures of the army of the dead. In the sky, it actually started to rain. A voice sounded from afar. "Solipsistic, you really dare to come? Are you here for this woman?" The army in front suddenly opened up a path. A giant beast, Basha, carrying a tall tower, walked out from the back. At the top of the tower, 9 magical beasts stood in 9 different directions, each biting a chain. The other end of the chain was tied to a beautiful woman. The woman was wearing a white veil. Her face was pale. A pair of fox ears on top of her head drooped weakly. Her limbs and body were tied up by 9 chains. At this time, she raised her head and opened her mouth. The huge amount of spiritual energy in the giant tower was being transformed by her body, finally turning into a black mist and being absorbed by a black pearl in front of her. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes were about to burst. Green smoke came out from both sides of his eyes. The silver gallbladder in his hand trembled slightly. "Li Wei, what the hell did you do to her?" Lu Chen roared. The voice laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha, solipsistic. Even you can lose control of your emotions. Interesting. The heavenly fox race is neither human nor demon. They are spirit seeds born from Mother Earth and can communicate with all races, even yin and yang. As long as I have her, I can make her absorb the spirit energy of the underworld and convert it into yang energy. Then she can provide even more yang energy for my army of the dead." Do the immortal cultivators really think that the great plan that we've been planning for hundreds of years is nothing more than what we are seeing right now? The Eternal Soul Palace gathers the souls of the deceased over 10,000 years. The stronger the soul, the longer it will take to revive. What you've encountered now is just our army of the dead's scouting team. The wrath of the underworld is not something you can bear. The show has just begun. Lu Chen shouted angrily. "Let her go! Let her go! Ha ha ha! You're really naive. Do you think that's possible? Oh, that's right. She was captured by us because she wanted to save you. Do you feel guilty? However, lone tyrant, it's important to know one's own limits. No matter how strong you are, can you fight against my netherworld army of millions and millions? Can you fight against my countless souls? Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you that the 6th heaven is just the beginning. Jiuqian shouldn't be divided into yin and yang. Either you become an immortal and ascend to rule all living beings, or you turn into ashes and dust. Since there's still the underworld after the Jiuqian dies, and we can continue to cultivate in the underworld since the game didn't kick us out, then I'm sorry to say that no one here deserves better resources than me. Our underworld should dominate the world. The army of the dead's goal wasn't just the 6th heaven. Once they took over the sixth heaven, they would infiltrate from top to bottom until they unified the Jyotian. At this moment, the black pearl's gathering of yang energy slowed down. While the pearl was transferring yang energy, Li Wei woke up. She looked at the lonely figure in the distance in shock. In front of the army of millions, that person holding a long spear looked particularly lonely in the heavy rain. Nameless? Nameless! Go! Don't worry about me. Go! The King of Hell's strength is beyond your imagination. Li Wei shouted at Lu Chen. Lu Chen held back his tears. This woman was so silly. Wasn't it enough for her to save him once? Couldn't she think for herself? Li Wei, Lu Chen said angrily, I owe you a favor. Don't you want to see me avenge your Heavenly Fox clan with your own eyes? Ha ha ha, the Heavenly Fox clan's revenge? The voice interrupted Lu Chen again. Li Wei, why don't you tell him now who the enemy of your Heavenly Fox clan is? Li Wei's tears fell uncontrollably. She kept shaking her head, looking very painful. Lu Chen widened his eyes. What happened to Li Wei? If she won't say, I will. The voice said, it's fate. Speaking of which, this woman is not the first Heavenly Fox clan member that the King of Hell, have captured. Lu Chen suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. Obviously, the person who spoke was Li Wei's enemy. However, Li Wei probably didn't know that her enemy had become the king of the underworld. Unfortunately, those Heavenly Foxes were too useless. They couldn't withstand the fierce spiritual energy in the 9 Beasts' exquisite pagoda and exploded. I had to keep collecting yang energy. Humiliation, grief, and despair made Li Wei cry bitterly. She cried and shouted, Nameless, go. You owe me a favor, and I don't want you to pay it back. If you can survive, go back and take my sister Yao He with you. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyelids twitched. He could feel Li Wei's despair and helplessness, and this made all the blood in his body rush to his brain. Solipsistic, you can't change anything. As long as you take one more step, I guarantee that you will die. At this moment, Lu Chen moved. The surrounding raindrops evaporated instantly and turned into mist before they could get close to Lu Chen. He twisted his fingers, and the silver gallbladder spun in his hand. The spear's body flashed, and lava shot out in all directions. He lowered his head slightly, and his eyes stared at the endless enemies. He slowly raised his left foot, and it hung in the air. Nameless, go, Li Wei roared. Shut up, Lu Chen roared. The group was stunned, and even Li Wei quieted down. Was that guy yelling at her? Lu Chen snorted. Damn it, what a joke. Are the lives you saved so worthless? Since it's a promise, how can you go back on your words? I owe you a favor, so how can I go back on my word? With a boom, Lu Chen stomped his foot, and mud splashed up. I will save. I will avenge the Heavenly Foxes. In an instant, an incomparably powerful spiritual energy exploded, and it forced the rain back. I don't care about your hundreds of millions of army of the dead, your invincible underworld, and your eternal souls. Today, Solipsistic, will flatten your eternal underworld. Celestial Demon Symbiosis. Chapter 1060. After being scolded by Lu Chen, not only was Li Wei not angry, her pair of blood-red eyes stared at the lone person who was charging over from afar with heartache. She no longer had the strength to shout, but her tears flowed silently. Nameless, you're so stupid, you don't die. The army of the dead already knew the power of Lu Chen's raging flames, so the battle formation was especially long in order to prevent Lu Chen from burning a group of people to death. Even the fighting was done in batches. This person has the earth fire attribute, which is extremely effective against us. Let's exhaust him first. The voice said indifferently. It was strange that although his voice was close by, no one could see him anywhere in the battle formation. Of course, this didn't affect the army of the dead from obeying his command. His stamina is his weakness. Even if he isn't affected by the underworld, as long as we exhaust his stamina, we can easily kill him. A ghost general cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate understands." Then he immediately ordered, 300 people in a group, exhaust him one by one. Starting from the first group, don't let him come near here. Immediately, a group of ghost soldiers pounced on Lu Chen. 300 people wasn't a small number, but considering Lu Chen's strength, 300 people couldn't be less. And this was only to exhaust Lu Chen's stamina. Suddenly, a one-star great spectral cultivator pounced in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen was about to stab him with his spear when he suddenly froze. This person, he knew him. When he first came to the sixth heaven, he was trapped on an island and spent a month on a deserted island before he was rescued by a disciple of Paladin Academy. And the person in front of him was one of the people from Paladin Academy. He was also the one who agreed to let Lu Chen ride on their mount. Lu Chen hurriedly turned around and dissipated the force, dodging to the side. He looked at that person in shock. However, that person didn't seem to know Lu Chen at all. Or rather, he knew Lu Chen, but he didn't remember their previous interactions. When Lu Chen looked at the others again, he suddenly found a few familiar faces among them. This batch of Paladin Academy disciples had already become the army of the dead. They had already died on the battlefield. No wonder they sent this group of people to their deaths. It turned out that they were originally from the Yang world, so it wouldn't be a pity even if they died. Solipsistic, die for me? Those people's killing intent was strong, and they continuously sent out several waves of sword chi. Lu Chen wanted to make a move several times, but he couldn't. However, the more he didn't fight back, the more the other side pressed him. If he didn't kill these people, the army of the dead wouldn't send anyone else. Although his stamina was no longer a problem, the other side's tactic was something that no one could withstand. If this dragged on, he wouldn't be able to save Li Wei. Kill! That disciple thrust his sword forward. Way of the Spear, army destroyer of 100 battles. Lu Chen clenched his teeth and thrust his spear forward, directly piercing that person's heart. His body faintly emitted a flame. It was his soul that was being roasted by the earth fire. In that instant, he seemed to wake up for a moment. He looked at Lu Chen and smiled. "Nameless Dean, I knew you would come. Thank you for granting me release. I didn't want to become their chess piece, but I'm sorry. Also, I really miss your roasted fish. There won't be a chance in the future." After saying that, that person's body was directly roasted into ashes by the earth fire. Lu Chen suppressed his grief. His eyes filled with grief and anger. "Demon Lord King of Hell, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Army Destroyer of 100 battles was originally a multi-attack skill, but Lu Chen's Formless had already reached perfection. One skill in his hands had become multiple skills. Under the Earth Fire Silver Gall Spear, the souls of the dead fell one by one. All of them turned into ashes. Before the battle was over, the second batch of soul soldiers charged over. Lu Chen tried to shake them off and rush towards the enemy formation, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of him that prevented him from breaking through. "Solipsistic, you want to save people without killing them? What are you thinking?" That voice had a mocking tone. Batches after batches of soul weapons fell, but another batch of soul weapons rushed up to replace them. Lu Chen's white hair had already been dyed red. The spear in his hand had already killed many soul soldiers. "Solipsistic, I want to see how long you can last." "Continue." Exhaust him until he dies. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, massacre, endless massacre. Since he couldn't use a large area of effect attack, Lu Chen used a small area of effect attack. Doppelganger, flash shot, spiritual energy cannon, transcendental shooting, even lightless sky flame pillar. Lu Chen's skills were endless, especially his doppelganger. It was extremely strong and could hold its own, greatly reducing the pressure on Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen was attacking, raging flames burning the heavens, suppressive fire, sacred lotus sword heart. Genesis. These super strong skills either consumed too much energy or were not flexible enough to use. Perhaps even the army of the dead didn't expect that Nameless actually had so many skills and could hold on for so long. A team of 300 people couldn't hold on for long in front of him. They would all be killed immediately. However, the army of the dead had the advantage in terms of numbers. This guy, Humu, let the second team attack in batches, 3,000 people in a group. Yes, the second team, 500 people in a group, kill him. The opponents this time were much stronger than before. Most of them were 2-star and 3-star spectral cultivator. Shattering Void. Lu Chen shattered the opponent's domain with a punch, splitting Mount Hua. Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He directly blasted the ground with his spear, smashing a huge trench, while his figure moved quickly. Devil's Doppelganger. This time, before this batch of soul soldiers died, the next batch of soul soldiers had already surged forward. He can fight so well. The third team, 10,000 people in a group, kill him. I want to see if he can't be killed. The King of Hell's tone was no longer as calm as before. There was a hint of anger in his tone. Lu Chen killed batch after batch. And then another batch came up as if the enemies were endless. An hour later, the fourth team, 10,000 people in a group. 50 minutes later, the fifth team. I don't believe that this person's stamina and energy are endless. After killing the 5-star Theo, the Great, in front of him with a single shot, Lu Chen raised his head shakily and looked at the army of the dead charging towards him again. He had already forgotten how many army of the dead he had killed. If they could leave corpses behind, then the corpses here would have piled up into a mountain. At this time, he was almost at his limit, but there were just too many of them. He couldn't kill them all. After more than 5 hours of crazy killing, Lu Chen's hands were already trembling. He recovered his spiritual energy time and time again with the spiritual energy storm, but he couldn't recover his stamina and energy. At first, Lu Chen was still able to handle it with ease. However, after a long and endless battle, even someone as strong as Lu Chen couldn't guarantee that he would come out unscathed. At this time, there were many hidden arrows on his body, and he was bleeding profusely. Humph, that guy is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Although the solipsistic is strong, do you really think you are immortal? Under this kind of continuous battle, no matter how strong you are, they can still kill you. Many army of the dead saw Lu Chen's shaky appearance and seemed to see hope. He can't hold on any longer. Quickly kill this monster. This guy has finally exhausted his stamina. Kill. On the 9 beasts' exquisite pagoda, Li Wei closed her eyes slightly as 2 streams of tears fell silently. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. So what if Lu Chen killed more army of the dead? The army of the dead's numbers were simply uncountable. Besides, the real experts had yet to make a move. The King of Hell was just toying with the Nameless. At this time, on the battlefield, Lu Chen suddenly shouted angrily, "Monster? All right, you want to see a monster, right? I'll satisfy you. Demon Lotus Heart, Inner Demon." Chapter 1061. Little Critter, Little Furball, and Little Originator had just finished off the enemies here and had a good meal. The battlefield here could only be described as bloody. Little Furball had too much food. Some of them stopped after eating half of it. Little Originator directly took their spirit cores from their brains. It was not interested in their bodies at all. In short, the battlefield was a mess. It was definitely the scene of a wild beast attack. Where can we find Dad? Little Critter sat on the ground and frowned. Where are the other gates to the underworld? At this moment, Little Furball ran over with a person hanging and threw him in front of Little Critter. Roar! Ask him? Aya, why didn't I think of that? Little Critter widened its eyes. It slapped its thigh and walked to the Soul Soldier. Hey, are you still alive? The Soul Soldier moved in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was surrounded by 3 guys. He shuddered and fainted again. None of these 3 monsters were easy to deal with. Dealing with one of them was already a nightmare. Now that all 3 were in front of him, it would be strange if he did not faint. After some time, the Soul Soldier was shaken awake again. The 3 monsters covered in blood stared at him. Little Critter said seriously, "Hey, if you faint again, we will eat you." The man sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of threat was this? Couldn't he faint? Tell us, where are the gates to the underworld nearby? Take us there now. What do you want? The Soul Soldier trembled violently, but he did not dare to run. We are asking you questions. Since when are you asking me questions? Tell us. The Soul Soldier tried to calm himself down. If he really brought these 3 monsters to the other gates to the underworld, he would definitely die miserably. He would not be killed by these 3 guys, but by the King of Hell. However, if he did not tell them, he would die now and be eaten alive. He would die either way. Under such circumstances, the Soul Soldier's brain worked quickly. He mustered up his courage and asked, You 3, have you never been to the underworld before? Nonsense. If I had been here before, why would I need to ask you? The little beast said impatiently. That guy looked at the little beast strangely. Although the strength of this man and 2 beasts was terrifying, they always gave people a feeling that they were inexperienced. I'll take you there, but don't kill me. The little beast thought for a moment and said, You're just a small fry. I'm not interested in killing you. Lead the way. The man stumbled to his feet and led the way. The little furball changed back to its original form and climbed onto the little beast's back. 1 man and 1 tiger followed behind. The soul weapon's mind spun rapidly. Where should he bring the 3 of them to? The gates of the underworld were definitely out of the question. Every gate of the underworld was guarded by an army. Even a few 100,000 players would not be enough for them to eat. If they were careless and caused the entire team to be wiped out, they would definitely not be able to escape the responsibility. At that time, the King of Hell would definitely make him wish he was dead. Instead of going to the gate of the underworld, bring these 3 guys there. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Previously, he heard that the City of Dead Souls had set up a large number of guards. Firstly, it was the City of Dead Souls' second line of defense. Secondly, it seemed to be to deal with someone. There were many people there. If he brought these 3 guys there, they should be able to fight. Thinking of this, he made up his mind to bring these 3 beasts to the Spectre Flatlands. Hurry up! The little beast went up and kicked him. The man did not dare to resist and immediately quickened his pace. However, the little beast did not see his expression. He lowered his head and laughed sinisterly. Once we reach the Spectre Flatlands, I'll kill the 3 of you. The 3 of you, the nearest gate of the underworld is quite far from here. We have to speed up. Stop talking nonsense. Go as fast as you can. Don't worry that we can't catch up. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 of you follow closely. More than 2 hours later, the soul weapon stopped in front of a large mountain. He swallowed his saliva. After these few mountains, it would be the Spectre Flatlands. He had to find a chance to escape. However, he suddenly realized that something was wrong behind him. The three guys who had been making a racket suddenly quietened down after the white tiger roared. They even stopped at the same spot and did not even know that they had walked far away. What's going on? He turned his head around curiously. Suddenly, a white figure flashed by and punched through his head. Then, the white figure took out the elixir and put it into his mouth. Before that guy realized what was going on, he was killed by the little beast. The little beast shook off the blood on its hand and returned to the originator. It frowned and said, "Originator, are you sure you can sense the location of our boss?" The originator nodded and looked at the mountains in front of it. Although it was no longer a puppet, it still maintained a subtle connection with Lu Chun. Previously, it could not sense Lu Chun because they were too far away. But now, it clearly sensed that familiar feeling. There was no mistake. It was the boss. The furry ball could not wait any longer. It jumped down from the little beast's shoulder and kept squeaking at the originator. It was urging the originator to find its boss. The originator did not stay any longer and rushed toward the mountains. The little beast looked at the corpse on the ground and shook its head. "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame my dad. He told me that being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Since we've found my dad, you're no longer of any value to us, so we can only kill you." Unfortunately, the soul weapon could not hear it. After saying that, the little beast looked at the originator, who was about to disappear. Its eyes lit up. "Dad, I finally found you. The little beast is here." The little beast's voice was trembling. They had been separated for more than half a year. At that time, Lu Chen's life was still unknown. The little beast and the other two missed Lu Chen so much. Now that they had finally found him, it was impossible for them not to be excited. Of course, the little beast did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to find Lu Chen in the underworld. Maybe his dad had died after he was kicked into the sixth heaven. Otherwise, how could he appear in the underworld? Soon, the little beast calmed down. "I don't know if Dad has become a ghost or not, but even if Dad has died, I will bring you back even if I have to destroy the underworld." After saying that, the virtual image of the Aurora white tiger appeared on its body. Then, like a flash of lightning, it chased after the originator and the little fur ball. It had been 2 minutes since he entered the inner demon state. At this time, Lu Chen was like a bloodthirsty demon who was crazily slaughtering the army of the dead, and his means were becoming more and more cruel. Dismemberment, heart gouging, brain gouging. He used every means possible, which made the other army of the dead tremble with fear. He was completely enjoying the process of torturing the army of the dead. If Lu Chen had not reached the 6th level of the celestial demon origin cultivation method, which reduced the speed of the inner demon's loss of mind, he would have gone crazy. After entering the inner demon state, Lu Chen did not care about the injuries he had suffered. His body was covered with new wounds. At this time, he was like a crazy beast covered in blood and with disheveled hair. However, under the blood-stained white hair, his red eyes were extremely firm, and he was still walking toward her step by step. At this time, Lu Chen knew that he could not continue to maintain the inner demon state. After withdrawing from the inner demon state, Lu Chen was so exhausted that he almost fell down. Seeing Lu Chen's current appearance, Li Wei felt that her heart was about to break. "Nameless, this guy is not finished. He actually slaughtered 1 million of our army of the dead," that voice said angrily. "Fortunately, this guy's strength will eventually run out. Now, he is struggling on his deathbed. Tiger, I kill him. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Chapter 1062. As the subordinate of the King of Hell, Demon Lord, Hu Mu's strength was not to be underestimated. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Chun like a flickering picture. Solipsistic, you can die now. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Dragon scales appeared on his left arm, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. You're still so arrogant when you're about to die. It seems like you don't know who your opponent is. Hu Mu said indifferently. Remember, if the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, no one will let you live until dawn. Soul and body as one. Demon Tiger, ambush. Hu Mu turned into a black light and shot toward Lu Chun. Li Wei was so nervous that she forgot to breathe. Could Nameless in this state take on a super strong attack from an expert like Hu Mu? Lu Chun glared and roared, "You're courting death! Void break!" At this moment, a shocking roar suddenly came from afar. F***CK, your grandmother. How dare you hit my dad? Extreme shadow step. Dual tiger ambush. Lu Chen's mind was a little confused. Why was there someone here? The term dad was very familiar, but the voice didn't sound like Little Critter's. When they parted, Little Critter was still a child. How could it be so mature? Could it be that Hu Mu's son was here? Before he could turn his head to look, a streak of white light flashed before him. Immediately afterwards, a huge spiritual force sphere formed in the middle of the battlefield exploded in a flash. Boom! A huge crater appeared on the ground, as if a comet had hit from the side. Lu Chun was directly sent flying by this incomparably powerful explosive force. The army of the dead was shocked. What's going on? What just happened? What was that white shadow just now? Is Solipsistic dead? Who was the one who flew out just now? The army of the dead couldn't be blamed for not understanding the situation. Even the usually calm Lu Chen was confused now. What was going on? That white shadow probably didn't hit him, and he was blown away by the explosion of the spiritual energy ball. What was Hu Mu's son doing? This was a little too far off. As soon as the dust settled, people could see the battle inside. A young man punched the side of Tiger Eye's forehead, shattering the transparent shield around Tiger Eye. Then, like a cannonball, Tiger Eye was blasted hundreds of meters away, smashing through the army of the dead's formation in the distance and disappearing without a trace. After dealing with the enemy, the youth instantly rushed towards Lu Chun. Dad! The little critter rushed over and pounced on Lu Chun, who was covered in wounds. It cried tears of joy. Li Wei was dumbfounded. That young man was called Nameless Dad, which meant that he was Nameless son. Didn't Nameless say that he didn't have a girlfriend? He already had a son this big? Lu Chun looked at the little beast that was tightly hugging him. His face was full of confusion. Little beast. His son was already so big. At this moment, a roar came from afar. A white tiger jumped up from the rear of the army of the dead and pounced on Lu Chun. Lu Chun opened his eyes wide, and his brain short-circuited. Springer? Before Springer arrived at Lu Chen's side, a little white mouse jumped up from its head and pounced on Lu Chen, rubbing its little head on Lu Chen's cheek. Squeak, 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 squeak. Little fur ball. Lu Chun grabbed the little fur ball with one hand and leaned it against his cheek. Springer also came. It lowered its head and rubbed Lu Chun gently. Lu Chun stroked its big tiger head. I finally found you. I finally found you. No, you found me. Ha ha ha, all of you are here. Lu Chun was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. In the vast sixth-layer heaven, he had finally found these three little guys. Dad, who beat you up like this? Little Beastie looked at Lu Chen, who was covered in wounds with heartache, and cried, "Look at you, you're already injured like this." Lu Chen was also speechless. He didn't care about the minor injuries on his body. The main problem was that he was too close to the spiritual energy ball, and the impact was not small. In addition, his attack had been interrupted halfway, so his chest was tight. "I'm fine, little beast. You've grown so big." Lu Chun stroked Springer's head, his eyes full of fatherly love. After being called Dad by the little beast, Lu Chen had no choice but to accept this identity, and had already gotten into the role. "Dad, we didn't catch up to you, and were sent to the God-Spill continent by that puppet master. We didn't know how to leave the continent, and we didn't know how to find you. We only hunted in the fallen demon forest every day." Lu Chen took a deep breath. Hunting every day. How could there be a good result if these three guys hunted freely? Is the fallen demon forest still there? It's still there, but there are fewer and fewer demon beasts there. Springer said, regretfully. Of course, there were fewer and fewer demon beasts. Springer alone could eat the entire fallen demon forest. If this went on for a bit longer, perhaps the God-Spill continent might not be able to escape. "Oh, that's right. Rhubarb, come out. Look who's back." Lu Chen also called Rhubarb out. As soon as Rhubarb came out, Springer threw themselves at Rhubarb, almost squashing Rhubarb. "Rhubarb, we missed you so much." Rhubarb was ravaged by these three guys, and he let out a series of miserable screams. Lu Chen never thought that he would be able to find Springer while he was fighting the army of the dead. It had to be known that a large part of the reason why he had founded the Demonic Academy was to find these three guys. Just as this family was happily reminiscing about the past, a furious roar suddenly erupted from afar. "Ah, who is it?" A tiger's eyes flashed from behind the army of the dead. His eyes were filled with anger as he fiercely said, "Solipsistic, so you have a son. Beast tamer, right? You're quite something." "Very good. The whole family is gathered together, right? Good. I'll send you all to hell." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Those little brats in the Demonic Academy always liked to ask him, "Dean, is this your strongest state?" Lu Chen always shook his head. After coming to the sixth layer heaven, he had never truly opened his strongest state. But now he was in his strongest state. Starting from the fifth layer heaven, Lu Chen would only be at his strongest state when Springer were all beside him. Oh, right, there was also Rhubarb. Who knew when this guy would awaken? In short, count him in first. Springer stood beside Lu Chen, while Springer lay on top of Rhubarb's head. The five people's gazes directly passed the tiger's eyes and looked at the endless army of the dead. "Dad, are we going to kill all these guys?" Springer asked. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen decided to make things clear to these three guys, so as to avoid accidental injuries. "The girl on the top of the tower is one of us. Oh, that's to say, except for that big sister, all of them have to die." Springer had already understood. Lu Chen looked at Springer again. Springer hurriedly squeaked to confirm the information. "Well, very good. Springer, this guy must be carefully reminded." Lu Chen put away the silver gallbladder, and a pair of black and white swords slowly appeared. Then Lu Chen said calmly, "Let's start." Chapter 1063. The alliance between Shenyuan continent and Qingze continent had already begun. With the opening created by Lu Chen, Qingze continent's 600,000 elite troops surrounded the army of the dead from behind. Almost at the same time, Shenyuan continent's 500,000 troops broke through the array. The other party did not have many troops. They were originally relying on the array, the advantage of the netherworld, and their confident reinforcements to defend. Even if they could not defend, they could quickly request for reinforcements to complete the defense. However, the 150,000 army of the dead suddenly fell into a predicament. Not only were they attacked from the front and back, but there was also no response to their calls for reinforcements. Compared to the army of the dead, the troops chosen to break through the encirclement from the two continents were all elite troops. Moreover, with the previous experience of failure at World Edge Pavilion, Fonglai Academy, and Demonic Academy, they were even more well prepared. They brought enough spiritual energy replenishment pills, talismans to seal spiritual bodies, and fire element enchantments. In the battle of life and death, the army of cultivators displayed amazing combat power. In just 1 hour, they had already wiped out the 150,000 army of the dead. Celestial Fortresses, Celestial Sea Pavilion Master, and Zhongxian Ji's Ma Bei, Immortal King even joined forces to kill the 3-star Ghost King, level Ghost General. After that, the troops guarding outside quickly sent people to enter, set up arrays, and quickly built simple fortifications to defend the entrance to the Netherworld. Their plan did not end there. Zhongxian Ge had already contacted Huayuan Continent and was preparing to break through the third entrance of the Army of the Dead. The two teams successfully met and continued to rush to the next entrance to the Netherworld without stopping, as the number of people kept increasing, and the military power became stronger. The later battles became faster and faster, and the casualties became smaller and smaller. After taking down the fourth entrance, the army's effective combat power had exceeded 2 million people. In addition, there were more than 100,000 injured and 220,000 dead. This number was mainly the casualties from the previous two battles, and it was still decreasing rapidly. At this moment, Ma Bei and the others were a little surprised. Strange, the army of the dead only deployed such a small number of people to defend the entrance. It shouldn't be. The Hall Master of the Trampling on Immortals frowned as well. We've already broken through the 4 entrances. Why hasn't the army of the dead reacted at all? Their rear defenses aren't that strong, and they don't have any reinforcements. Could it be that the army of the dead is so careless that they think we won't dare to enter the underworld? The Heavenly Sea Pavilion Master added, I heard from a few survivors that someone was holding back the reinforcements, causing the reinforcements that were originally stationed at the Spectre Plains to not arrive in time. It's just that I think they might be misleading us. Could it be Nameless? The Heavenly Sea Pavilion Master frowned. He knew that Nameless had entered the underworld. It can't be, right? He can hold on until now. The Hall Master of the Trampling on Immortal's face was full of doubt. According to the time given by the Heavenly Sea Pavilion Master, he should have been in the underworld for 7 to 8 hours. I heard that Nameless' body is weak. There's no way he can hold on for so long. Ma Bei nodded. Nameless has the creation space. That skill is indeed insane, but the creation space is more useful in defense. This time, he's going to save people and is on the offensive. The creation space can't capture the opponent, so it's useless. I really can't think of how he can hold on until now. Besides, his stamina is really weak. He can't fight a long battle, unless he broke through the army of the dead on the Spectre Plains. That's impossible. Those soul soldiers said that there are hundreds of millions of army of the dead on the Spectre Plains. Moreover, there are still more souls from the Eternal Soul Palace joining in. It's impossible to kill them all. I think that if there's really someone holding back the army of the dead, it could be an army with a shocking number of people, but who has the power to hold back the hundreds of millions of army of the dead? Everyone was puzzled. Their breakout this time, other than encountering the stubborn resistance of the defending army, everything else had gone too smoothly. Why don't we go take a look? Heavenly Sea Pavilion Master said, "The army of the dead hasn't sent any reinforcements yet. I feel that no matter what the reason is, it's not normal. Perhaps this is our chance." The commanders were somewhat hesitant. After all, their current mission was to break through the gates of the underworld on the various continents. If they could occupy more gates of the underworld, it would be of great significance to the entire campaign. Taking the risk to investigate the situation on the Spectre Plains seemed to be too reckless. However, on the other hand, considering the battles at the 4 gates of the underworld, it didn't make sense that the army of the dead hadn't sent any reinforcements. If this happened to be the army of the dead's weak point, once seized, it could even decide the outcome of the campaign. From this point, Heavenly Sea Pavilion Master's suggestion couldn't help but be tempted. "How about this? We'll split up." Mabe suddenly said. 1. 5 million will continue to work with the armies of the other continents to break through the gates of the underworld. The other 1 million will head to the Spectre Plains. The Spectre Plains isn't far from here. They haven't sent any reinforcements yet, so I believe that there shouldn't be any defenders there. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if we really encounter a defender, even if we're completely wiped out, it won't affect you from attacking the gates of the underworld. Heavenly Sea Pavilion Master nodded and said, "If their rear is really empty, we can even directly turn the tide of the battle. Opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting. We can't hesitate any longer." They all agreed with Mabe's suggestion. Celestial Fortress and Zhongxianji's 2 teams. Around 1 million people would head to the Spectre Plains. This place was only half an hour away from the Spectre Plains. The 1 million-strong army was rapidly advancing through the underworld. The demonic academy's people followed in the group, looking very nervous. "Do you think that the person holding back the entire Spectre Plains is the Dean?" Xiao Zhan asked his fellow disciples as he ran. Chu Tian was silent for a while before he let out a sigh. Actually, the demonic academy's disciples knew better than anyone else that the Dean's biggest weakness was his weak physical strength. They didn't have much hope that the Dean could hold back the Spectre Plains for 7 to 8 hours. 7 to 8 hours of fierce fighting? They would rather believe that the Dean had quickly killed his way out and left the Spectre Plains. After all, this was in line with the Dean's strength. Many people thought so, but even more people thought that it was a lie made up by the few survivors. Either there were no defenders in the Spectre Plains at all, or there were already defenders waiting for them to walk into a trap. Or there really was a powerful army that was fighting fiercely with the army of the dead there. However, whether it was a trap or not, whether there were allies or not, they had to verify it. The army of cultivators arrived at the Spectre Plains in 20 minutes. When they arrived, the 1 million people were stunned by the scene in front of them. There were no traps here, or more accurately, the countless army of the dead here didn't ambush them. There was also no powerful army of cultivators here. There were only 3 figures here, slaughtering madly in the endless army of the dead. A 14 or 15-year-old human killed a group of people with a raise of his hand. A white tiger went deep into the enemy's formation and was surrounded by tens of thousands of people. It was like scratching an itch through a shoe. When it attacked, it raised its paw and killed the enemy instantly. There was also a large white rat surrounded by broken limbs. Even the army of the dead trembled in fear when they saw it. Behind the 3 freaks, a rhubarb dog stood beside a man in black, barking at the army of the dead from time to time. Nameless had already rested for a while. Luchin didn't even need to do anything. With the help of little greens pills, he had recovered a lot of his physical strength. He patted Rhubarb's head, shook his head, and said, "Rhubarb! Oh, Rhubarb, look at the 3 of them." They've become so powerful, and you're the only one who's still in the cheerleading team. You can't do anything, but you're number one in attracting hatred. Chapter 1064. There was no magnificent army here. Only Lu Chun and the other three. The cultivators were already frightened by the scene in front of them. Who is that young man? He's so strong. How can his pet be so strong? Is that a sky-swallowing rat? Oh my God! It can even eat the souls of the dead. The beast god. And the others were fighting, so they had forgotten about Lu Chun. However, the disciples of the demonic academy immediately saw Lu Chun. It's our president. Xiao Zhan was so excited that he was the first to rush to Lu Chun. The other disciples followed him. President! Lu Chun turned around and looked at Xiao Zhan and the others. Why are you here? President, you're still alive. Xiao Zhan said excitedly, we're working with the other continents to push the defense line to the netherworld. Lu Chun rolled his eyes at Xiao Zhan. What are you talking about? Pushing the defense line to the netherworld? It seems that you've already succeeded. We've just occupied 4 entrances, but there were no reinforcements, so we came to check. We didn't expect to see you and that young man here. President, who's that guy? He's been with you for so long, asked Xiao Zhan. Yi Fan, Wu Xian, and Skyfall were all attracted by the beast god. That guy was so strong that he killed the army of the dead. That guy is so strong. President, who is he? Lu Chun shook his head, helplessly. He's my son. The disciples were all shocked. The president had a son? He's already so old. Lu Chun stood up and looked at the little beast and the others. The 3 of them had been fighting together since they were little, and their cooperation was perfect. The little beast's elemental enchantment and defensive shield, the little furball's bloodline bond, and the little originator's immunity to both physical and spiritual attacks. The 3 of them had killed much more enemies than he had when he was fighting alone. Demonfall Forest has allowed these little fellows to grow too much. Lu Chun sighed. As long as the enemy did not send out Gao Xing Ghost King, Lu Chun was not worried about the safety of these 3 guys at all. Director, is your stamina all right? Yi Fan asked. My stamina consumption isn't that big. Moreover, little critter, and the others helped me gain some time to rest. I have already recovered, Lu Chun said. Hearing Lu Chun's words, the students' hanging hearts were finally relieved. At this moment, the army of the dead split into 4 groups. What was surprising was that at the same time, dark clouds began to gather in the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A strong gale swept through the entire spectre plane, bringing with it a faint chill. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the other party could no longer sit still. Solipsistic, that voice rang out again. I admit that I underestimated you, but that won't affect your final outcome. More than 40 figures rushed out from the army of the dead's formation. These 30-over people all looked unusually calm. Even when they saw the 3 beasts slaughtering, there was still no fluctuation in their eyes. Although they did not speak, the surrounding army of the dead lowered their heads slightly when they saw these people, not daring to look them in the eye. Even the ghost General Tiger Eye did not have such prestige. Solipsistic, the appetizer is over. Next is the main course. Remember, you came to the wrong place. The king of hell said coldly, after killing you, I will kill these trash who barged into the underworld as well. At this moment, the army of the dead that was entangling little critter, and the others also began to retreat. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted, Little critter, little furball, little originator, come back. The 3 of them gave up on chasing the deserters and quickly returned to Lu Chen's side. These soul soldiers should be the Spectre Guards. Their status is second only to the Ghost King. Lu Chen reminded. Dad, the one who keeps talking seems to be the Ghost King. Why hasn't he come out yet? Little Critter asked. Lu Chen snorted coldly. They probably don't want to get away for the time being. Otherwise, they would have come out by now. Let's not worry about that. Let's deal with these Spectre Guards first. If they don't come to us, we will go to them. Standing in front of the hundreds of millions of army of the dead, Lu Chen held the ultimate sword in his hand, together with Little Critter, Little Furball, and Little Originator, waiting for those super powerhouses. Behind them, millions of cultivators were also waiting quietly at this moment. The intensity of the battle now was not something they could handle. Even though Yi Fan and the others were very good at fighting beyond their level, it would still take some time for them to defeat the Ghost King, let alone the high-level Ghost King. Kill him. At the command of the King of Hell, 40 Spectre Guards blurred and surrounded Lu Chen, and the others in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Basha carried the 9 beasts' exquisite pagoda on his back and seemed to have retreated. Lu Chen watched as Li Wei was taken away. His eyes widened in anger as he roared, "Where are you taking Li Wei? You are really gutless. Are you afraid that you can't defeat me, so you took Li Wei away?" A Spectre Guard sneered. "Can't defeat you? Are you dreaming? Because the game is over, and you have reached the end of your road. You took that heavenly fox away. Solipsistic cultivator, you actually forced us Spectre Guards to take action. However, now that the 4 Ghost Kings have taken over the Eternal Soul Palace, they can still awaken those top-level Spectre Guards." A Spectre Guard stared at Lu Chen. "When the time comes, it will be the end of you cultivators." Another Spectre Guard said. "However, you were able to force us out. At least you delayed the formation of the Eternal Soul Palace's top-level army, which can be considered as buying some time for you cultivators. Unfortunately, this farce is over. You and the cultivator army behind you, the army that occupied the gate of the underworld, only have one fate: die." These people were indeed Spectre Guards. Lu Chen knew that if he did not defeat these Spectre Guards, he would not have a chance to save Li Wei. Moreover, if he chased after Basha now, the people behind him would probably be surrounded and killed by the army of the dead. Among these people, there were also God-fiend disciples. He could not leave them alone. Lu Chen snorted. Just as he was about to speak, the little beast suddenly spoke. So annoying, so long-winded. What Spectre Guards? Aren't they just some gatekeepers? Hey, how many of you are there? Attack together. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Good fellow, wasn't this line his? In the end, the little beast snatched it away. Children are indeed troublesome when they grow up. Attack together? Humph, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Spectre Guard said, "If you're in a hurry to die, we'll fulfill your wish." Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent spiritual energy instantly exploded. 40 Spectre Guards simultaneously entered the soul body as one state. Their bodies grew to at least 3 meters tall, their bodies emitting terrifying spiritual energy and pressure. Mabe's eyes widened. These Spectre Guards should be at the 7-star Ghost King realm. 47-star Ghost Kings. Heavens, if these guys had joined the battle earlier, perhaps some of the continent's defensive lines would have already been broken. Pavilion Master High frowned. The Eternal Soul Palace's true experts have yet to appear? If that's really the case, the main battlefield will not be able to hold on very soon. Mabe faintly said, "Perhaps our only hope of victory lies in the nameless." Chapter 10:65. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The strongest opponent he had ever met was Chong Ming. In terms of the strength of the spirit energy they released, He didn't think that there was anyone here who could give him a stronger pressure than Chang Ming. I thought that the Soul Guards were all at least 9-star Ghost Kings. So they're only SOSO. Lu Chen said coldly, I understand. You don't represent the entire underworld. Otherwise, the souls of the dead in the Eternal Soul Palace should directly join the army of the dead. You don't need to use any methods to tame them to become a member of the army of the dead. Tame? You're wrong, a soul guard said. Since ancient times, the souls of the dead have to go through the Eternal Soul Palace. Oh no, it's us. Originally, we would have become trash without any beliefs or goals. It was the King of Hell that gave us a different choice. The King of Hell is the hero of the dead. He is our belief. When the heroes of the underworld were fighting for hegemony, the King of Hell led the army for hundreds of years and gradually swallowed thousands of forces to become the undisputed king of the underworld. He controlled the most important Eternal Soul Palace in the underworld. That is a place all the souls of the dead must go. In order to seize the Yang world, he endured hardships for hundreds of years and expanded the army of the dead. He collected Yang energy and finally established the underworld today. He will also lead us to seize the Yang world and leave this barren land to enjoy better resources. Those souls of the dead should feel proud to be a member of the army of the dead. Lu Chen coldly snorted. He didn't know if these soul guards truly supported the King of Hell, or if they were brainwashed too thoroughly. From their words and actions, it seemed like they were dead set on following the King of Hell. Now, Lu Chen had already guessed most of it. Why did the stronger souls of the dead appear later in the Eternal Soul Palace? That was because the will of the strong souls of the dead was firmer, and it was harder to forcibly instill ideas into them. And the reason why the King of Hell didn't let someone stronger take up the role of spirit guardian was because he wasn't able to control someone with such a high star level. Those super strong souls of the dead could only be controlled by strong enough powerhouses. Because of this, these soul guards were only willing to appear now. The 4 great ghost kings knew that their own backyard was on fire, so they did not show up until now. From this, Lu Chen was certain that the King of Hell and the others were preparing to control a group of extremely powerful experts, so much so that they could only watch as he slaughtered everyone here. If this group of experts were to come out, the 6th heaven might not be able to withstand it. In that case, he didn't have much time left. Facing 40 soul guardians, Lu Chen finally had to get serious. Although Qiao Ming was one of the strongest mortal kings in Xinyuan continent, Lu Chen had only killed Qiao Ming's body 1,000 years after his death. It was far inferior to Qiao Ming's strength when he was alive. At that time, if Qiao Ming hadn't been merciful, he would have perished together with him at most. Although these soul guardians hadn't reached the 9th level of the Ghost King realm, they were able to become soul guardians in the eternal underworld, second only to the 4 great ghost kings. They definitely had the ability to fight above their level, and they were all outstanding figures in the army of the dead. Since you've decided to follow the King of Hell, I have no choice but to kill you. Lu Chen snorted coldly and shouted, Celestial demon coexistence. Then Lu Chen activated the God of War possession, demon transformation, land of death, boiling dragon blood, and 3 lives reincarnation. At the same time, his left arm rapidly demonized, and his normal arm suddenly became ferocious. Little beast god glanced at his dad and got a fright. Dad, this is... Lu Chen smiled. You're not the only ones who have become stronger. This is the emptiness of God's and demons' arm. In the ghost plane, the wind was changing. The army of the dead and the army of cultivators were facing each other. However, at the moment, it wasn't the 2 sides that were fighting, but the 40-odd people at the center of the battlefield. It's about to begin. 7-star Ghost King realm. Sir, Yi Fan stared at the battlefield. All of a sudden, dozens of blurred shadows that were too fast to be seen by human eyes began to move on the battlefield. One of them shouted, "That young man is not a human being. He must be one of the solipsistic's battle pets. As long as we can kill the solipsistic, we can deal with him later." Instantly, the 10 soul envoys dashed toward Little Beast God, and the other two. They had already seen through the 3 beasts' strength and knew that fighting them head-on wouldn't end well. The best way was to find a way to contain them, separate them, spirit coffins and ghost coffins. A large amount of black smoke gushed out from the 10 soul envoys. The black smoke didn't disperse freely. Instead, it formed 3 independent areas, like walls made of fog, which separated Little Beast God, and the originator. "Dad, I'm trapped. Where are you?" Lu Chun heard the little beast's voice. He shouted back, "Don't be distracted on the battlefield. Don't worry about me when dealing with your enemies." "Yes, Dad." After separating the 3 beasts, there were still 30 soul envoys. Their goal was to kill Lu Chun together. "Solipsistic, let's see if you can still be so arrogant in the netherworld. Fall of the heavens." Several soul envoys used the same move. "Let me show you the real strength of the netherworld." Suddenly, hundreds of streaks of red light fell from the red sky of the netherworld, aiming at Lu Chun precisely. That was another skill that borrowed the power of nature. Lu Chun didn't dare to take it head-on. 9 steps in the void. Lu Chun quickly dodged. However, the streaks of light seemed to know where Lu Chun was going to land. Just as Lu Chun stopped for a moment, the streaks of light were about to hit him. Lu Chun's eyes widened. The speed was too fast. 9 steps in the void could be dodged, but his reaction time was a bit strenuous. Don't give him a chance to attack. This guy hasn't used raging flames incinerate the heavens yet. He must have a trick up his sleeve. The other soul envoys quickly followed up with their skills. Lu Chen's heart couldn't help but tighten. These soul envoys were indeed experts. They even knew that he had a trick up his sleeve. Ghost walk. In an instant, the figures of these soul envoys became faintly discernible. This kind of faintness wasn't because they were too fast and couldn't be seen clearly, but because their bodies had become illusory. Sword storm. Suddenly, a strong wind attacked Lu Chun from behind. Lu Chun didn't have time to turn around. Quick shift. Just as he stopped, a cold light was already at Lu Chen's throat. Die. Spiritual sword. Lu Chun clenched his teeth and used 9 steps in the void at the critical moment. At the same time, he raised his left arm. Void guard. Even with the speed of 9 steps in the void, he couldn't completely avoid this attack. Lu Chun had no choice but to practice dodging and defending. With a loud bang, Lu Chun was directly pushed back by the force. However, before he could stand firm, the fall of the heavens had already attacked him one after another. From the beginning of the battle until now, it had probably been less than 2 seconds, but Lu Chun had already been in danger several times. Oh my God, what kind of battle strength is this? Their coordination is simply too perfect. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened, his face full of horror. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, the dean would have been a dead man by now. Who knows how many times stronger than the creation space. "Dean, please don't make a mistake." Yi Fan frowned. He didn't expect that one day he would be so nervous that he had difficulty breathing while watching another person fight. The 30 soul guards had practiced countless times. Wave after wave of attacks, coupled with the fall of the heavens, Lu Chun didn't have the slightest chance to breathe, let alone make a move. Damn it, it's not over. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out. He suddenly shouted, "Celestial devil astral form." Once the celestial devil astral form was activated, Lu Chen's speed suddenly increased. The fall of the heavens couldn't lock onto Lu Chen's figure, giving Lu Chen a chance to counterattack. So what if you know that I still have a killer move? Unfortunately, even if you guessed it, you can't avoid it. Lu Chen shouted angrily, "All of you die, heaven-burning earth fire." Out of everyone's expectations, Lu Chen directly used a super powerful skill, heaven-burning earth third style. Chapter 1066. In an instant, the earth disappeared. The monstrous flames that erupted from the ground burned the entire specter plane to ashes in an instant. The earth, plants, and the entire plane, all of them instantly evaporated in the fire. The rolling flames erupted from the earth's core, shooting straight into the sky. The army of cultivators looked at the neat dividing line in front of them, and everyone was scared out of their wits. In front of this dividing line was Ashura hell. Magma and flames shot straight into the sky, and the whole scene turned into a red sea of fire. My God! Mabe's eyes widened. Heaven and earth destruction. Heaven and earth destruction. This guy, is he still human? Xiao Zhan's eyes widened. He was also good at using fire, but compared to this move, his strongest skill was simply the difference between the light of a firefly and the brilliance of the sun and moon. How can the fire element have such a terrifying skill? Impossible. This is already beyond the scope of humans. Could it be that the Dean has already succeeded in passing the tribulation? No matter how strong cultivators were, they were still human if they didn't become immortals. But heaven-burning earth fire already had such a terrifying ability, it was simply beyond the understanding of these top geniuses. I suddenly thought of something, Chu Tian muttered. The time when the Dean entered the sixth heavenly layer seemed to be only a few months earlier than us. Chu Tian's sudden mention of this reminded many people. The Dean had always been a newcomer. I didn't expect Nameless to have such a terrifying skill. Yi Tian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It turns out that we were all wrong. Although we raised our expectations of Nameless time and time again, we still underestimated his strength by far. This guy, what kind of terrifying monster is he? Under heaven-burning earth fire, Lu Chen floated in midair, his long hair and black robe fluttering in the flames. His eyes were like the god of death, staring at the surrounding sea of fire. Actually, even Lu Chen himself was frightened by his own move back in Songyuan continent. Due to insufficient spiritual energy, he couldn't use heaven-burning earth fire. This was his first time using it, and the result was really terrifying. In terms of the strength of the move, heaven-burning earth fire should be Lu Chen's strongest skill currently. What was more terrifying was that this skill perfectly restrained the souls of the dead. Quick, use the immortal resistance pill. These soul guards were also prepared. They knew that Lu Chen had the underworld earth fire, so they had prepared immortal pills to increase the fire resistance. However, Lu Chen's fire elemental affinity had already reached 9,700. His fire elemental affinity also affected the intensity of the flames. Even a 7-star Ghost King would not be able to survive in the face of such terrifying underworld hellfire. No, I still can't block it. The fire damage is too high. Lu Chen just said lightly, heated brick bed, a few thousand stoves won't save you. All of you are already dead. The next one will be your king. These soul guards were instantly ignited by the earth fire. They couldn't believe it. This is an immortal technique. Why are you able to use immortal techniques? Impossible. Your spiritual energy can't support it. Immortal arts? Lu Chen did not know what this meant. He only knew that the earth fire burning the heavens was enough to kill these soul guardians. The 30 soul guardians had nowhere to hide under the endless eruption of the earth fire. They were instantly reduced to ashes. With a boom, the cultivator army was in chaos. Killed in one move. Who is this person? A disciple from the Qingza continent's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These are 37-star ghost kings. It shouldn't be a problem for them to conquer several continents. In the end, they were all killed in one move by him. Solipsistic, Mabe narrowed his eyes. When did you become so strong? When he was at the Soul Martial Hall, Nameless was not strong to this extent. How many months had it been? If this was the case, then he could probably flatten Zhongxin Ge. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he had reconciled with Nameless. Otherwise, the suppression on him would have led to Zhongxin Ge's downfall. Some people will become stronger the more they are suppressed. Mabe's eyes revealed complicated emotions. Lu Chen's growth was the hope of the sixth heaven. This was what he wanted to see. However, at the same time, this person had become an uncontrollable monster. This was what Zhongxin Ge did not want to see the most. Xiao Zhan shook his head and said to Yi Fan, "Our dean is indeed the leader of the evildoers. I finally understand. I thought that the dean was a little impulsive to protect you from the Purple Sky Palace. Now I know that the dean dared to do so because he has the strength to do so." Yi Fan shook his head and said, "No, I am very sure that the dean did not have the strength to fight against the Purple Sky Palace. It was just that this period of time gave the dean room to grow, and he became where he is today." Chu Tian said faintly, "So don't give the dean time to grow. Otherwise, when he comes out, you will find that you are no longer his opponent." The 30 soul guardians had been killed, but Lu Chen was not too happy. He tilted his head and looked at the army of the dead in the distance. The army of the dead was actually retreating in an orderly manner. His raging flames burning the heavens had almost covered the entire specter plane, but it was still unable to break through the defensive barrier of the army of the dead. If it were not for that barrier, the army of the dead would have been burned to ashes by the raging flames burning the heavens. It seemed that the king of hell, the demon lord, still had the ability to block the raging flames burning the heavens. Moreover, he had already activated the soul-body unification. Even if there was no battle below, the soul-body unification would be cleared in a short time. Without the soul-body unification, he could not activate the raging flames burning the heavens. However, he did not have much time left for himself. He had to stop the king of hell, the demon lord, from controlling the souls of those super-strong warriors as soon as possible. In other words, in the next battle with the 4 great ghost kings, he had to fight with his original body. Well, when he activated the raging flames burning the heavens, he was already mentally prepared. Then, Lu Chen looked at Little Critter. The spirit coffin and ghost coffin had already been scattered by the violent spiritual energy of the raging flames burning the heavens. As the raging flames burning the heavens attacked indiscriminately, Lu Chen did not attack that area to avoid accidentally injuring Little Critter and the rest. At the same time, the 10 spirit guardians were also spared. However, when they saw the horrifying environment around them, they were already frightened out of their wits. The surrounding flames soared into the sky. 30 spirit guardians were all killed in an instant, but the solipsistic demon lord was still standing there. The solipsistic demon lord killed 37-star Ghost King realm experts in an instant. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? They looked at Lu Chen with too many questions in their hearts. Why was this person so much stronger than before? Why was he able to activate such a horrifying skill? This was a skill that surpassed the upper limit of the Ghost King realm or the Human King realm. What kind of monster did they provoke in the underworld? 9 steps in the void. Lu Chen flashed and appeared in front of a spirit guardian. Looking at the pair of blood-red eyes that were so close to him, this spirit guardian actually felt a wave of fear. Perhaps it was the last bit of stubbornness that made this spirit guardian say, You can't defeat the king of hell. He is the god of the underworld. Lu Chen sneered. God, is it? The one I kill is God. Attacking the void, shattering the void. Chapter 10, 67. Normally, the 7-star Ghost King would have been able to avoid Lu Chen's attack. But the key was that he had been shocked by the power of the heaven-burning earth fire and had lost his will to fight. Moreover, their initial mission was to pester Little Beast, and the other two, they were used to avoiding direct confrontations. The skill that should not have hit him so easily landed a punch on his body. On the other side, Little Beast and the other two quickly joined the harvesting team. Etion heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was no suspense in the rest of the battle. Perhaps this is the effect of the coercion. Etion said, It makes the enemy cower before the battle. This way, even if the opponent is strong, he will not be able to exert his combat power. Thousand Stone Bao could not help but sigh. 1-star Emperor Shio can actually make a 7-star Ghost King Realm super expert cower in fear. What kind of strange situation is this? I think only our Dean can do this. As expected, the remaining 10 Soul Guardians were quickly killed by Lu Chen and the rest after the battle, except for the road leading to the City of Dead Souls, the area where the Cultivator Army was, and the area covered by the Spirit Coffin and Ghost Coffin was still intact. The other areas had become a huge abyss. Even the flowing magma could be seen. Standing on the original plane now was like standing on the top of a cliff. Most of the 40 Soul Guardians had turned into ashes. Only a few unlucky ones were still in Little Furball's stomach. After the battle, Little Furball became a white mouse again and jumped onto Lu Chen's shoulder immediately. Little Beast, an originator, also returned to Lu Chen's side. Dad, did you just learn that move? It's too powerful, Little Beast said. Lu Chen smiled. I got it when I was at the 5th heaven, but I never practiced it. It's quite powerful, but the consumption is too terrifying. I can't use it until I achieve soul-body unification. Little Beast nodded. That's true. It would be a bit exaggerated if such a terrifying skill could be used continuously. Dad, where are we going next? Little Beast was energized at the mention of the next arrangement. We are not tired at all. Lu Chen's face darkened. In terms of endurance, he was really inferior to Little Beast and the others. This was especially true for Su Qianxuan. The fact that Su Qianxuan was getting stronger and stronger was the biggest bug in itself. Lu Chen looked ahead. Let's go, Li Wei. Li Wei. Oh, was it that big sister from earlier? Dad, are you getting married? Then she's my stepmother, right? Lu Chen was just about to fight to the death when the little critter's sudden question made him feel like a deflated balloon. What stepmother? She and I are just friends. Lu Chen glared at Little Beast. Just friends? I've heard that there is no true friendship between men and women. The Little Beast had a puzzled look on its face. Lu Chen almost spat out blood. This kid stayed outside for more than half a year. What did he learn? How did he know so much? Dad, you're not young anymore. Hurry up and find a wife. Although I don't know that Sister Li Wei, I still prefer Sister Luo Yao. How about we bring Sister Luo Yao over when we reach the 5th heaven? When the time comes, you can mate and give me some younger brothers and sisters. PFFF. Lu Chen almost spat out several liters of blood. The little beast god was still a mythological beast in essence, so it was not wrong to say that it was mating. But why did he say it so easily? Well, the more he explained, the the more difficult it would be to explain. Lu Chun was powerless to explain. Now is not the time to talk about this. We have to go to the Eternal Soul Palace immediately. Okay, Dad. Not long after, Yi Fan jumped over the cliff from the crowd to Lu Chen's side. His eyes rested on Little Beast for a moment, especially when he saw Little Beast's 2-star King Realm badge. He could not help but gasp. How old was it? 2-star Human King? The most frightening thing was that from its strength, it seemed to be even stronger than a 2-star Human King. Oh, Yi Fan, what's wrong? Lu Chen looked at Yi Fan strangely. Dean, Ma Bei, and the others asked me to ask you if you want to return to the Yang world. We haven't rescued them yet. What's the point of going back? Besides, we can't wait for the King of Hell to release the experts of the Eternal Soul Palace. Lu Chen frowned. The King of Hell is controlling the Eternal Soul Palace. If he really releases the souls of those super experts, Sixth Heaven will not be able to hold on. Yi Fan said worriedly, Dean, we know that, but you don't have soul body fusion for a while. How are you going to fight against the 4 Ghost Kings? Lu Chen took a deep breath. I don't have time to rest now. I'm afraid that the next time I come to the underworld, the opponents will be even stronger. Also, it's hard to say if Sixth Heaven can hold on until then. I have no way out. Yi Fan lowered his head and said, Dean, we'll go with you. Lu Chen frowned. You guys should go back. The King of Hell's strength is terrifying. You should have seen it just now. My heaven-burning earth fire was still unable to break through the defense of the army of the dead. I'm guessing that the defensive barrier was laid down by the King of Hell. We know. It's because he's strong that we have to go. Yi Fan said firmly. Although our strength isn't enough to fight, Dean, don't forget that you still have dual heaven's might. We still have some use. Lu Chen was somewhat hesitant. He didn't have full confidence in fighting against the King of Hell. Once he lost, the people following him would probably die a miserable death. Dean, if you lose, it's the same as Sixth Heaven losing. Where can we run to? Yi Fan suddenly said. Since that's the case, why don't we go all out and fight? Also, I don't know about others, but how can we, the people of the Demonic Academy, abandon the Dean? When we first joined the Demonic God Academy, didn't Marshal Uncle A. Sea of Clouds say that if we wanted to defy the heavens, we had to join the Demonic God Academy? When it's time to defy the heavens, how can we shrink back? Lu Chun, who was still conflicted, suddenly felt relieved after hearing Yi Fan's words. His academy, his disciples didn't disappoint him. Good. Then follow me and kill the myriad ancient soul hall. Lu Chun said proudly. Dean, do you know where the myriad ancient soul hall is? Lu Chun took out the underworld compass and shook his head. Why isn't the myriad ancient soul hall's location marked here? Right now, I can only guess that it might be in the King of Hell city at this moment. An arrow suddenly flew through the air. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast as he grabbed the arrow. This arrow wasn't actually very fast. Its target seemed to be Lu Chun, who was looking down at the map, but it was a bit off. Yi Fan was just about to chase after the arrow, when he suddenly discovered that there was a slip of paper attached to the arrow. He strangely handed the slip of paper to Lu Chun. After Lu Chun opened it, he suddenly froze and looked back in astonishment. There was nothing on the horizon. Dean, what's this? Yi Fan asked. Lu Chun frowned. 50 kilometers northwest of the King of Hell City is the myriad ancient soul hall. Yi Fan was also very astonished. Someone had actually sent them a message. Chapter 1068. In a remote mountain range in the underworld, a giant dragon circled around for a few times before suddenly accelerating and disappearing into the forest. That black dragon didn't leave. In fact, he had only shrunk his body, and entered the territory of the army of the dead. This was a village near a mountain and a river. When the man returned, dozens of people walked out of the house in twos and threes. "Hey, Rue, how is it?" someone asked. The man said, "I've already told that kid the location of the Myriad Soul Hall. Right now, he's bringing people there." The leader of the Black Dragons, the middle-aged man who had given Lu Chen the black gold dragon costume, walked out and looked toward the northwest. "The Myriad Soul Hall. If we can kill the King of Hell and release the souls of the dead in the Myriad Soul Hall, the underworld can be considered restored and returned to its origin. I wonder if he can do it." Everyone was silent. Suddenly, He Rue looked up and said excitedly, "Xianlong, should we go help him?" "Help!" The Black Dragon Man froze and looked at the people behind him. The original underworld Black Dragon race had at least several 100,000 people, but now there were only a few dozen left. If it were 2,000 years ago, I would have acted without hesitation. But now we've all experienced too much and don't want to get involved in this battle anymore. Xianlong's voice was filled with weariness and vicissitudes. Leading the way for him is the most we can do. "Xianlong, have you thought about it? Does the King of Hell really not know of our existence?" Another clansman said, "The reason he hasn't acted against us is probably because he doesn't have the time. When he unified the underworld, did he leave behind the bloodline of his enemies? The existence of the underworld Black Dragon race was originally a threat to him. Once he took over the Yang world, with his personality, wouldn't he eliminate them by the roots?" His words quickly resonated with many people. We don't want to fight for hegemony. We just want to live, just like in the Myriad Calamity Abyss. Even if all hope was lost, weren't we still struggling at death's door? That's right. If we don't kill the King of Hell, he'll kill us in the end. Have you forgotten how we were imprisoned in the Myriad Calamity Abyss? Myriad Ancient Soul Palace was the most terrifying. Now that the King of Hell controlled Myriad Soul Palace, he definitely knew how to use that move. When the time came, no matter how strong that brat was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. We can't just hope for him to kill the King of Hell, but we also know that the King of Hell has a heaven-defying skill and do nothing about it. Xianlong became more and more agitated. He said angrily, "I want to help him, but how? Do you want us to exterminate our entire clan to help him? We are the only Black Dragons left in the underworld. We have endured humiliation for thousands of years. We have stepped on the corpses of our clansmen and lived an ignoble existence in this world. Why? It was all for the dragon crystal inheritance. Are you going to use your own lives to help an outsider? What if he's another King of Hell?" For a time, everyone fell into silence again. What Xianlong said was not completely unreasonable. After living for so long, they had long seen through the unfathomable nature of a person's heart. He Rue lowered his head and kept shaking it. "People like us don't deserve to live. These days, I keep thinking of the Myriad Calamity Abyss and my clansmen who were devoured by me. I also think of the strange changes in the abyss and how I kicked my clansmen into the abyss." A smile suddenly appeared on his face, full of bitterness and helplessness. "I still remember the ancestral teachings left by the dragon god to develop and strengthen the underworld dragon race. But now, in order to save the girl who saved him, that human didn't hesitate to charge into the underworld alone and fight against the army of the dead by himself. I don't believe that he's the King of Hell. Moreover, he fused with the dragon crystal, so he's half of our kind. It's just that he hasn't fully unleashed the dragon crystal's power. I have to help him." Suddenly, He Rue raised his head and stared at Xianlong. "Xianlong, your dragon blood is the purest. You stay. I'll go." With that, He Rue turned around and transformed into a flying dragon that soared into the sky. "He Rue, Qianlong anxiously shouted, but He Rui left without looking back. Qianlong could only helplessly shake his head. Qianlong, He Rui alone doesn't have enough dragon blood. I'll go too. Another person also transformed into a black dragon. I can't breathe because of this guilt. Anyway, I've lived for thousands of years, so I don't care anymore. I'll go too. If that human can't defeat the king of hell, the underworld black dragons can only wait to be exterminated. Since that's the case, even if it's just a gamble, it's better than sitting here and waiting for death. Wait, Longfei! More and more clansmen flew toward the sky in the northwest direction. In the end, less than 10 clansmen remained by Qianlong's side. An old man walked up to Qianlong. Qianlong, after so many years, I originally thought that I wouldn't believe in miracles anymore. Until that day, when even the core of the underworld and the abyss of myriad calamities experienced abnormal changes, I finally understood that miracles still exist in this world. Among the cultivators, there's almost no one who can stick to their original beliefs. The Jiuqian always has a way to make you give up your original beliefs, but if it's that person, I'm willing to take another gamble. Even if he's not another miracle, at least he's a chance for me to redeem myself. With that, the old man transformed into a slightly older black dragon and left the quiet village with the last group of clansmen. Suddenly, Qianlong was the only one left in the village. He looked at the empty village with a gloomy heart. Was I wrong? Qianlong let out a long sigh. After standing there for a long time, he returned to his house. If you want to die, go ahead. Ma Bei arranged for his disciples to ride on their mounts and led Lu Chun and the others. The million-strong army of cultivators flew across the Spectre Plain, which had changed beyond recognition. Someone sent a message to Ma Bei, Pavilion Master Hai, and the others, saying that they had seized another entrance to the underworld. However, Ma Bei and the others couldn't feel happy at this time. The entrance to the underworld, now, they knew that it wasn't the key at all. Even the main battlefield on the continents of the six heavens wasn't the key. The final battle between the underworld and the Yang world was on their side. The fate of the six heavens was now in the hands of one person. This kind of pressure wasn't something that one or two entrances to the underworld could alleviate. Lu Chun sat on a huge wine gourd. This mount was a flying magic treasure. Although it wasn't very domineering, it was very fast, racing against time. This was the current consensus of everyone. The gourd had a big and small head. Lu Chun sat cross-legged at the front of the gourd, concentrating on recovering his spiritual power and physical strength. The other people were squeezed behind. At this time, no one dared to disturb Lu Chen's recovery. The journey to the Eternal Soul Palace was very long. Even if they rode on a mount and traveled at full speed, it would take more than a day to arrive. At night, Lu Chen had already recovered. However, he still sat there quietly. He wasn't recovering his physical strength or spiritual power, but was adjusting his own state. The little critter looked at Lu Chen's back from afar with worry in its heart. In the past, when Dad fought, he rarely adjusted his state like this. This meant that Dad also knew that this battle would be a true life and death battle. Chapter 1069. The cultivator army on the dozens of mounts traveling with them was very vigilant. Everyone, be careful. Nameless information came from an unknown source. We need to be careful that the other party is deliberately luring us there. The teachers on the mounts reminded. However, they didn't encounter any army of the dead along the way. Looking down from above, one could see the army of the dead in Dead Soul City, Ghost Soldier City, and Bai Ling City. The number was incalculable. These armies were like countless tributaries, moving in all directions. These army of the dead should be going to support the main battlefield. There are actually so many of them. The army of the dead is truly innumerable. No wonder the army of the dead on the main battlefield can't be wiped out. They actually didn't stop us. Even though the army of the dead discovered Lu Chen's group, they didn't do anything and only cared about moving. The two sides only brushed past each other. Etienne narrowed his eyes slightly. From the looks of it, the information that the headmaster received is basically not a trap. If they really wanted to kill us, it's impossible that they didn't do anything when we passed by several major cities. Mabe nodded and said, "Perhaps the four Ghost Kings are also waiting for the final battle. I really didn't expect that the final battle would be here." The immortal army was unimpeded and arrived above King of Hell City on the second day. Looking down, the King of Hell City could only be described as extremely exaggerated. Even from high up in the sky, one couldn't see the entirety of the King of Hell City. After flying for another 10 minutes, although the journey was unimpeded, the closer they got to the Myriad Soul Palace, the more nervous everyone became. "Look, isn't that tower over there the Myriad Soul Palace?" Everyone looked towards the northwest. Looking carefully, it wasn't a tower at all, but a large 7-story building. Such a tall building was very rare in the Yang world, so it was mistaken for a tower. Lu Chen opened his eyes and looked towards the palace. Is that the Myriad Soul Palace? Was that the final destination after death? In front of the main hall, there were only tens of thousands of army of the dead standing in 2 neat rows. The guards who could stand guard here should not be weak. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to not see the immortal army. However, none of them raised their heads. They just stood there in an orderly manner. In front of the main hall, there was a spacious field paved with black stones. On the field, a person was sitting upright. There was a wooden table in front of him, and there was a pot of wine on the table. He poured himself a drink. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this one of the 4 great Ghost Kings? It seemed like he was already waiting for him. "Don't come any closer. Wait for me here. Little beast, let's go." Lu Chen said as he jumped down from the wine jug. When he was close to the main hall, he spread his wings to cushion the fall and landed steadily. Little Critter could fly, so it followed behind Lu Chen with Little Originator and Little Furball. When Lu Chen landed, he discovered that the tens of thousands of army of the dead around him were just empty shells. Their eyes were empty, and their faces were expressionless. There was no vitality to speak of, but the badges on their chests were abnormally terrifying. Ghost King Realm 7 stars, 8 stars, and even 9 stars. The ranks of the army of the dead were truly frightening. Such an army had the ability to crush any continent in the 6th heavenly layer. Just as Lu Chen was shocked, the person sitting there suddenly said, "It is indeed difficult to control the consciousness of these people, but fortunately, they will soon be completely under my control." Lu Chen recognized the voice of the person who spoke at the first moment. It was the voice that had spoken to him on the specter plane. In other words, the person sitting there was none other than the King of Hell, Demon Lord. Lu Chen's gaze fell on that person. This person was unusually tall and sturdy. He was a member of the deity clan. The appearance of the deity clan was not much different from that of human beings, but they were tall and sturdy. They had obvious divine bodies, which could be their eyes, arms, torso, tails, or dragon scales. It was said that they had the bloodline of God. Together with the demon clan and several other clans, they were known as the strongest clans in Jiutian. However, the number of the deity clan was smaller than that of the demon clan. But all the deity clan members were very powerful. This person had black hair and was at least 10 times bigger than Lu Chen. The huge devil horns on his head were bent backward in an exaggerated manner. It seemed that this was his divine body. The king of hell, demon lord? Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. The immortal army was in an uproar. That person is the king of hell. He is actually from our deity clan. See, such a huge body, devil horns on his head. I seem to have heard of such a person before. A deity clan disciple frowned as he tried to recall something, but he couldn't remember right away. He is the underworld ruler that unified the underworld, the king of hell, demon lord. The strongest of countless experts. Mabe, immortal king. Can you see his rank? Mabe coldly snorted. Is there a need to see? To be able to kill his way out of countless experts. His rank must be the peak of the Ghost King realm. 9-star Ghost King, peak. Moreover, he was the strongest one among them. Many people didn't expect that the first person Nameless would meet after coming to Eternal Soul Palace would be the king of hell, demon lord. The king of hell's lips curled up as he said in a heavy voice, "Solipsistic, we finally meet." Lu Chen coldly snorted, "Where is Li Wei?" That person faintly smiled and clapped his hands. Not long later, Basha carried the 9-beast jewel pagoda out of the hall. Nameless. At this time, the 9-beast jewel pagoda wasn't activated, and Li Wei was awake. She looked at Lu Chen in shock. He and her son had chased her all the way here. Seeing that Li Wei was still alive, Lu Chen let out a breath of relief. The thing that he was most worried about didn't happen. Now he could focus on the next battle. Solipsistic, before the battle of life and death. How about having a drink with me? The king of hell suddenly said. Ha ha ha, don't worry. If you don't believe in my wine, you can use your own. I've already sent your woman to you. I won't touch your friends or subordinates. I just want to have a fair fight with you. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. At the very least, this king of hell had the boldness of an overlord. Lu Chen walked to the table and sat down. He took out a jug of wine from his backpack and placed it on the table. The king of hell saw this and smiled faintly. It seems that you still don't believe me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Chen sneered. Do you have any reason for me to trust you? The king of hell didn't get angry. He only grabbed Lu Chen's jug of wine and poured himself a bowl. You don't believe me, but I can believe you. Whether it's the underworld or the yang world, the only one who is qualified to drink with me is you. This is a toast to you. With that, the king of hell drained the bowl in one gulp. Lu Chen looked indifferently at the king of hell drinking the wine and put down the bowl. Why aren't you content with the underworld and insist on attacking the yang world? Is it just for resources? With your current realm, you shouldn't care about resources. Putting down the bowl, the king of hell looked at Lu Chen. As expected, the only one who understands me is you. I only have one reason for attacking the yang world. The king of hell finished speaking and stared at Lu Chen with a burning gaze, because I want to see what's above the Jiutian. Suddenly, Lu Chen was stunned. Chapter 1070. In the myriad of worlds, Lu Chen was definitely not the only one who wanted to rewrite his own fate. Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary, King of Wild Monsters, King of Hell, Demon Lord, perhaps only such a stubborn person would be able to stand at the pinnacle and do such an earth-shattering thing. Lu Chen subconsciously drank a bowl of wine. 1,000 years ago, I was defeated by a devil race expert. At that time, I was already a 9-star human king. I originally thought that I had failed, but when I came to the netherworld, I understood that this was my true stage. King Yama spoke of his past calmly, as if there were no ripples. Lu Chen looked at the king of hell's demon horn. Your demon horn helped you retain your memories from when you were alive? The king of hell smiled. That's right. As a member of the god descendant race, I didn't have any strong points. My attributes were more than twice as low as those of my race. The god descendant race is different from other races. They greatly cherish the bloodline of the gods. In my tribe, they said that my mother had committed adultery with a foreign race and burned my mother to death. My father fought with his life to protect her, but he was also seriously injured. They even wanted to cut off this. The king of hell pointed at the huge demon horn on top of his head, as if he was talking about something ridiculous. At that time, even I suspected that I wasn't a member of the god descendant race. I also began to doubt the meaning of my existence. The stain of the god descendant race, the disgrace of your parents. Do such people deserve to live? The king of hell drank another bowl of wine and said with a smile, however, even if I have to die, at least I have to avenge my parents' death. That night, I ran away. I had 700 years and advanced to the 9-star human king realm. Then, I killed the entire god descendant tribe. I still remember that day. They knelt in front of me and begged for mercy. They said that they were wrong, that they had eyes but failed to see. They said that members of the same race shouldn't kill each other. Ha 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 ha, how ridiculous. Since members of the same race shouldn't kill each other, why did they burn my mother to death? Even my father begged me to stop. At this moment, Yama's expression was no longer as indifferent as before. When he spoke of his father, his emotions fluctuated greatly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the loss of control and return to that night. Ridiculous. Stop. If you weren't useless, how could my mother have died? As if he realized that his emotions were fluctuating, the king of hell closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and calmed the resentment in his heart. And once again, he looked to Lu Chen. That's why I killed of him. The entire tribe, from the top to the bottom, from the elderly to the children, I didn't let anyone go. The god descendant in the immortal army suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the flame devil, sitting there in horror. Of god descendant of hell. I remember now, he's that person. Who is it? His companion asked. The of demon of demon of. Yes, that's a legend from several thousand years ago. The Mad King was originally the son of a very powerful god descendant race tribe. Later, it was said that his mother had an affair with another race and gave birth to him. His clansmen burned his mother and heavily injured his father. Then he escaped. A few hundred years later, he returned to the tribe as a 9-star human king and slaughtered 114,000 clansmen. He dug out their hearts and lungs and left them without a complete corpse. Heavens, I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. Hearing that person talk about the secret of the god descendant race, everyone's faces turned ashen. How powerful was a powerful tribe of the god descendant race? That was a top race. How could they be called powerful by normal people? But this person had slaughtered 130,000 people in one night. His strength was simply unimaginable. Lu Chen frowned. You said you only discovered the use of the devil horn after your death. You cultivated to the level of a 9-star king even though your conditions were far inferior to the average god descendant race? That's right, but that's not all. The king of hell said, the Jiuqian has endless opportunities. Even if I didn't have the demon sovereign's bloodline at the time, if even you humans with no strong points can cultivate, why can't I? It seemed that the king of hell had obtained other opportunities. But from the king of hell's description, it was clear that the king of hell's strength was not just an empty reputation. Leaving his clansmen and having a backer, he didn't have the advantages of the god descendant race. Instead, because of his status as a god descendant, he would be targeted. But even in this situation, he had still cultivated to the level of a 9-star human king. Someone who walked up step by step like this was the most terrifying. But Lu Qin still thought of another person. Who was the person who had killed the king of hell in the Yang world? This fellow was someone who could slaughter a god-descendant race tribe when he was alive. The king of hell poured himself another bowl of wine. The wine is pretty good. Have those clansmen ever thought that the trash they called trash would now control their fates twice? Over the years, I have unified tens of thousands of tribes in the underworld and even sent people to the low-level underworld. Now, the 4 underworlds below the 6th layer of heaven and above the 3rd layer of heaven are under my control. I have already thrown the souls of those clansmen into the myriad tribulation abyss and turned them into ashes. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy was really a little scary. He didn't even let people off after they died. Sai, when talking about the past, I unconsciously became more talkative. Lu Qin asked, "Why are you telling me this?" The king of hell smiled. "For that woman, you didn't hesitate to charge into the underworld alone and slaughter 1,000,000 of my army of the dead. From this point of view, we are actually the same kind of people. Maybe it's because I was too lonely for so many years. Although the souls of the underworld retained their strength, their memories were wiped out. I had 10 billion subordinates, but no one could talk to them. Don't you think it's funny?" Lu Qin said, "Is this also one of the reasons you attacked the Yang world?" "No. As I said, I just wanted to see what was above the Jiutian. As for the people who can talk, you should know that there aren't many people like us, and those who are qualified to sit in front of me can be counted on one hand." Lu Qin suddenly laughed. "You're wrong. We are not the same kind of people. Although I can't be considered a good person, I won't vent my anger on the innocent for my misfortune. Therefore, we can only be enemies and can never be friends." The king of hell wasn't surprised and continued to drink. "That's right, we are destined to be enemies." Lu Qin looked indifferently at the king of hell. "I have a few questions for you." The king of hell was very generous. "What questions? Do you have a flower of the underworld on you?" The king of hell smiled and took out a 6-petaled spider lily and placed it on the table. "Is it this? Kill me and it's yours." Lu Qin narrowed his eyes. This guy was really confident. "You said that you control the underworld from the 3rd to the 6th layer. Then, if a rogue immortal is released, will he also enter the underworld? Have you ever seen such a person? Rogue immortal? Although rogue immortals failed their tribulation and aren't considered true immortals, they are still beyond the control of the underworld." The king of hell said, "What? You want to find someone? I advise you to give up on that idea. Once he enters the underworld, he is no longer a person of the Yang world, unless he has the same ability as me." Lu Qin felt a little disappointed. Perhaps he really wouldn't be able to see Mu Xian again. Chapter 10:71. Old Wine looked at the 2 below, shook his head, and sighed. This king of hell does have the demeanor of a fierce and ruthless person. He actually has the leisure to invite the enemy to drink and chat. Xiao Zhan's expression was grave. This means that he has complete confidence. A great battle is imminent, but his heart is still as water. This kind of person is the most terrifying. Old Wine thought about it and agreed with Xiao Zhan's words. Indeed. In any case, I feel like I can't see through the king of hell. However, what about the other 3 ghost kings? Why don't you ask them? Yi Fan said indifferently. Do you even need to ask? They're in the eternal soul palace. They haven't stopped awakening the dead souls. The key to their ability to control the dead souls is the pair of devil horns on the King of Hell's head. Therefore, we have to kill the King of Hell. The King of Hell looked at Lu Chun and said, "Any other questions?" No. The King of Hell looked at Lu Chun and then at the three behind him. "Then allow me to ask a question. That child is your battle pet, right?" "Yes. Of your three battle pets, one is the heaven-swallowing God-killing rat, and the other two I don't recognize." "Interesting." Lu Chun smiled. "If you kill me, you can take them." The King of Hell stopped smiling. This solipsistic demon's confidence was no less than his. "All right, it seems that we both have things that the other party is interested in, and—" The King of Hell finally stood up and pressed a hand on the table. Suddenly, a burst of spirit energy exploded from the King of Hell's hand. Then, with a boom, the table and the wine bowls all turned into dust. "This is an intent-type technique." Ma Bei's eyes widened. "It's an intent-type technique similar to disintegration. Touching it can disintegrate an object into dust." Pavilion Master Hai was also shocked. If that's really the case, then this Yama King Demon Venerable is too terrifying. If he touches you, you're dead. Ma Bei said, "That's not necessarily true. Although concept-type skills are powerful, it's not like our defenses are completely unable to withstand them. Just like the nameless creation, as long as we're strong enough, it's not impossible to break through." "Ah, Nameless also has a concept skill." Pavilion Master Hai was even more shocked. "Why didn't I know about this?" Ma Bei looked at Pavilion Master Hai in surprise. "You want to know Nameless' strength? I can't even understand him." All right, that was the truth. Nameless was definitely not weak. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to stand in front of the King of Hell. Without a doubt, these two people were both at the peak of their strength. Everyone's gaze became even more focused. The final battle was coming. The two of them did not open their mouths, but they could already feel the thick killing intent in each other's eyes. King of Hell's demon horns faintly emitted black mist. His expression was completely different from his previous calm expression. His red eyes were filled with thick killing intent. Although it's a bit of a pity, solipsistic, it's a pity that our battle is predestined. True God bloodline. With a boom, King of Hell's body exploded with shocking spiritual power. It was like a spiritual power ball formed by the collision of two powerful skills, instantly exploding in the field. High up in the sky, the immortal army could feel the intense spiritual power impact. My God, what kind of bloodline is this? It's only an additional status, but it can affect thousands of meters. It's already so terrifying. True God bloodline? My God, the Mad King is indeed a God descendant with true God bloodline. That God descendant's eyes widened, and his mind was in chaos. I've never seen such exaggerated spiritual power. No wonder this guy can unify the underworld. The two rows of army of the dead originally had empty eyes, but at this moment, their eyes suddenly lit up with red light as if they had come to life. Soul puppet technique. Lu Qin suddenly came to a realization. These fellows were not truly soul weapons with strong self-awareness. They were more like a type of puppet. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Little beast, I'll leave them to you. Dad, you focus on dealing with that guy. All right, I'll give you a buff. 100 Beast Divine Technique Possession. Black Tortoise Inverse Armor. Little Beast helped Lu Qin increase the damage of his spell, Black Tortoise Armor. Little Beast was still in its youth stage, and the team's main skills were these two skills. Little Beast did not add Bloodline Bond to Lu Qin. Their opponents were puppets, so his feast could not suck blood, and naturally could not provide support to Lu Qin. After completing the buff, The three beasts stood behind Lu Chun, staring at the puppets around them, and entered battle mode at the same time. At the same time, Lu Chun quickly activated his skill. Divine Demon Symbiosis. His long hair instantly turned white and danced in the wind. Then, he activated War, God Possession, Demon Transformation, Dragon Blood Boil, Emptiness of Gods, and Demon's Arm. After these buffs, Lu Chun actually added another skill. Divine Demon Heaven's Might. Divine Demon Dual Heaven's Might. Another 5 million attribute points. Seeing his dad activate Divine Demon Heaven's Might, Little Beast could not help but look back in surprise. After all, it was extremely rare for his father to activate the dual heavenly might of divinity and devil, but this time, he actually activated the dual heavenly might of divinity and devil before the battle had even begun. But then Little Beast saw the King of Hell, who was emitting black gas, and understood that opponent was different from any other opponent he had encountered before. He was strong enough to make Lu Chun activate all the buff skills he could at the beginning of the battle. But because of this, Little Beast could not help but feel a little worried. Dad did not use Divine Demon Symbiosis, and now his attributes were much lower. Divine Demon Nameless and King of Hell. Who will win? Etienne was so nervous that he could not breathe. This battle concerned the entire level 6. Dean, Skyfall, Wu Xian, and the others were on tenterhooks as they stared at the battlefield. Suddenly, the surrounding 100,000 puppets of the army of the dead pounced on the three beasts. The three beasts unleashed their combat power at the same time and fought fiercely with the other party. Although these puppets did not have self-consciousness, they were several times stronger than the previous army of the dead. A puppet flashed and appeared beside Little Originator and punched at him. Divine Demon Aura. Little Beast suddenly saw the situation and shouted, "Little Originator, dodge. It's a Divine Demon Aura attack." Little Originator was immune to both spiritual and spiritual energy, and his elemental defense was also very high, but he was still afraid of one kind of attack, the Divine Demon Aura attack. People of the Netherworld were not supposed to be able to use Divine Demon Aura attacks, but this puppet was able to. Maybe it was because the puppet was under the control of King of Hell, and King of Hell had the ability to control the two realms. Xiao Yuan hastily dodged, barely avoiding the punch. In the meantime, Little Hairball was also under siege. Unlike Little Originator and Little Beast, Little Hairball was not immune to attacks. However, it could quickly recover its health points, and its defense was high. Even so, Little Hairball could not be careless when faced with the Divine Demon Aura attacks that could ignore most defenses, and the puppets that could not recover their health points. At the moment, Little Beast was the only one that was not affected, but it was not as calm as before when faced with those powerful puppets. King of Hell sneered, "Stop looking at your battle pets. Your opponent is me. It's a pity that you're not in your best state. You don't have time to use Divine Demon Symbiosis. To be honest, I really want to fight you in your best state, but I'm afraid I won't have such a chance in the future." Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. "I don't need to be in my best state to fight you. You're quite arrogant." King of Hell said coldly, "Fine. Let's see how strong you are. Don't you have a life reversing set? Try my punches first," King of Hell said and disappeared on the spot, moving so fast that the naked eye could not see him. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lu Chun. He clenched his fists and punched. Doom of Hell. Lu Chun's eyelids twitched. This guy is so fast. Chapter 1072. To everyone's surprise, Lu Chun did not dodge. Instead, he took King of Hell's two-handed heavy punch head-on. Void Guard. Lu Chun's left arm demonized, and a giant black arm blocked in front of him. With a loud bang, the ground made of black rock fiercely caved in. Just as he blocked the attack, Lu Chen's right hand instantly pulled out a long sword from the void. Sky-piercing sword. Lu Chen's sky-piercing sword had never failed before. However, this time, he failed to penetrate King of Hell's body. The tip of Limitless sword directly hit a palm-sized transparent shield, but it did not pierce through. This guy's shield was not like others, which protected his entire body. It only protected the position where Lu Chen attacked. This was the result of condensing the shield's energy to the extreme. It was also the confidence in his own reaction and adaptability. My astral shield has been trained to the highest level. You want to break my shield? You're still far from it. Absolute, martial void shattering. The one who used void shattering was King of Hell. After saying that, he threw another punch. King of Hell can actually use void shattering too. It seems like he has entered the vortex before, and he strengthened void shattering. You can't take this punch head on, Etian said anxiously. However, Lu Chen only leaned slightly to avoid the front. He blocked with his left arm from the side. After deflecting most of the attack, he even changed the direction of King of Hell's attack. I'd like to see what kind of shield can't be pierced through. Lu Chen shouted angrily. Void attack, void shattering. Nameless also used void shattering and threw a punch. The transparent shield lit up slightly and tilted at a certain angle. It deflected part of Lu Chen's attack and blocked Lu Chen's attack again. However, when the two of them used the enhanced version of Void Shatter at the same time, the huge recoil caused the two of them to be knocked back at the same time. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already exchanged blows twice. Neither of them chose to dodge. Instead, they relied on their defense to receive the other's attacks within an extremely small area and then counterattacked. Moreover, both of them had used the strengthened version of Shatter the Void. Oh my God! I suddenly understand what the King of Hell said. The two of them are really the same type of people. Both of them have top-notch reactions and top-notch fighting strength. Even their usage of Formless is equally meticulous. Both of them simultaneously neutralized a portion of the other's attack, ensuring that their defense could withstand the other's attack. Then, they engaged in close combat. Neither of them was willing to retreat. These two guys are actually super experts from the swirl world. King of Hell has soul and body as one, and Nameless has dual heaven's might. Who is stronger between the two? Just as everyone was wondering, blood suddenly seeped out from the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Looking at the King of Hell again, he was calm and composed. He had only been knocked back by the recoil just now, and was not injured at all. The fierce battle just now seemed to have decided the winner. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the King of Hell in the distance. However, the King of Hell seemed to be dissatisfied with such a result. He snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect a human like you to have such a high physical strength. Very well, then I've decided to slightly increase the difficulty of the game. True God Bloodline, Azura form. With a boom, the black fog around the King of Hell became deeper and wider than before. The muscles all over his body bulged, and together with his originally burly body, he instantly transformed into a god of war. Lu Chen stared at the King of Hell. He had always been the one who had a trump card, but in this battle, the King of Hell still had energy left. After entering the Azura form, the King of Hell had another giant sword in his hand. Ghost soul, follow me and slay all the gods and demons. The King of Hell growled, and his speed increased again. From a few hundred meters away, he appeared in front of Lu Chen in the blink of an eye. Ghost soul thousand flows. The moment the ghost soul was raised high, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A heavy sword's sword chi had already attacked Lu Chen. At the critical moment, Lu Chen waved his limitless sword at the same time. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. The two skills collided in front of the two, instantly causing a large number of continuous explosions. In order to not let the aftermath of the explosion affect the direction of the remaining sword chi, the two of them used their movement skills at the same time and released sword chi crazily. On the battlefield, the two of them were like two blurry black dots quickly jumping around the battlefield, but they never pulled away from each other. Wherever the two of them went, there would be several fierce spiritual energy collisions. Hearing the soul-stirring collisions of spiritual energy on the battlefield, the immortal cultivator army was dumbfounded. What kind of intense battle is this? It has only been a few seconds since the beginning, but the two of them have already exchanged over 1,000 moves. Do they have an endless supply of movement skills? My God, the strength of these two people is too close. On the other hand, Yi Fan frowned. Although he was not the strongest among them, his knowledge was not lower than anyone else's. The principal is at a disadvantage. The Ghost Soul Thousand Flows and Sacred Lotus Sword Hearts collisions are getting closer to the principal. This means that the principal's speed has decreased. It should be because his spiritual energy can't keep up. Chu Tian nodded and said, "Indeed, I have never seen such an intense battle before. There is no time to breathe at all. The two of them have broken down a set of skills into multiple attacks. In other words, in terms of using the formless technique, the King of Hell Demon Lord is better than the principal. Too terrifying. The principal is already this strong, but he is still being suppressed by the King of Hell." Xiao Zhan said. Just as Yifan said, Lu Chen was indeed being suppressed. The King of Hell attacked, while angrily shouting, "Solipsistic Demon Lord, is this all you have? It seems like you are only SOSO. Hurry up and use your true skills. I still haven't used my Stardust, yet don't disappoint me." Stardust should be the King of Hell's concept skill. Even now, he still hasn't used his true skills. Lu Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he fiercely released several sword chi. At the same time, flames suddenly appeared on his left hand's emptiness of gods and demons. Void Attack, Universal Annihilation. With the help of Void Attack, Universal Annihilation became a mid-range Buddhist seal attack. The distance between the two sides wasn't far, so the other side was in his attack range. Void Attack, Universal Annihilation in his left hand, and the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart in his right hand. Lu Chen actually used two different skills with both hands. My God, Nameless can actually use two different skills. Mabe, Immortal King. Is this also the effect of formless? A Zhongxiangu Immortal Master excitedly asked. Mabe frowned. I'm not sure, but it's said that formless makes skills more flexible. From this point of view, dual-wielding skills are indeed in line with this characteristic. However, if Nameless can still use dual-wielding skills, it means that his mastery of formless has reached perfection. But even so, it's still difficult for him to contend against the King of Hell. That guy doesn't seem to be using his full strength. If that's the case, I'm even more worried about whether Nameless can win. Dual-wielding skills were indeed tied with the King of Hell's Ghost Soul Thousand Streams. The aftermath of a huge spiritual energy explosion directly separated the two once again. After landing, Lu Chen gasped for breath as he stared at the King of Hell. This guy's speed, reaction, and skills were not inferior to his own, and his spiritual energy control was more flexible than his own. How could he win against such an opponent? Chapter 10, 73. The king of hell seemed to be at ease. Holding the ghost soul in his hand, he walked towards Lu Chen step by step. I've seen two-handed weapons, but I've rarely seen two-handed skills. Although two-handed weapons were also used with both hands, the same move was used, so the flow of spirit power and the way it was operated was the same. As for two-handed skills, they were completely two types of spirit power. When using them, not only did they have to multitask, but they also had to clearly distinguish the two types of spirit power in the body. If there was a slight negligence, the spirit power would be in disorder. If it was light, the skill would not be able to be used, and if it was heavy, it would cause internal injuries. Dividing the spirit power into two and using both your left and right hands at the same time, it seems that you have something for killing my million army of the dead. The king of hell said indifferently, "Unfortunately, if you want to win against me at this level, it's still too far away." Lu Chun took a deep breath and controlled his breathing. At the same time, he took out the silver gallbladder. The silver gallbladder in his left hand and the limitless demon sword in his right hand. Lu Chun was preparing to use two skills to deal with the king of hell. Although this skill was not mature, it seemed that this was the only way to fight against the king of hell. However, Lu Chen suddenly found that the silver gallbladder had become particularly restless today. The body of the spear trembled slightly. Lu Chen could feel that the silver gallbladder was not afraid, but angry and excited. "Silver gallbladder, what's wrong with you?" Lu Chen was a little puzzled. Unfortunately, he had no time to figure it out at this time. "Don't worry, our battle has just begun." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The king of hell saw Lu Chen's silver gallbladder and paused for a moment. "Changming's spear? You used the silver gallbladder?" Lu Chen said coldly, "You also know Senior Changming? It's just a defeated opponent. Otherwise, how do you think a strong person like him fell?" The king of hell snorted coldly. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. He finally knew why the silver gallbladder was so restless. It recognized the enemy who killed its original owner. "Senior Changming has done me a favor. Silver Gut, I will definitely avenge Senior Changming." Lu Chen said. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Silver Bile calmed down. The king of hell snorted coldly. "Revenge is not just about words. Otherwise, who knows how many times I would have died." Solipsistic, the myriad ancient soul palace is about to open. "Sorry, I don't want to miss such an interesting event. So, I'm going to be serious." After saying that, the king of hell's eyes widened as he shouted, "True God bloodline, ruler of the underworld." With a loud bang, the already powerful king of hell's spiritual power increased once again. The earth started to rumble as if the entire netherworld was shaking. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, and the clouds in the sky surged. It was to the extent that in his surroundings, Qi had already created a visual illusion of blurred space. The king of hell's entire body became somewhat ethereal and indiscernible. One had to know that he didn't even move, but it was already hard for people to capture his true body. "Solipsistic, do you see? This is my strongest form. I was born to be the ruler of the netherworld. I have the strongest bloodline of the god descendant race, but I was treated as trash by them. What a joke. Even if you have the netherworld earth fire, a lowly race like yours is definitely not my match." Seeing this scene, Etion and the others were so nervous that their hearts almost stopped beating. That guy had a third form, and the third form was so terrifying, like a god. No wonder he said that when he came to the netherworld, he realized that this was the most suitable place for him. So his bloodline came from the ruler of the netherworld. The god descendant race said in shock. "That is the most outstanding god blood. The people of his tribe actually didn't know that such a super genius was born in their tribe." Thinking that the person who forced the king of hell onto this path was from his own tribe, the god-descendant disciple was filled with unspeakable regret. If the king of hell's tribe had treated him well, would everything have been different? The old man beside him was his teacher. At this moment, he kept shaking his head. No, it wouldn't have been different. If he had the bloodline of the ruler of the netherworld, then sooner or later he would have stepped onto today's heavenly road. He could kill his own father with his own hands, which shows that he is different from ordinary people. Moreover, there is no such thing as if, in this world, the god-descendant disciple helplessly nodded. Yes, there was no such thing as if in life. The king of hell was the king of hell. As long as this battle was nameless lost, the sixth layer heaven, and even the previous heaven domain, would be finished. In front of the godlike king of hell, the demon lord, Lu Chen's symbiosis of gods and demons already seemed extremely insignificant. The opponent's spiritual pressure had already completely crushed Lu Chen. It was unknown how much of a difference in strength there was between the two of them. Lu Chen calmly looked at the king of hell, the demon lord. Was this a person who had the bloodline of a god? So strong. Then, how strong was a god? While speaking, the opponent had already moved. In an instant, the king of hell appeared in front of Lu Chen, as if he had suddenly appeared. God of the underworld, I, ruler of all things. The king of hell stretched out a finger, and a spiritual beam directly shot over. Lu Chen instinctively raised his left arm. This time, not only did Lu Chen use Void Guard, even the little beast's profound armor was triggered at the same time. Void Guard actually couldn't defend against this move, so the profound armor was naturally triggered. However, the spiritual beam directly pierced through the profound armor shield, and the emptiness of gods and demons' arms' double defense. Not only did it break through the double shields, this attack actually directly pierced through the great void arm. Lu Chen endured the intense pain. Divine Demon Astrophysique. Divine Demon, Lotus Heart, Inner Demon. Lu Chen's speed instantly exploded. Sky-breaking sword. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Void attack, Way of the Spear, Emptiness Spear. In an instant, Lu Chen flashed behind the King of Hell and activated two ultimate skills at the same time. The Divine Demon, Limitless Sword, and Silver Gallbladder pierced the Stardust Shield at the same time. However, even if Lu Chen activated all the enhancement skills except for Soul and Body as one, he still couldn't break through the Stardust Shield with two ultimate skills at the same time. This shield of mine, the Stardust Shield's ability comes from the Star Core. Do you think you can break it? The King of Hell sneered. Since you can't break it, then this game is already meaningless. You can also die. God of the underworld destruction. Concept Stardust. After saying that, without the King of Hell making a move, Lu Chen, who was still in the Divine Demon Astrophysique state, was directly hit by a palm. At the moment of being hit, Lu Chen suddenly made a move at the same time. Creation Space. Lu Chen, who had just used a skill, flew out like a cannonball. Strangely, this move actually didn't cause any damage. However, when Lu Chen stopped his momentum, he found that his chest was collapsing. Before he could stand firm, Lu Chen knelt on the ground. He looked at his chest in disbelief. His skin, muscles, and bones were clearly disintegrating into dust. His opponent didn't give him any chance. The King of Hell only used Stardust at this time. He, who was in the Divine Demon Astrophysique state, couldn't dodge this attack at all. Perhaps it was because Lu Chen's own defense was extremely high, causing him to not be instantly disintegrated like the table. However, the range of desertification continued to expand. If this continued, there would be no difference between his end and the table's. At the same time, he raised his head and glanced at the King of Hell. Sky-breaking sword. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Void attack, spear path, emptiness spear were all feints. The creation space was Lu Chen's real goal. With such a trap laid out at all costs, even a super strong person like the King of Hell couldn't avoid this move, and was now trapped in the creation space. Chapter 10:74. Lu Chen looked at his chest in horror. His flesh and bones were disappearing, and the area of decomposition was still extending. And on his body, waves of silver light began to appear, faintly discernible. Those were dragon scales. The dragon crystal was resisting the stardust. However, even if Lu Chen's defense and the dragon crystal resisted the erosion of the sand, it could not completely eliminate the effect of the stardust. It only slowed down the speed of the erosion. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was completely decomposed. "Dad," Little Beast saw that Lu Chen had been hit and was temporarily unable to split into two, but it was extremely anxious. "Dean." In the distance, Yi Fan and the others were about to rush over from their mounts. Lu Chen endured the great pain of his body being decomposed and shouted, "Don't come over!" The decomposition of the stardust could spread, and Lu Chen was not sure if they would be in danger if they came over. Lu Chen glanced at his opponent. At this time, the King of Hell was trapped in the creation space. He frowned and observed the surrounding space, then snorted coldly. "I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. However, do you think a mere space can trap me?" He was not in a hurry to break it, but was sensing the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. There was extremely thin spiritual energy in the space, and these spiritual energies were fusing with each other and classifying creation. "This space of yours is in accordance with the great Tao of Taiji and Taiji giving birth to Yin and Yang, but it is somewhat mysterious. Unfortunately, when mortals use such a concept, they can't really control it." Immediately, the King of Hell restrained the spiritual energy in his body, and the terrifying spiritual energy pressure that was emitted from his body disappeared instantly. It can actually completely conceal spiritual energy. Ma Bei's eyes widened. Tian was burning with anxiety, but Nameless naturally had his reasons for not letting them go over. Even if they went over now, they couldn't do anything. The fact that King of Hell had completely concealed his spiritual energy made Tian even more anxious. If the creation space could obtain the spiritual energy of the King of Hell, then the development speed would be very fast. However, the King of Hell actually saw through the operation of the creation space at a glance and concealed his own spiritual energy, so that the creation space could not obtain any spiritual energy from him, as expected of an ultimate powerhouse. Even in the face of such an overpowered skill like Genesis, Yenluo was still able to adapt to the situation and maintain control. Suddenly, King of Hell, who had been concealing his spiritual energy all this time, unleashed his martial extreme, shattering void. This time, the attack directly hit the edge of the creation space, causing a loud boom. Yi Fan and the others widened their eyes. Previously, King of Hell had completely concealed his spirit force. To do this, the most basic requirement was to stop the circulation of his spirit core. But now, to use martial extreme to shatter the void, he had to circulate his spirit core. He can actually use the spirit core's spiritual energy so quickly. This is his control of his own spiritual energy to the extreme. Chu Tian also noticed this point. This guy is even more terrifying than I imagined. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with horror. If the creation space is unable to quickly form a large number of sword arrays, then it will be broken by him very quickly, unless the Dean has a chance to control the space. But now in the eyes of these disciples, the creation space was unbreakable, but King of Hell immediately thought of a way to break it. This was the difference between the strong and the weak. Lu Chen was also anxious. The king of hell was strong, but the creation space might not be impossible. If he could inject his own spiritual energy, perhaps he would have a chance. But now that he had been affected by the stardust decomposition, he could not even take care of himself, so he could not circulate his spiritual energy at all. If he allowed the king of hell to break the array, it was only a matter of time before he came out. Damn it! How do I break it? Looking at the expanding hole in his chest, Lu Chen clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, but he could not move. In a dense forest somewhere in the netherworld, there was a small village near a mountain and a river. At this moment, most of the houses here had already been emptied. Xian Long sat in his own house, looking out the window in a daze. The stream outside the window gurgled. The black stream irrigated the spider lilies and unknown weeds and trees on the riverbank. However, Xian Long was not in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Was he the only one left in the underworld dragon clan? They all went to help that human brat. Even if he is not that miracle, at least this is our salvation. The old man's words kept echoing in Xian Long's mind. The underworld dragon clan had been defeated and exiled to the abyss of myriad calamities. In the abyss, they devoured their own kind. In order to survive, they did not hesitate to step on the corpses of their own kind to escape from the abyss of myriad calamities. Now, they had finally declined to this point. Even though they had escaped, the scene of that time still appeared in his mind again and again. Xian Long kept sighing. No matter what you choose, I will not change my decision. Xian Long said to himself, our mission is to pass down the dragon crystal. Suddenly, Xian Long was stunned. Pass down the dragon crystal? If the dragon clan no longer existed, what was the point of passing down the dragon crystal? Or rather, what was the point of passing down the dragon crystal? Wait! This question stumped Xian Long. If everyone thought that it was the right thing to do, then was he too stubborn? Xian Long remembered the first time he met Lu Chen, when he gave him the golden dragon costume. That brat asked about the underworld flower and said that he wanted to reincarnate a few friends. Reincarnate? This kind of thing that goes against the will of the heavens. How dare you? Xian Long shook his head, but he could not help but admire that brat's courage. A person who was willing to do so much for his friends, a person who went into the underworld to save his friends. Could he be another king of hell? Speaking of which, it was strange. That brat had actually fused with the dragon crystal. He even fused into that bird form. What was the use of that? The underworld dragon clan had been struggling at death's door until today, guarding the dragon crystal inheritance. It was as if the two had made an agreement. No, it's impossible for me to help him, even if he unintentionally saved us, even if he looks different from the king of hell, even if he's half a clansman, even if... The more he spoke, the more difficult Xian Long's expression became. There was clearly no one here, but he could not say the rest of his words. It was as if another voice kept telling him another possibility. He could not be the king of hell. They were completely different. Suddenly, Xian Long slammed his fist on the table. You guys are too much. Why do you all have to help him? Do you want me to watch my clansmen die? Damn it. Can that bit of bloodline of yours help him upgrade the dragon crystal? Why are you all so brainless? With that, Xian Long rushed out of the room, ran 2 steps, and jumped up, turning into a black dragon. Brat, you better not die. Xian Long roared and charged towards the eternal Soul Palace. Lu Chen's dragon scales flipped as he tried his best to resist the disintegration of the stardust. However, there was already a large hole in his chest. The disintegration of the stardust began to eat away at his organs. Lu Chen's face was pale. He tried to use spirit energy to resist the disintegration of the stardust, but all his attempts were to no avail. If not for the dragon crystal, he would have already turned into dust. At the same time, the King of Hell attacked again and again. Although he had already formed tens of thousands of sword images in the creation space, he was still able to handle them with ease. The creation space had already begun to become unstable. In a moment, the King of Hell would come out. Chapter 10, 75. Break for me. The King of Hell roared and punched fiercely at the creation space. After a loud noise, the space of creation was broken. No, King of Hell is out, Xiao Zhan exclaimed. He really broke the principal space of creation. No, I have to save the principal. It's too late. At that moment, King of Hell didn't stop at all. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Lu Chun. I didn't expect you to survive until now. I didn't know that you had fused with the dragon crystal. Dragon crystal, creation, fate reverser, and those 3 battle pets. Solipsistic. I have to admit that you are more powerful than I expected. But the more powerful you are, the more I can't let you live. King of Hell once again unleashed his terrifying spiritual energy. With that said, he punched at Su Ping. God of Underworld, stardust of destruction. Lu Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bearing the sharp pain, he tried to summon his spiritual energy. However, his body was incomplete at the moment, and he couldn't use any spiritual energy at all. He had to block with his left arm. With a boom, the emptiness of gods and demons' left arm was punched through, leaving a huge hole in it. The huge impact knocked Lu Chen away for hundreds of meters, and he smashed into the Dominator's stone. Ah! Lu Chen gnashed his teeth and shouted. He looked at his left arm. The big hole on his left arm was quickly expanding. At the moment, not even the dragon crystal could resist the stardust of destruction. His body was quickly disintegrating. Lu Chen knew that this time he seemed to be unable to reverse the situation of the battle. He looked up and saw Li Wei on the 9 Beasts Tower. Li Wei was sobbing. Nameless. Lu Chen lay on the ground and smiled at Li Wei. Hey, I actually have a name. My name is Lu Chen. Li Wei cried even harder. Nameless. Perhaps he didn't want to die without knowing his name. I'll remember it. Your name is Lu Chen, Li Wei said while crying. Lu Chen smiled and looked at the dusky red sky of the underworld. In the end, he was unable to stop the King of Hell. That fellow was too strong. Even if he had activated soul body as one, he was still no match for him. Sure enough, Jiuqian is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Li Wei, I'm sorry. I might not be able to return the favor I owe you. Li Wei only felt that her heart was about to break. She kept shaking her head. No, Lu Chen, you said that you wouldn't owe me a favor. If you die, you won't be able to return it. You don't die. I don't want to die either. Even if there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. I still have a lot of things to do. She? When he thought of the underworld ruling Jiuqian, Lu Chen naturally thought of his sister. He hadn't been able to protect his sister, but it's fine. I'm really very tired. Very, very tired. This journey hadn't been easy for Lu Chen. He did have advantages that others didn't have, but he'd also experienced too many desperate situations that others couldn't imagine. He gained a lot, but he'd also lost a lot. Lu Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. I don't believe in fate, but the irony is that the prophecies of those prophets still came true in the end, the little critter, and the others were still locked in a bitter battle. The King of Hell probably wouldn't really kill them, but the immortal soldiers probably wouldn't be able to escape misfortune. Of course, even if they could escape from the underworld, the final outcome wouldn't make much of a difference. When the Shrine of the Ancients opened, it would be the day when the King of Hell flattened the Yang realm. Everyone would be doomed. The King of Hell walked in front of Lu Chun and looked down at Lu Chun. He coldly said, "Even the emptiness of gods and demons' arm can't save you." As soon as he said this, the King of Hell suddenly looked toward the Shrine of the Ancients. The Shrine of the Ancients shone brightly. The King of Hell opened his eyes wide, unable to contain his excitement. "Ha ha! Success! Success! I've finally conquered the Shrine of the Ancients. With this group of super-strong Netherworld soldiers, the sixth heavens will be mine." It was extremely rare to see the calm King of Hell so excited. Solipsistic, do you see this? You're really too lucky to be able to see this scene before you die. I don't have time to play with you now. After killing you, I'll go conquer the Jiutian. You can rest in peace. With that, the King of Hell raised his right fist again. "I'll use the blood of a super expert like you as a sacrifice to my army of the dead." Nether God, destructive impact. Lu Chun was already prepared to die, but suddenly, dozens of black flames shot down from the sky behind the King of Hell. The King of Hell also felt the threat behind him and hurriedly withdrew his attack, using the Stardust Shield to block. Nether dragons. The King of Hell saw the dozens of dragons in the sky, his eyes filled with killing intent. "How interesting. I don't have time to deal with you for now, and wanted to let you live for a few more days. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. All right, then I'll send you to hell together." Suddenly, a black shadow directly tore through space and appeared beside Lu Chun. It grabbed him and jumped through space to a distant place. The King of Hell was currently defending against the Nether Dragon's attack and was half a step slower. Someone had actually rescued Lu Chun. Lu Chun looked at the person in front of him in surprise. He felt like he had seen him before, but he couldn't remember. You are? We're the Nether Dragons." He Rue quickly answered while glancing at Lu Chen's injuries. "It's indeed the destructive stardust. This is a skill obtained from the Eternal Soul Palace. Luckily, your dragon crystal has been resisting and bought you some time." He Rue placed Lu Chun on the ground and quickly flipped his fingers, forming seals and chanting from time to time. "You want to set up a formation in front of me? You're courting death." The King of Hell also saw He Rue and suddenly released his spiritual energy. After forcing back the Nether Dragon's attack, he shot toward He Rue. He Rue ignored him and continued to set up the formation. Just as the King of Hell was approaching, he was suddenly blocked by a transparent shield. The King of Hell slightly narrowed his eyes. This group of Nether Dragons had actually set up a defensive formation when he wasn't paying attention. A mere defensive formation. "Do you think I can't break it? I'm the Nether God." The King of Hell angrily roared. "Nether God, infinite shattering starry sky." This attack slammed into the defensive formation, and He Rue directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The defensive formation was almost shattered. The other Nether Dragons quickly swooped down to intercept the King of Hell and madly attacked. He Rue forcefully endured his injuries and continued to set up the formation. Not long later, a huge formation diagram appeared on the ground. Lu Chun was at the center of the formation. He Rue glanced at the formation and fiercely said, "Damn it, I don't know if our bloodline is enough. If it's really not enough, we have to save him even if we have to risk our lives." However, they couldn't care so much now. He Rue shouted to his clansmen, "The Nether Dragon Chaos Heaven Blood formation is ready. Quickly, this brat can't hold on much longer." Dozens of dragon figures quickly rushed into the formation and turned into human form. Each of them stood at their own position. Lu Chen's consciousness was already becoming more and more blurry. A third of his body was about to disappear. Brat, whether you can succeed or not will depend on your luck. An old man hurriedly said, if you can defeat the King of Hell, remember to break the shackles of the myriad soul palace and restore the netherworld to its original state. The old man looked at Lu Chun and faintly smiled. Lu Chun, in this world, there are still some things that cannot be broken down. As he spoke, he looked at his own heart. All the dragons in the formation simultaneously stabbed their weapons into their own hearts. Chapter 1076. The blood from the chests of dozens of abyss dragons dripped down their weapons and gathered toward Lu Chin along the runes on the ground. The dragon blood climbed up Lu Chen's body and poured into his heart. The dragon scales on Lu Chen's body began to flip back and forth wildly, as if they were out of control. Lu Chun, who was already in a daze, opened his eyes slightly. Seeing the scene in front of him, he did not understand what was happening. In the sky, Mabe said in shock, "This is the blood sacrifice array. Those black dragons have injected their dragon blood into Nameless' body. They are carrying out the bloodline inheritance." However, King Yenluo was simply too powerful. The defensive formation was already on the verge of collapsing. Abyss dragons, how dare you save him? If I had known earlier, I would have killed all of you earlier. Yama roared furiously as he punched the defensive array. Oh no, I'm afraid that the King of Hell will break the array before the bloodline inheritance is completed. Pavilion Master Hai exclaimed, "We can't stand by and do nothing. Nameless is now our only hope. We must protect him." Mabe nodded. The King of Hell had said before that the primordial temple had completed the bloodline, so the only chance now was to kill the King of Hell. However, only Nameless could do that. Everyone, even if we die in battle, we must help Nameless complete the bloodline inheritance. Whether or not we are affected by Nameless' heavenly might, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must hold him back. With that, Mabe, Pavilion Master Hai, and the others took the lead. This is our last chance. Charge! The 1,000,000 immortal soldiers, despite being affected by both sides, all charged toward the battlefield below. At the same time, Little Critter, Little Furball, and Little Originator charged toward the King of Hell. Little Critter shouted, "You guys hold those puppets back." The King of Hell was too strong. He could easily kill an army of 1,000,000. However, the puppets rarely had AoE skills. Although the immortal army was no match for them, the casualties would be much lower. The three beasts pounced on King of Hell at the same time. Even King of Hell had to take these three beasts seriously. Perhaps King of Hell also wanted the three battle pets, so he didn't directly use the destruction stardust. Even so, King of Hell's strength was still frightening. Netherski, Soul, Lock. To deal with these three beasts, it was better to trap them than to kill them. As long as he killed Lu Chun, these three beasts would become ownerless. At that time, he could consider how to subdue them. Between heaven and earth, iron chains crisscrossed, and the three beasts frantically jumped between the chains. "Stop struggling. You won't be able to escape from me," King of Hell sneered. "Still not being honest? Then I can only let you suffer a little first. God of Underworld, Lord of all things." A beam of spiritual energy pierced through the left side of the little ball of hair. The little ball of hair lost its balance and was instantly trapped by the iron chains. God of Underworld, true God's wrath. A punch landed on the Originator. The Originator was knocked away and hit one of the iron chains, which quickly tied it up. Little ball of hair. Originator. The little beast was enraged to see that both the little ball of hair and the originator were subdued. However, it couldn't pass through the iron chains to save the little ball of hair and the originator. It had to try its best to move between the chains. It was the only one left. If it could buy some time, its father would have a better chance. The immortal army and the immortal army clashed head-on. Even though the immortal army outnumbered the immortal army by 10 times, the disparity in strength was too great. It was a one-sided slaughter. Yifan, watch out! Xiao Zhan summoned a ball of fire and forced a puppet to retreat. His attributes were lowered, but his affinity with the fire element remained the same. Since his fire was the bane of the army of the dead, he successfully forced the puppet to retreat. Use elemental attacks. Our goal is to buy time. Xiao Zhan roared in the crowd. Shu Tian was doing his best to use the killing Rakshasa Gate. However, not everyone had Xiao Zhan's high affinity with the fire element. Many of them were instantly killed. I also have family to protect. I won't let you rule the Yang world. I'll fight you to the death. The whole battlefield was instantly dyed red with blood. Lu Chen's body was quickly recovering. He finally opened his eyes again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the cruel battlefield in front of him. The little beast was doing its best to deal with the king of hell. The million immortal army was using their own flesh and blood to delay the puppet army and buy time for Lu Chen. The Nether Dragon clan was constantly supplying him with blood. Some of them had already fallen, while others were still holding on. At this moment, it didn't matter whether they were friends or foes. All their hopes and bets were placed on him. Tears flowed from the corners of Lu Chen's eyes. At this time, He Rui tiredly shouted, "This is bad. His dragon crystal is wrong." Of course, there was something wrong with Lu Chen's dragon crystal. He was forced to fuse with the dragon crystal, so he couldn't display the dragon crystal's full strength, and his body was weakened. But the most important thing wasn't this. The most important thing was that his dragon crystal had mutated during the fusion process. He was a variant dragon, unable to completely fuse with the dragon crystal in his body. He Rui said. His body tilted and swayed as he knelt down on one knee. Our dragon blood is not enough to upgrade his dragon crystal. Could it be that there is no chance? In the sky, a black shadow quickly passed by. It was a lone black dragon, and it was the largest black dragon in the underworld. A roar rang out. King of Hell, die. Rising dragons rage. A dragon's roar shook the world. When the King of Hell noticed the enemy, a transparent shield quickly appeared behind him, blocking this attack. He turned around and saw that the black dragon had directly entered the defensive spell formation. The little critter had just gotten a chance to catch its breath. When it saw the King of Hell staring in the direction of the defensive spell formation, it quickly attacked Beast God's various techniques. Not only did it have to prevent the King of Hell from killing it, it also had to restrain the King of Hell. It couldn't let him continue attacking the defensive spell formation. 5 colored flames rushed toward the King of Hell at the same time. The King of Hell instantly struck out with both palms, relying on his spiritual energy to directly disperse the little critter's attack. He narrowed his eyes slightly. You are very strong. I really want to subdue you, but since you are so stubborn and refuse to surrender, I can only kill you. You can run pretty well, but I bet that you will deliver yourself to my fist in the next attack. The King of Hell sneered. Bah, do you think I'm stupid? Deliver myself to your fist. The little critter retorted. The King of Hell only smiled slightly. Then he suddenly turned around and charged toward the defensive spell formation. The King of Hell raised his right hand, and the air in his hand became blurry. god of the underworld, destructive stardust. At this moment, the little critter was dumbfounded. It turned out that it was the stupid one. Dad's bloodline inheritance hadn't ended yet. If the king of hell were to break the spell formation, now Dad would definitely die. A white light flashed. The little critter didn't even think and stood in front of the defensive spell formation. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was extremely anxious. He roared, "Little critter, dodge!" A hand suddenly pressed down on Lu Chen. "You can't do anything now. If you want to take revenge, then bear with it." The person who came was Xianlong. He hit Lu Chen's shoulder with his palm, then quickly stood in the eye of the spell formation and pierced his own chest with his sword. "Xianlong, don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid that you will all die." Xianlong mercilessly interrupted. "Hey, Rui, his dragon crystal has mutated. Focus, and we will use the true dragon's blood to help him break through." At the same time, Lu Chen watched as the king of hell's palm hit the little critter's chest. Lu Chen felt that his breathing was about to stop. "Little critter!" "Dad!" The little critter couldn't care less about its injuries. It looked at Lu Chen from afar. "I'm sorry, I'm useless. I can't accompany you anymore." After saying that, the little critter's slightly thin body slowly leaned forward. "Dad, I'll always love you the most." Lu Chen's eyes were already blurred by tears, but he couldn't cry out loud. Chapter 10:77. Little Beast. Lu Chen let out a heart-wrenching roar. Anger and grief had caused all the blood in Lu Chen's body to rush to his brain. With the mystic dragon's dragon blood, the hell dragon chaos blood formation suddenly changed, and the dragon scales on his body became restless. There was a loud bang. Endless golden spiritual energy exploded outwards, covering the sky and the earth. Like an army of thousands of men and horses, it swept through the entire battlefield with the force of thunder. Everyone was shocked by this powerful aura and looked in the direction of the formation in horror. Even the king of hell's puppets were directly affected by the spiritual energy and stopped moving. What is this? What happened? Such powerful spiritual energy. What is going on? This is even more terrifying than the king of hell's previous sovereign form. Could it be? However, before everyone had a chance to see what was going on, a streak of golden light shot toward the king of hell at a speed that was too fast for the naked eye to follow. "Bastard, die!" The king of hell widened his eyes. How did this guy's speed suddenly become so fast? Golden light flashed, and a golden sword came crashing down. The king of hell hurriedly blocked it with ghost soul. Another loud boom sounded, and the ground under the king of hell's feet instantly cracked open 100-meter-long fissure. His left knee even went soft, and he almost knelt down. Damn it! How did this guy become so strong? The king of hell quickly countered with a palm strike, forcing his opponent to retreat and quickly widening the distance between them. When the battle stopped temporarily, everyone could finally see the figure clearly. Golden dragon scales covered his entire body except for his head. Even the great void arm was covered in golden dragon scales. The silver gallbladder and the infinite celestial demon sword were also covered in dragon scales. At this moment, Lu Chen was like a white-haired god of war, wearing golden armor. Lu Chen did not chase after him. Instead, he flashed in front of the little beast. Seeing the little beast's body rapidly decomposing, Lu Chen trembled all over. "Little beast!" The little beast opened its eyes slightly and smiled at Lu Chen. "Dad, I can't hold on any longer. The stardust of destruction is too strong. I can't hold on any longer." Lu Chen's tears were like pearls from a broken necklace, dripping onto the little beast's body. You will be fine. You still have rising from the ashes. Yes, you still have rising from the ashes. The little beast forced a smile. Dad, rebirth also requires a medium, but the destructive stardust completely disintegrates all matter. Hearing the little beast's words, Lu Chen's last shred of hope was extinguished. He knew that what the little critter said was true. He had personally experienced the might of the destruction of a star. That was why he was so grieved. By the way, Dad, you look so handsome like this. Is this a new fashion? The little beast looked at Lu Chen's dragon scales strangely. Lu Chen's lips trembled as he choked out, No, then I can't wear it. Dad, what form are you in now? You are so strong. The little beast's voice became lower and lower. Chaos dragon god. After fusing with the abyss dragon bloodline, that unknown mutated dragon species finally had its own name. Chaos dragon god. Chaos dragon god. I have never heard of it. Dad is so strong. Dad, little beast is leaving. You have to take good care of yourself in the future. Also, little furball, little Yuan, rhubarb, big sister Lu, big sister Min. Everyone has to be safe. With that, the little beast leaned its head into Lu Chen's arms and closed its eyes. His body began to decompose faster and faster. The little beast was completely unable to resist the decomposition of the destructive stardust. Solipsistic, he is just a battle pet. How can you sacrifice so much for a battle pet? What a joke. A piercing voice came from afar. So, you are in the form of a dragon god. Very good. Let me see if the dragon god and the mad god can fight against me. Lu Chen gently put down the little beast and slowly stood up. Not even his golden armor and silver hair could hide the green smoke coming out of his eyes. He wielded the golden sword of the infinite fiend. Tiger descends the mountain. Holy Lotus sword heart. The chains around him were cut apart by the sword aura. Little Furball and Little Yuan regained their freedom. More importantly, the King of Hell found that he couldn't control the puppets anymore. The red eyes of the surrounding puppets suddenly dimmed, returning to their empty eye sockets. Lu Chen had cut off the King of Hell's puppet-controlling technique with his sword aura. He is not my battle pet. He is my family. Lu Chen lowered his voice and stared at the King of Hell. You killed him. You won't be able to pay for it, even if you die 100 times. This time, I will cut you into pieces. Lu Chen bellowed. Celestial body. Green smoke was still billowing from Lu Chen's eyes, which had never happened before. The green smoke was a side effect of his monster form. Whenever he was too angry to control his emotions, green smoke would come out from his eyes. Under normal circumstances, when Lu Chen was angry, he would often suppress his emotions. After all, this would affect his fighting. But this time, the smoke was billowing. He couldn't suppress it. The killing intent in his eyes was so strong that even those who were familiar with Lu Chen were frightened. The Dean seems to be suffering from inner demons. Yifan shook his head. The Dean didn't activate Heart of Celestial Body. Inner demons. Inner demons? No, this time there was no need for inner demons. He was already possessed. At the moment, everyone's attention was focused on the final battle between Lu Chen and the King of Hell. No one noticed that a black shadow flashed by, picked up the little beast, and disappeared. The puppets around them were temporarily out of control. The immortal army finally had a chance to catch their breath. At the same time, an unprecedented and horrifying battle was taking place on the battlefield. On one side was the King of Hell in his Lord of Hell form, and on the other side was the Nameless in her Chaos Dragon God form. The battle between the two had reached a point where no one could interfere. Boom, 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 boom. The two's attacks collided in the air, forming balls of spiritual energy that exploded rapidly and spread out for 1,000 meters. The immortal army's attributes were too low, so they had to stay away from the battlefield. Lord of Hell, Lord of all things. It was this move again. It was extremely fast and could directly penetrate the Void Guardian and the black tortoise shield. But this time, Lu Chen didn't dodge at all. Die. Holy Lotus Sword Heart. Previously, when Lu Chen attacked, King Yama was still able to dodge with ease. But now, Lu Chen's speed wasn't inferior to King Yama's in the slightest. He had no choice but to dodge the Holy Lotus Sword Heart's sharp edge. Do you want to die? The King of Hell instantly moved far away. But just as he stopped, a golden figure followed him like a shadow. The King of Hell dodged again, but Lu Chen chased after him relentlessly. After a few times, Lu Chen finally found an opportunity to attack. Attack, void shattering. You're not done yet. The King of Hell roared. It was the first time he was forced into such a difficult situation. He was the Lord of Hell. How could he just accept being chased by someone in the underworld? You really think I'm afraid of you? Absolute martial, void shattering. The two killer moves collided directly at this moment. A huge spiritual energy ball expanded between the two of them at an incredible speed. A huge amount of spiritual energy rolled rapidly, causing the spiritual energy ball to expand rapidly. In an instant, it had reached a diameter of more than 100 meters. Then, the spiritual energy ball couldn't withstand any more energy and exploded instantly. In the white light, the two figures were sent flying at the same time. But the golden figure suddenly stopped halfway and instantly caught up with the King of Hell. Die. Tiger descends the mountain. Holy Lotus Sword Heart. King Yama's eyes widened in anger. This guy was actually able to recover so quickly from the impact just now. The King of Hell couldn't dodge and could only use his shield. Astral Shield. I was waiting for your shield. Lu Chen said angrily. Unfortunately, your astral shield can't save your dog life this time. Sky-breaking sword. A golden light flashed. In the next second, Lu Chen was already standing behind the King of Hell. Chapter 1078. Sky-piercing sword. One move, Stardust shield broken. The King of Hell looked at his chest in disbelief. A huge hole had appeared. This is impossible. You can actually hurt me. However, Lu Chen had killed millions of Army of the Dead. Naturally, he knew that in order to completely wipe out the Army of the Dead, he had to add fire elements to his attack. His nether fire was the bane of souls. However, this time, Lu Chen actually forgot to add nether fire to his attack. The King of Hell reacted quickly. He turned around and saw Lu Chen looking at him coldly. He snorted. Looks like you also have moments of carelessness. You didn't grasp the opportunity just now. You won't have a second chance. Lu Chen looked coldly at the King of Hell. I said that I would tear you into pieces. Letting you die under nether fire is too easy for you. The immortal army's minds buzzed. Nameless deliberately didn't use nether fire just now? Was it because killing the King of Hell in one move wouldn't appease Nameless anger? Feng Lai and Godfiend had taken care of each other in the battle just now. Ronger stood beside Yi Fan and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When your Dean's temper explodes, it's too scary. His opponent is the King of Hell, the strongest in the underworld in 1,000 years. That opportunity just now was fleeting. However, Yi Fan only stared coldly at the King of Hell and said fiercely, "That's the Dean of our demonic academy." The King of Hell clutched his chest. Finally, A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. If Nameless had made a mistake just now, it meant that Nameless had been careless. However, if he had done it on purpose, it meant that Nameless was still clear-headed even in a fit of rage. It was just that he became cruel. Lu Chen walked towards the King of Hell step by step. Seeing this, the King of Hell roared, "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, the underworld ruler? Kill!" After saying that, he ignored the pain and shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen coldly snorted and rushed towards the King of Hell at the same time. The two of them instantly met at the center of the battlefield. Solipsistic, die for me, god of the underworld, destruction of the three realms. A giant god's shadow appeared on King of Hell's body. Although no one knew which god it was, they could guess that it was the Lord of Underworld. Lu Chen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he roared, "King of Hell, pay with your life for the little beast." Attack of the Void. Dragon breaks the 9 heavens. There was a loud bang. The entire area, as far as the eye could see, was shaking, and the heavens were collapsing. This time, even the spiritual energy ball did not have time to form. After the super skills of both sides collided, a shocking spiritual energy storm erupted. The Immortal Army and the Puppet Army were directly pushed back by the spiritual energy storm, and many people directly spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The center of the battlefield was like the core of the scorching sun. It was impossible to look directly at it. After the black special rocks on the ground cracked, they slowly rose and were directly crushed into dust. Giant Bashya was overturned on the ground, and the 9 beasts' exquisite pagoda collapsed. The 9 beasts on top of the pagoda all spat out blood. After releasing the chains, they fled in all directions. Li Wei broke free from the chains, grabbed the black bead in front of her, and hid behind the exquisite pagoda. Observing the battlefield in horror, the 2 super experts' arms collided, and a moment later, the King of Hell suddenly screamed, "Ah, my arm!" In the next second, the King of Hell's left arm directly shattered. However, this time, Lu Chen did not give the King of Hell any chance. He held 2 weapons with both hands, the Hellfire Silver Guts in his left hand and the Limitless Sword in his right. Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Tiger descends the mountain. Way of the Spear, Empyrean Spear. Using 2 skills with both hands, and with the support of Tiger descends the mountain, he attacked with double the number of attacks. Lu Chen's attacks were so fast that the naked eye could not see them clearly. The King of Hell's body was hit again and again, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. "Ah, you lunatic! Stop! Stop!" The King of Hell wailed in pain. However, Lu Chen did not listen to the King of Hell. His attacks fell on the King of Hell like raindrops. A moment later, the King of Hell's body was so badly damaged that it could not be recognized. Dismembered into pieces? Far more than that. Directly cut off his bones and flesh while he was still alive. Even those who had been on the battlefield for a long time could not help but gasp at this scene. It was too bloody, too terrifying. Little Green, on the other hand, was already sobbing uncontrollably when she saw this scene. Not many people knew better than her what kind of person Lu Chen was. Back in the wilderness, when he met the butcher who was addicted to killing, Lu Chen said that he would return the favor, but in the end, he could not do it and directly killed that person. He would decisively kill his enemies, but in the end, he was unable to kill his enemies. However, this time, he actually used such a cruel method to kill the King of Hell. This could only mean that at this moment, he was extremely angry. The death of Little Beast made him lose his mind. After some time, people were horrified to find that the ruler of the underworld, The king of hell was only left with his head. Although beheading was not a terrifying thing in Jiutian, if one thought about it carefully, they would be terrified to the point that their hair stood on end. Nameless did not behead the king of hell. He only tore his body into pieces, leaving only his head. The king of hell was actually not completely dead, but this ruler of the underworld, a super powerhouse, a madman who tried to conquer the entire ninth heaven, had fear in his eyes. Lu Chun twisted the spear in his left hand, infusing it with the underworld's fire, and coldly looked at the king of hell. "You killed little beast. Your sin is unforgivable." After that, he stabbed the king of hell's eye socket, completely ending the king of hell. After this fierce battle, only Lu Chun was left on the battlefield. Many immortal soldiers and the puppet army were watching in shock from afar. The level of the battle just now had already left these people dumbfounded. Fortunately, even if Lu Chen's method was extremely cruel, he was still representing the Yang world in this battle. Many people finally reacted. Heavens, this is a battle between peak 6th heaven battle strength. It's too terrifying. Nameless won. Nameless won. The 6th heaven is saved. I didn't expect that the one to save the 6th heaven in the end would be a human. Nameless, solipsistic, too terrifying. There were cheers all around, but Lu Chen did not seem to hear it. After killing the king of hell, Lu Chen's heart was like dead ashes. When he looked back at where little beast was, it had already disappeared. It should have been completely disintegrated. Not even a skeleton was left. Lu Chen dejectedly took 2 steps back. He said in a trembling voice, "Little beast, Dad helped you. Take revenge." After that, he could not help but cry. Tian carefully walked in front of Lu Chen. "Dean," Lu Chen raised his head. His eyes no longer emitted green smoke, but they were red. "Dean, please restrain your grief, but the most important thing is to stabilize the ancient shrine." Tian said softly. Lu Chen endured his grief and nodded. Since he had already come this far, he had to deal with this matter properly. "I understand." After saying that, he cut off the king of hell's evil demon horn. The moment the evil demon horn was cut off, a loud rumble came from the ancient shrine. Everyone stared at the ancient soul shrine in shock, not knowing what had happened inside. Lu Chen thought for a bit and picked up the evil demon horn. "Old count the casualties. Also, look after Li Wei. I'll go take a look." Tian could not bear it. This person was clearly in pain, but he still had to worry about this matter. "Don't worry, leave this to us. Dean, be careful." Tian looked at Lu Chen with heartache. Lu Chen nodded and walked towards the ancient soul shrine alone. Chapter 10:79. Stepping into the Eternal Soul Palace, Lu Chen heard the cries of countless ghosts. This place did not seem like a palace, but more like hell. The palace was larger than Lu Chen had imagined. There was no floor inside, only a corridor against the wall. In the middle was a pitch-black abyss. The abyss was somewhat illusory, as if it was not truly deep underground, but the entrance to a black hole in another region. In the abyss, one could see countless departed souls. Their bodies were only pitch-black silhouettes that were very blurry. They hugged their heads and let out mournful wails. In the middle of the abyss, there was a dark purple bead that was currently dim. They were probably shocked by this scene. Their pain might have been caused by Lu Chen killing the king of hell right after being controlled, causing them to suddenly lose control, causing their minds to go haywire. Suddenly, someone in the abyss went crazy and tore at the surrounding departed souls. Walking up the Eternal Soul Palace floor by floor, Lu Chen saw even more abyss. This also indicated that these abyss were not true abysses. More accurately, they were open entrances to black holes. I knew it. Otherwise, how could such a small soul palace contain billions of departed souls? Lu Chen said, at the top of each abyss, there was a dim bead. However, no departed soul paid attention to this bead. They began to go crazy. Lu Chen frowned. He deduced that the king of hell was using this bead to brainwash the departed souls. However, the bead had no effect, and the departed souls were becoming more and more restless. Finally, he arrived at the 7th floor. On this floor, he saw 3 corpses lying in the corridor. Their deaths were very similar. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies. Their eyes were white, and they were foaming at the mouth. The badge on their chests clearly wrote, 9-star Ghost King Realm. Could it be the other 3 Ghost Kings? Lu Chen frowned slightly. The 3 corpses were facing the bead at the top. There were no other intruders here. Although the 3 Ghost Kings were not as strong as the King of Hell, they were definitely not weak. Yet they had all died here. It doesn't look like he was killed in battle. He might have been devoured by the bead. With so many dead souls and so many experts among them, it was not easy to control their minds. Because of this, even if Lu Chen killed his way to Myriad Soul Palace, these people could not leave their posts. Now that Lu Chen had killed the King of Hell, these dead souls had gone out of control. No matter how strong the 3 Ghost Kings were, they couldn't resist the backlash of so many dead souls. In the end, they died. It looks like the soul is about to go out of control. Lu Chen frowned. He only knew that he had to kill the King of Hell, but who would have thought that the 3 Ghost Kings had already taken control of the soul while they were fighting to the death? Now that it suddenly went out of control, Lu Chen was caught off guard. Lu Chen checked the devil's horn. Is this thing still useful? At this moment, the 2 fiend horns emitted a faint black fog, and the fog slowly flew towards the northern wall. HM? Lu Chen followed the fog and arrived in front of the wall. There were 2 circular holes in the wall, and the size was just right for the devil's horn. Lu Chen thought for a moment and tried to fit the 2 devil's horns in. Once the devil's horns were fitted, they immediately transformed into a huge illusion. The tip of the illusion's devil's horns pointed at the bead. The originally dim bead gradually reacted and slowly began to rotate. The dead souls in the abyss saw the bead rotate, and all raised their heads to look at the bead. It was the same on every level. The agitation of the dead souls was finally alleviated, but Lu Chen did not know how to completely restore the underworld to its original state. At this moment, the wall in front of Lu Chen emitted a dull sound, and then the wall slowly opened. There was actually another room behind the wall. Lu Chen frowned. Perhaps the key to solving this problem was in this room. The room seemed to have been meticulously arranged. It looked like a bedroom, and there was a large bed that was 3 to 4 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide. The King of Hell's bedroom? Lu Chen said in astonishment. There were some documents and accounts beside the bed, and they were all information about the 4 main cities. There was also a book about the Myriad Ancient Soul Palace. Lu Chen looked through it and found a lot of useful information. Lu Chen hurriedly began to look for clues, but he inadvertently saw a small image stone on the desk, and it looked very old. After Lu Chen injected spirit energy, the image stone projected an image. In the image, a small boy with a small horn on his head was following a tall and sturdy man, and they were cultivating in the courtyard. A beautiful woman smiled as she walked out of the room with fruits. The beautiful woman saw that the 2 were still cultivating and said with a smile, "Cultivate later. Eat some fruits first." The man smiled and pulled the little boy to the table. He pushed aside some unknown fruits for him. "You must be thirsty. Eat more." Seeing the boy eat the fruits, the husband and wife looked at each other and smiled. The man rubbed the boy's head. "Little Ming, don't worry about what others say. It doesn't matter if our stats are lower than others. As long as we work harder than others, we might not be worse than them in the future." The boy nodded heavily. "I used the image stone to record the cultivation situation just now. You have to see what you did wrong." "Dad, I know. I will definitely work hard." The boy said firmly. The image was very short, only a few minutes long, and it recorded the most ordinary daily life. However, after Lu Chen saw it, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. That boy should be the king of hell when he was young, and he once had a happy family. However, Lu Chen already knew what happened later. His mother was burned to death by her clansmen, and his father was heavily injured. Then he killed his own father with his own hands. Such a cold-blooded person actually kept this image stone. Perhaps in the endless years he became the strongest person, but also the one who suffered the most. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen let out a long sigh. Then Lu Chen smashed the image stone with his palm. But the image stone didn't completely shatter. In the middle of the image stone, there was a slip of paper. Lu Chen picked up the small wooden tablet in surprise. There were several words written on it. "If someone can obtain this slip of paper, it means that I am already dead. Then I should thank you. Because to me, death is more like a form of release. If you want to restore the underworld to its original state, you must first comprehend the concept of stardust and break down the 7 layers of floating pearls. The concept of stardust originates from the myriad soul temple. Go deep into the land of departed souls and comprehend it yourself." Lu Chen frowned. This king of hell is probably more conflicted than anyone else. Lu Chen looked at the myriad soul temple's information. Although it recorded the number of departed souls, the time, the formation, and where they went, it didn't mention how to restore the underworld to its original state. It seemed like he could only take a risk. Lu Chen walked out of the room and directly entered the land of departed souls on the top floor. Chapter 1080. Lu Chen thought that he would fall into a large number of dead souls, but in fact, he didn't plunge into a pile of dead souls. At this time, Lu Chen stood on an unknown planet. Perhaps this planet was too old, it was barren and lifeless, and the ground was still faintly shaking. Lu Chen looked around in surprise, his face blank. At this time, the ground suddenly shook violently, and then, with a deafening noise, the entire planet exploded from the center. This level of explosion was far more violent than any powerhouse's move that Lu Chen had ever seen. He widened his eyes and quickly activated all the states that could be activated, protecting his whole body with Void Guard. Damn it! Is this King of Hell's trap? Under the white light, Lu Chen felt that he would definitely die here this time. But strangely, he didn't feel the impact of spiritual power. Is this an illusion? Lu Chen was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. The violent explosion of the planet did not affect him. Lu Chen looked around. In the violent explosion, the planet's crust and core seemed to have evaporated in an instant, disappearing without a trace. With a flash of white light, there was nothing here. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the concept of stardust destruction was comprehended from here? The next moment, Lu Chen appeared on another planet again. This was the same as the previous planet, barren. Lu Chen could feel that the ground under his feet began to shake more and more violently. This was a sign that the planet's destruction was imminent. Even if it's real this time, I can't run away anyway. With his previous experience, Lu Chen mustered up his courage and entered the state of spiritual energy mastery and selflessness. Explosion, destruction, decomposition, annihilation. In this way, Lu Chun felt the spiritual power changes when the planet was destroyed on each dying planet. After experiencing it again and again, Lu Chun also witnessed the birth of some new planets. Is this the final result of all things? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, even planets are the same. It seems to be the exact opposite of the process of creation. I should be able to comprehend it. And those decomposed elements become the materials of a new planet, and the cycle repeats for 100 generations. The king of hell could comprehend the destruction stardust, and Lu Chun himself could comprehend the creation space. It would be easier for him to comprehend it than the king of hell. My creation space always feels like something is missing. Creating life is important, but most of the spiritual energy needs to rely on external forces. To form a complete system, creation alone is not enough. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chun finally awoke from his trance. At this moment, the expression in his eyes was completely different from before. Raising his hand, Lu Chun created a miniature creation space and injected spiritual energy into it to form a sword shadow. Star Destroyer! Lu Chun's eyes widened. The sword shadow that had just formed suddenly disintegrated and disappeared. I've learned the Star Destroyer, but I can't fuse it with the creation space for now. Lu Chun thought about it and decided to leave first. This place could only teach him the Star Destroyer, not a place for him to fuse two great concepts, so there was no point in staying. In the depths of the Star River, Lu Chun originally couldn't find the exit, but when he saw the slowly rotating pearl above his head, he finally found the direction. The direction of the pearl should be the exit. As expected, after flying for a while, Lu Chun came out of the land of departed souls. Returning to the Eternal Soul Palace, Lu Chun adjusted his state and used 9 void steps to arrive in front of the rotating pearl, slapping it with his palm. Star Destroyer! Lu Chun's Star Destroyer didn't seem to have reached the level of the King of Hell, but the surface of the pearl still changed. The pearl began to decompose on its own. It's effective, but I'll have to wait for a while. Lu Chun let out a sigh of relief and quickly entered the lower levels of the Soul Palace to decompose the 7 floating pearls. Returning to the 7th level of the Eternal Soul Palace, Lu Chun watched as the pearl decomposed into starlight that fell into the land of departed souls. The departed souls didn't go berserk this time. Although their eyes were lifeless, they were exceptionally calm. Death was destruction, but at the same time, it was a new life. They needed to recognize and accept this, forget the past, and begin a new life in the underworld. The gazes of the departed souls changed. They were no longer as lifeless as before, as if they had a soul. Without the guidance of the floating pearls, I don't know how these departed souls will truly enter the underworld. Lu Chun was somewhat worried. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I didn't think that you would be the one to restore order to the underworld. Lu Chun looked around in surprise, but he couldn't see anyone. Just listening to this old voice, Lu Chun felt it was particularly familiar. No need to look, I'm not in the underworld. The voice said, you don't need to worry about where they went. To truly forget their past life's memories, they still need to cross the bridge of helplessness. This isn't something you need to worry about. Mengpa? Lu Chen's eyes widened as he remembered the owner of the voice. Ha ha ha, you still remember me? However, you seem to have forgotten that there's a girl waiting for you. I didn't forget. However, after coming to the 6th layer of heaven, things happen one after another. My academy hasn't even opened the lower realm teleportation door, so I can't return to the 2nd layer of heaven. AI, perhaps your fate is like this. Mengpa sighed. Mengpa, is that girl still here? Lu Chun asked. Unfortunately, she didn't wait for you. Perhaps you'll meet again in the future, But at that time, I don't know if you'll be friends or foes." Lu Chen frowned. Who was that girl? What happened to her? When he had the chance, he had to go to the river of forgetfulness to retrieve her memories. Meng Pe, Lu Chen still has something he wants to ask. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Since you're in charge of guarding the bridge of helplessness, even the departed souls have to pass by you. Then, did you see the little beast? Your battle pet? No. No? Could it be? Lu Chen's heart was filled with grief. Did Meng Pe not remember? Or did the destruction of the stardust cause the little beast's soul to scatter? Lu Chen didn't know when Meng Pe had left. It was a long time before he came back to his senses. He glanced at the eternal soul palace. The departed souls were no longer fighting, and order had finally been restored. He sighed and walked out of the eternal soul palace. After leaving the eternal soul palace, Lu Chen saw a six-petal spider lily fall next to the king of hell. He bent down and picked it up. "Little Green, this is the underworld flower, right?" "Boss." Little Green looked at the dazed Lu Chen with heartache. If it were any other time, he would have been jumping up and down in joy. But the little beast had died in battle. How could he be happy? "It's the underworld flower," Little Green said in a low voice. "Is this one enough for you?" "It's enough. Each person only needs one petal." Lu Chen nodded, put away the underworld flower, and then looked at the battlefield. On the battlefield, the immortal army was sorting out the corpses. The immortal army was weak and had suffered heavy casualties against these puppets. The original 1 million army of the dead hadn't participated in the battle for long, but now there were only 200,000 to 300,000 of them. There was also the Sixth Heaven's main battlefield. Even if the King of Hell died and the Eternal Soul Palace recovered, the immortal army still needed to defeat the invading army of the dead to be considered a true victory. Who knew how many people would die in this underworld invasion? Chapter 1081. Where are the Netherworld dragons? Lu Chen suddenly thought of this matter. After upgrading the dragon crystal for him, they disappeared without a trace. Even those who were seriously injured had been taken away by others. Lu Chen really hoped to find them, but he could not find any traces of them even after searching the entire battlefield. Just as Lu Chen was feeling surprised, Ma Bei and the others walked over. "Nameless, we have to leave this place first. Your side is also not in a good state. If we encounter the army of the dead now, it will be difficult to deal with them." Lu Chen's dual heaven's might had already expired, so he was currently in a weak state. Although the King of Hell was dead, there was still a large amount of the army of the dead here. "Where is Li Wei?" Lu Chen asked. "She fainted in front of the Twinkle Gem Pagoda. We need to send her back to the academy for treatment." The battle had just ended, so there were still many things to take care of. Lu Chen could only temporarily put aside the matter of the Netherworld dragons and retreat with the immortal army. When preparing to leave the underworld, Lu Chen glanced at the underworld gate. This entrance should have been created by the King of Hell. Once he recovered, he would return to close this entrance. The underworld and the Yang world should not be connected. After Lu Chen and the others left, a group of people walked out from the surrounding forest. These people were the Netherworld dragons. "Xianlong, I told you, that guy is different from the King of Hell." Hey Rui said with a smile. Xianlong sighed. "That solipsistic guy is really different. If the underworld can be restored to its original state, it would be a good thing for all the deceased souls and the various races living in the underworld." "Then what about this guy?" someone behind asked. Xianlong turned around and looked at the young man wrapped in a transparent spiritual energy ball with a frown. If Lu Chen did not leave at this moment, he would definitely cry out in alarm. The young man in the spiritual energy ball was the little critter. Inside the energy ball, his body didn't continue to decompose. However, he still hadn't woken up and was floating in the middle of the energy ball. Qianlong said, "Now that everyone has consumed too much essence blood, we can only protect him for now. Wait for us to recover for a few days. If the solipsistic really doesn't interfere with the matters of the underworld, then we can save him." "You still don't believe in solipsistic?" He Rui asked. Qianlong shook his head. "He didn't disappoint me. However, after so many years, I no longer trust anyone." After Xinyuan Continent's team returned from the underworld, Li Wei was directly sent to Fenglai Sacred Court's temporary residence in the Demonic Academy. Even though Lu Chun was a little worried, it wasn't convenient for him to head to the Women's Academy. In any case, Yao He was here. If she needed anything, Yao He would come back to find her. On the side of the Demonic Academy, the number of casualties was the least. However, among the 1,000 people who entered the underworld, more than 300 had died. Nameless, this is how war is. No one is spared. A sea of clouds shook his head and sighed. That's right. Actually, the invasion of the underworld this time affected almost all the academies in the sixth heaven. None of the academies were able to escape unscathed from this battle. The main battle hasn't ended yet. There should be more casualties. Long Xiang said. However, the good thing is that the army of the dead shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Long Xiang's prophecy quickly came true. On Shenyuan Continent, the army of the dead's offensive took a nosedive. After 2 or 3 defeats, they actually retreated to the underworld. On Qingza Continent, the army of the dead even directly retreated. Good news came one after another from various continents. The army of the dead, which was still very strong, started to retreat. Those who didn't retreat were quickly defeated by the defending army after a few rounds of counterattacks. At the same time, in the underworld, more and more immortal soldiers attacked the other entrances and set up defensive lines. The invasion of the army of the dead, which originally couldn't see the light of dawn, suddenly became one-sided. The army of the dead was simply unable to withstand a single blow. These few days, Li Wei didn't wake up. However, Yao He came to find Lu Chun and told him that her sister was only weak at the moment. Only then did Lu Chun heave a sigh of relief. 3 days later, Zhongxianji's Maobei personally came to the Demonic Academy and invited Lu Chun to participate in the conference held by Qingza Continent. Nameless, you must go. The Lord of Celestial Fortress specifically invited you to participate. After all, you saved the young world. Maobei followed behind Lu Chun and said, "I'm not going." Lu Chun flatly refused. "I know that you're in a bad mood after losing your beloved son and student. However, we still have to announce this matter and let the other continents know the truth." Lu Chun said faintly, "The King of Hell's control over the souls of the dead has already lost its effect. The army of the dead is unable to withstand a single blow. The war is about to end. You can just inform the other continents about this matter. In a few days, I will go to the underworld again and see if I can close the entrances to the underworld. I don't want to care about anything else." This, Maobei had a difficult expression. "You've already killed the King of Hell. Why are you still afraid of going to a conference? Actually, you said it yourself. The war is about to end. This time, other than announcing the matter of the underworld to the public, they're also holding a celebration party. If you, the main character, don't go, what's the point of the celebration party? We have to tell others who entered the underworld and killed the King of Hell." Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened. He said unhappily, Who killed the king of hell? I'll tell you. You'll know once you see the list of the army of the dead. Lu Chun threw the book on the side of the table in front of Ma Bei. The book opened naturally, revealing the words on it. List of the dead. Banyan, Hao Yue, Xianmeng, Tong Laiyun. Every page was a list of the demonic academy's dead students. If they hadn't provided Lu Chun with attributes, Lu Chun would have died long ago. Ma Bei was speechless. This time, the army of the dead had invaded and lost countless people. Lu Chun didn't want to take all the credit for himself. Celebration party? Only the people from Celestial Fortress could think of this. None of you have any objections? Was your brain kicked by a donkey? The great Sengoku didn't dare to be angry after being scolded by Lu Chen. Whether it was Lu Chen's contributions or Lu Chen's strength, he wasn't someone a Zhongxian Ge Sengoku could compare to. Naturally, he was scolded to be obedient. You can go. I'll go to the underworld in a few days and settle this matter. Don't bother me about the underworld. With that, Lu Chen turned and walked back to his room. Ma Bei looked at Lu Chen's back and sighed. How long had it been? The dean of the lower school of the divine demons actually dared to chase him out. Sigh. The pavilion master was right. This person is definitely not a fish in a pond. He'll turn into a dragon when he encounters a storm. That's why we wanted to suppress him. But now, how can we suppress this guy? Even the king of hell was killed by him. However, he's a man of his word. With this kid's personality, he'll probably represent Zhongxian Gu in the prodigy competition in a few months. The prodigy competition was the most prestigious competition in the entire sixth heaven. The prizes were plentiful, and it was also the main method for the various main schools, immortal academies, and factions to raise their reputation. However, although nameless strength was shocking, according to the rules of the prodigy competition, it was unknown if this kid could enter the top 10. Chapter 1082. On the 10th day of his return, Lu Chen's weakened state was long gone, and his soul-body fusion had also fully recovered. He was also more aware of the dragon god state. The dragon god state was actually a true dragon attack that he could only unleash when he had exhausted his stamina. It was just that he could only use it once before, but now he could maintain this state for 30 minutes. Moreover, he had obtained super recovery ability, defense ability, and the increase in attack power was stronger than before. His attack power had increased by 200%. In addition, he also gained a super close combat single target attack skill. Dragon breaks the 9 heavens. It was the move that Lu Chen used to defeat the King of Hell. The cooldown of this move was as long as a week. It could be used under normal conditions, but it could only be used in the dragon god state. At the same time, with the help of the Abyss Dragon, Lu Chen's weakened state was completely eliminated. He didn't expect that this time in the underworld, he would gain a blessing in disguise. He upgraded the level of the Chaos Dragon God and learned to destroy the Stardust. However, because of the death of the little critter and the sacrifice of the students, all of this was not worth being happy about. Lu Chen sat in the room. Little Green poured him a glass of wine. The little furball was lying on the equally depressed Little Source. Xiao Min and Rhubarb were leaning on Little Source, looking listless. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Lu Chen looked up and found 2 super beauties standing at the door. Seeing these 2 people, Lu Chen's mood finally improved. Li Wei, when did you wake up? Yao He smiled and said, I woke up a few days ago, but I saw that you were in a bad mood recently, so I didn't disturb you. Li Wei nodded and walked in with Yao He. I heard that you have been drinking alone in your room all this time. Li Wei walked to Lu Chen's side. It's a pity that those students died. They had a great future. But Lu Chen, we can't protect all the students. This is their own choice. You have to respect their decision. This is the greatest affirmation for them. I think your students would also like to be recognized by you, the dean. Lu Chen sighed. They're all good, Li Wei, and Yao He sat down. If that's the case, you should let it go. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I've been feeling unwell for the past few days, so I didn't have the chance until now. Li Wei said. Lu Chen frowned slightly. If your body hasn't fully recovered, just let Yao He tell me. It's not that I haven't recovered, but… Li Wei said, Hey, I'll tell you later. Let's talk about your son first. Little beast. How many sons do you have? Li Wei looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. I only have one. Of course it's him. Li Wei rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and whispered, Didn't tell me that your son is so big. Well, little beast should be alive. Hearing this, Lu Chen stood up immediately. What? Little beast is alive. It wasn't just him. The other fellows in the room also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Just a moment ago, they were still crestfallen, but now they suddenly surrounded Li Wei. And Yao He… Roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Woof, woof, woof. Is little beast still alive? Li Wei had seen the strength of Little Hairy Ball and Originator. When these two guys fought, it was extremely bloody and cruel, being stared at by these two ferocious beasts, Li Wei, and Yao He felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Chen found that they were a little nervous, so he quickly explained, Li Wei, don't worry about them. They are very friendly. Li Wei couldn't help scolding Lu Chen in her heart. Friendly? Who are you kidding? That little white mouse looks harmless, but it eats people alive. You call that friendly? Fortunately, Li Wei was also mentally strong. Anyway, they shouldn't hurt her. When you were fighting with the King of Hell, I saw someone take Little Beast away. Li Wei said, They were the black dragons who came to help you. Lu Chen widened his eyes. Are you sure you saw it clearly? Li Wei laughed. Have you forgotten? I can see the level of the badge. How could I not see it clearly? At this moment, Lu Chen, who had been in despair, suddenly saw hope. If there was anyone who could save Little Beast in that situation, it would be the Underworld Dragon Tribe. It was them who saved him when he was almost disintegrated. It's them. Although I don't know why they took Little Beast away. At least they wouldn't kill him. If they didn't do anything, Little Beast would have been disintegrated. There was no need for them to do anything. Then, it's very likely that they wanted to save him. Li Wei frowned. You're not familiar with them? Then why would they help you? Lu Chen had already thought about this question. Maybe it has something to do with the King of Hell. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's just that I haven't been able to find them after the battle. Lu Chen stood up and paced back and forth, muttering to himself. No, I have to go to the underworld. I have to find those black dragons. I have to find Little Beast. Just in time to close the door to the underworld over there. I want to go now. Li Wei hurriedly pulled the impatient Lu Chen. I'll go with you. I think I should be able to help. Lu Chen looked at Li Wei. You've just recovered. It's better for you to rest in the academy. Li Wei pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and said, Actually, I didn't say it clearly just now. A few days ago, I felt unwell. But it's not that kind of unwell. But Lu Chen acted like he didn't understand. Li Wei, what are you talking about? Li Wei raised her head and looked at Lu Chen. Finally, she said, I seem to have become stronger. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he wasn't the only one who benefited from the disaster. Li Wei had also become stronger. Since Li Wei was fine with her strength, following Lu Chen shouldn't be a problem. Yao, he didn't follow the two into the underworld. She still had many things to deal with at Fenglai Academy. Moreover, she seemed to be deliberately not following. After returning to the underworld, Li Wei suggested that Lu Chun head to the Eternal Soul Palace. When we get there, I'll see if I can find them. Lu Chun remembered that Li Wei had the ability to find people, so he should listen to her on this matter. Lu Chun summoned his shuttle, and the two headed in the direction of the Eternal Soul Palace. Along the way, they saw that the four main cities were in a mess. It seemed that the four main cities had been abandoned. Instead, they saw a large number of soul weapons in the wilderness. It seems that the army of the dead is already disintegrating, Li Wei said. Lu Chen nodded. Many of the army of the dead were controlled by the King of Hell. With the King of Hell dead, they regained their freedom and naturally won't work for the army of the dead. The underworld will gradually form its own new order, but it will take some time. When the souls of the Eternal Soul Palace, Lu Chun was still speaking frankly when Li Wei suddenly turned her head and put her face in front of Lu Chun without any warning. I don't want to hear about the underworld. That pair of bright and clear eyes looked straight at Lu Chun. Her pink lips were just inches away from Lu Chun. The faint fragrance of Li Wei's body entered his nose, making him feel a little dizzy. At such a close distance, Li Wei's perfect facial features and white skin were perfect no matter how one looked at it. Lu Chun was a bit nervous. Why was this woman so close to him? There was clearly a lot of space on the heavenly shuttle. Then, what do you want to hear? Lu Chun didn't know what to do. Li Wei's eyes were smiling. It'll take more than a day to reach the Eternal Soul Palace. Here, there's only the two of us. Lu Chun frowned. Just the two of us? But Lu Chun quickly understood and nodded. And then, yes, the others are all ghosts. How mysterious. Chapter 1083. Li Wei's expression was a little stiff. Are you all a ghost? You're the ghost. What's in this guy's head? Was the hint I gave him not strong enough? Or is he not interested in me? Or is he very loyal to his wife, so he's rejecting me in a roundabout way? But in their previous interactions, Lu Chun didn't seem like he had a wife. Moreover, when I used the illusion, he saw my scantily clad appearance with a nosebleed. He should be very interested in me. As if he still retained his virginity, it was said that some technological worlds had the technology to cultivate embryos. Li Wei once thought that this was how Little Beast came about. Li Wei, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Chen asked with concern. You've just recovered from a serious illness. Although the Underworld Dragon Clan probably won't make things difficult for us, we still have to be prepared. It's better to rest more. Li Wei blinked and came back to her senses. It seemed that Lu Chen didn't think in that direction at all. That's right. This guy's mind was probably only thinking about saving Little Beast. Oh, it's nothing. Is Little Beast really your son? I mean, the kind that reproduces normally? Li Wei sat beside Lu Chen and tilted her head to look at Lu Chun. Lu Chen looked at Li Wei and felt that there was no need to hide anything from her. He said, Little Beast is actually my battle pet, but I created Little Beast, so he calls me father. According to age, Little Beast is actually only 2 or 3 years old. It's just that that guy is growing a little faster. Li Wei finally understood. I see. Lu Chen smiled. I don't want to make this matter public. Little Beast is in human form, and I don't treat him as a battle pet. Maybe one day he can have his own world. Li Wei nodded. Although this idea was novel, it wasn't strange if it was Lu Chen. After a moment of silence, Li Wei suddenly asked, With your strength, there should be a lot of girls who like you. Do you have a girl that you like? Speaking of personal feelings, Lu Chun helplessly shook his head. AI, how can there be that many people who like me? I can look good after transforming, but that's still a transformation. My original appearance is very ordinary. In Jiuqian, it's very unremarkable. Occasionally, there are some good girls, but in the end, we're not fated. Sometimes I see some students who can't grasp the opportunity. I'm really worried for them. If it's me, I'll take them. Lu's angry. Li Wei almost vomited blood when she heard this. This person was impeccable in other aspects, but when it came to relationships, was there something wrong with his self-awareness? Take it? Turn at time. At this time, the Netherworld army was in chaos. They could barely take care of themselves, so no one paid attention to this flying shuttle. The next day, the two of them smoothly arrived at the Myriad Soul Palace area. However, the Eternal Soul Palace was currently surrounded by a black fog. The flying shuttle couldn't enter. However, Lu Chen unexpectedly discovered that Li Wei couldn't enter the defensive formation, but he could. He entered the Soul Palace to take a look. On the 7th floor of the Soul Palace was quiet and orderly. The defensive formation's spirit energy came from the King of Hell's Devil Horns. Perhaps it was because the Devil Horns recognized Lu Chen as their new master that they allowed him to enter. It seemed that the Devil Horns were originally a treasure of the underworld. After confirming that the Eternal Soul Palace was normal, Lu Chen walked out of the defensive formation. At this moment, a black dragon rose from the forest in the distance. The black dragon looked at Lu Chen from afar and hovered there. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He hastily called out the flying shuttle and chased after it with Li Wei. The black dragon was clearly waiting for Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen's group arrive, it appeared. The flying shuttle's speed couldn't compare to the black dragon's, but the black dragon didn't fly too far. It maintained a suitable distance until it entered a dense forest and disappeared. Lu Chen quickly chased after it. After landing, Lu Chen and Li Wei were shocked by the scene in front of them. This place was like a paradise. All kinds of spider lilies covered the grass. There was a small spring to the side that converged into a pool behind the village. There were several acres of fields in front of the village that were planted with unknown crops. A few plainly dressed villagers saw Lu Chen and Li Wei. They smiled at the two of them and then continued with their farm work. Nongfu Mountain Spring with some fields. Lu Chen sighed. This kind of leisurely life was truly enviable. From the expressions of these villagers, Lu Chen was even more certain that they had no ill intentions. At this moment, He Rui walked over. "Solipsistic, you're here? We've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Chen slightly cupped his fists. "I didn't have time to thank you last time before I left. Let's talk inside." He Rui's attitude was kind. He smiled at Li Wei and said, "You must be that girl from the Heavenly Fox clan. Since you're Solipsistic's friend, come along." "Thank you." Lu Chen and He Rui followed into a farmhouse. This should be the largest house in the village. When they arrived, Lu Chen found that there were already 20 to 30 people waiting. When these people saw Lu Chen, they all stood up and nodded at Lu Chen with a smile. Sitting in the middle were Xianlong and the old man. Both of them also stood up. "Solipsistic, you're here." Lu Chen walked over and cupped his fists. "Greetings, seniors. We meet again." Speaking of which, this was the 3rd time they had met. "Brother Du Quang, Miss Li Wei, come and sit." The old man called out. "We don't dare to call ourselves seniors. We're just a little older." Speaking of which, you've saved our Netherworld Dragon clan twice. We should be calling you our benefactor." Lu Chen said, "Senior, you're exaggerating. The first time was a coincidence. The second time was because of your help that I was able to kill the king of hell. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence or not, at least we've confirmed that you're a friend of our Netherworld Dragon clan." The old man said. Lu Chen looked at the people around him in surprise and asked, "I remember that there should be more than 50 of you. Why are there only these people left? Don't tell me you're here to help me upgrade my dragon crystal." The old man smiled. "Brother Du Quang, you're really too righteous. Don't worry, they've only used up too much blood essence. They'll be fine after a few years of rest." They'll be fine after a few years of rest? Why did the Netherworld Dragon make it sound like a few days of rest? Xianlong looked at Lu Chen. He had always been wary of Lu Chen. However, after the Aeon Shrine restored order, Lu Chen no longer interfered with the matters of the underworld. He even left the underworld god's horn in the underworld. It could be seen that he had no intention of invading the underworld. At this moment, the way he looked at Lu Chen was no longer filled with wariness like before. "Solipsistic, you're obviously worried to death, but you didn't mention anything about the beast god." Xianlong suddenly said, "Not only did you not forget your manners, it also shows that you're a person who can keep calm." Lu Chen looked at Xianlong. Since the other party took the initiative to ask, he naturally had to ask, "May I ask, little beast, is he still alive?" Lu Chen was so nervous that he couldn't speak coherently. Xianlong's lips curled up. "You've saved our Netherworld Dragon clan twice, and we've also helped you twice. Now we're even. Look who's behind you." Lu Chen suddenly turned around and saw a youth standing at the door with red eyes. "Dad!" Little beast dodged and pounced on Lu Chen, pushing him down along with his chair. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.